Everyone has a seat. A little tight here today. All right. We have about 50 people joining us online today. So let's just kind of do a wave to them. We can't see them, but we'll see them later. Hi. All right. Very brief. Thank you very much. This is the second time we've done this. We started, the main idea was to get teachers together, teachers helping teachers, owners helping owners type of thing. Last year was a good success. And I think we have a pretty good lineup this year. It's a real good mix of business-focused folks and presentations, along with curriculum-focused folks and presentations. So I think we have a nice balance today. And our first presenter, I think many of you know, is Tyson, right? Hey.
Anything I could do to get out of Hokkaido.
Who is joining us all the way from Hokkaido. We have a lot of people here from Tokyo, Fukuoka, Sendai. Ben Shearon came all the way down from Sendai for us. So thank you all so much for making the effort. And people at home, thank you so much for joining in. With no further ado, Tyson.
So yeah, my name's Tyson Batino. I'm from the US, been in Japan for 19 years. And I'm living in Hokkaido now. I came in yesterday, woke up, snow, first day of snow, glad to be out. And I have to go back and, I have to party as much today and tomorrow. But today we'll focus on 7 important lessons for growing your language school. And my background is, I did 1.5 years at GEOS in Kyoto. 3.5 years as an ALT in Nara, got GLPT 1 in 2008. I've only taken the test once. I passed by 3 points. I was a poor ALT, and I didn't want to pay for the GLPT, so that's why I only took it for N1. And 2010, I unluckily, became a trainer and assistant manager at Interac. I had to manage 150 full-time teachers for Yokohama City, Interac's main client. I have seen pretty much everything that can possibly happen to a human being. We can talk about it off camera. Created OneCoin English in 2014, spelling. One person whose job I saved at Interac, he introduced me to my 2 co-founders there. Grew to about 8,000 students. I left in April 2022 with my stocks. So I'm still good to go. I created the subsidiary for OneCoin English Japan Switch and BFF Tokyo. If you get WhatsApp messages from BFF Tokyo, it's not me, it's not us, it's scammers. We don't know how to use WhatsApp. And grew that to about 400 to 500 students. And I created Scaling Your Company in 2021. So there are essentially 5 ways to grow your schools: get more applicants or get more inquiries, get students to take more lessons, increase prices, or sell more, like study abroad, textbooks, many other possibilities. Another way is improve the rate of people who apply to your school or call to actually come to the trial. And those who come to the trial, increasing the rate of those trials who sign up, or reducing quitters. And I'll cover a lot of these points today. My first point, which will be an unpopular one, is I think many owners do not spend enough time on marketing and growth activities, and maybe too much time developing their own or original textbook too early in the journey. So this isn't supplementary, it's creating an original textbook and not focusing enough time on marketing and growth. There's enough good textbooks already. Think, Read, Write, hint, hint. Finding Out, Fluency course, Kenny's, I think, Everyday English. And so rather than making original content, I think it's more effective to, let's say if there's a lesson you don't like in the book, like lesson 15 kind of sucks, you can get rid of it, just replace the lesson with your own lesson. So rather than making it original, I think it's more effective to supplement areas of weakness. Then eventually, when you kind of feel like actually, when you've supplemented so much that it's kind of become your own original version, maybe that could become your own original textbook. And so I think that's a more efficient way of making your own textbook. And my thoughts is everyone needs good to very good teachers and good enough textbooks. that can get word of mouth for your lessons. Then I think if you can get word of mouth, then maybe that's time to think about it. But in terms of calculation, when should you make a textbook? Probably when you can sell about 1,500 books per level. And the calculation being, this is more for adults, but let's say I make a book with 40 lessons for a level. It takes me about 10 hours to make one lesson. You'll have to do back and forth. That's 400 hours. And let's say if I were to teach a lesson, maybe my hourly rate would be 3,000 yen. That would come out to about 1.2 million yen. And let's say if you make 700 yen per book, 1,000 yen per book, you'll have to sell probably 1,200 to 1,700 to make that same level of revenue versus, let's say you get 12 students paying 8,800 yen a year, so 100,000 yen a year, and which would come out to about the same amount. So like 12 students versus making a book and selling 1,000 to 1,500. What's easier? I think if it's your big passion, I think you should definitely feel free to create a textbook. But I think in terms of like making like profit, I think in terms of business decision, I think it's really tough because it's really competitive and there's a lot of options out there. But if you do, I would probably recommend the supplementary, then eventually it becoming a book. My personal thoughts is owners should probably be spending around 5 to 10 hours a week on marketing or school growth. It's not just language schools, let's say a gym, any type of business. I think the owner should be spending time on growth activities. And in my case, I spent around 20 hours a week for Japan Switch, and we had about 300 plus signups in our first year. Japan Switch was unique. We're only open 15 to 20 hours a week. I'll say the reasons later, but we were a weekday morning beginner-only Japanese language school. And so when would all of you like to, when do most people want to study Japanese? It's after work. So pretty much our student list was tourists and ALTs, or sorry, not Eikaiwa teachers and a tourist. That was pretty much, and I was able to get 300 signups our first year. And my co-founder for OneCoin English spent a lot of time on marketing as well. Second point, Instagram. Second point is Instagram organic. I think it's too hard for Japanese staff to do. And I rarely ever see a Japanese staff know how to create great content, let alone grow a social media channel. And I meet a lot of social media agencies, freelancers. They don't even know how to grow a channel. And it's, so the only cases I've seen is usually where the owner gets involved and does it themselves or leads the way. In my thoughts, like at best, it'll take someone like 6 months, spending 10 to 15 hours a week, learning how to do that, how to do Instagram. But with a lot of your Japanese staff, they have multiple duties, customer service, taking care of handling claims, sometimes teaching lessons. To add Instagram, which is a specialty in itself, I think that's asking a bit too much. And sometimes the staff, they just lack the drive to study it themselves. And so I see a lot of schools either abandon or they don't see results from it. So kind of my thoughts for Instagram is, I think Instagram ads can be effective. Maybe you could get a student inquire for 10 to 20,000 yen. I think that's a pretty good marker. I think some of you are in that range. But I think it really sometimes requires just the owner to learn it, figure it out. Then maybe pass it to the staff. But where you just say, "Gambare," typically it doesn't work. And sometimes, oh, this staff member, they're in their 20s. They can do Instagram. Probably they can't. So, yeah, Instagram ads. OneCoin English, we do use Instagram ads. We've always used it for about like 7 or 8 years now. And we do find it's one of the more effective channels. But one thing, I didn't write that down. Damn. So I want to show like how I think about Instagram. But in terms of customers, there's awareness, consideration, conversion. And it's kind of like the process where people become your customer, but they go from awareness, they discover you for the first time, hear about you for the first time. Second stage is they consider your service, and then they convert. And so what a lot of the owners use Instagram for is they think, oh, I want to reach a new audience. I want new people to become aware of my school. And I think to do awareness is really, really hard for Instagram. Like before you had to post 3 times a week. Now they're saying you have to post 5 times a week to get the algorithm to really show yours effectively. And so my thought is I tend to use Instagram personally for consideration, meaning someone has gone to my website and like, let's say digital marketing, and then they say like, okay, I want to see, do they actually understand Instagram? So I get them to go to my Instagram channel, and all I have is 9 posts, but the 9 posts look good. So it's just to say like, okay, here's the website. They say they do digital marketing. Their Instagram channel looks pretty good. Maybe I'll convert. But I think of Instagram more as a consideration. So I think for schools and the amount that you want to post, I think it might be more effective as consideration versus awareness, where awareness is you have to really post 3 to 5 times a week versus you just make 1 good post a week and then people go to your website, they see it, or maybe your website might suck a bit, then they can see really good pictures of your school videos in Instagram. So I think it might be more effective for consideration as opposed to awareness. In terms of marketing types that do not work, I think flyer distribution services often don't work, meaning another company does it for you. They might just conveniently place your ads, let's say a minimum wage worker will conveniently place your flyers in the trash. And, ooh, 10,000, or that's 5,000 in there. And, or ads on the trains. We've tried train stations. We haven't tried buses. I've had clients try city office, and doesn't work. Billboards, I'll say billboards in front of your school can work, meaning they see your billboard, your school looks nice, I'll give it a shot. But if there's just a billboard in your school and not next to it, I think there's not enough context to really push a person to say like, I really want to check that place out. But if you have a nice school, I think they'll be much more inclined to check it out. Google display ads, it could work, but Google display ads are really tough. And Google display ads are, when you check a news site and you see a really crappy ad, that's probably a Google display ad or a display ad. Or any ad that pisses you off, that's probably a display ad. And as I mentioned, it's the reason a lot of these don't work is they're awareness campaigns. You're trying to get someone who's not actively seeking your lessons, and you have to convince them to make a decision now. So they're not looking, and you want them to act now, and that's really, really, really hard. And so, like, so if you have a flyer or an ad at a community center, usually it doesn't work because they're in the awareness stage. So bigger companies are fine with someone becoming a customer after bombing them with ads for months and even years. But small schools, you don't have that budget. Let's say you're Aon, ECC, or let's say you're a company that has like 50 million annual revenue. 10% of your revenue will probably be dedicated for marketing spend, 5 million. With $5 million, the amount of advertising that you can be focused on these areas, actually there's not enough. There's not so much you can do here. Like the 5 million actually won't cover it all. So that's why you see these kind of ads in the train is they have this extra budget. They can't use it on high converting people. So they're trying to get them aware to get them more in the consideration phase. Thankfully at me at OneCoin English, thanks to GABA, ECC, Berlitz, and all your millions of dollars, you've created more awareness of learning English, and they searched and found my school instead. So thank you very much. And I'll share a funny story, but what we used to do is if someone would search for Berlitz, we would actually target them with Google AdWords. So our ad would pop up. And I can't say which big schools, but we got called by 3 big schools. They're like, please stop doing that. But technically, you don't need to stop. And they tried to do it to us, But because our school is one coin English, they just wasted a ton of money. So marketing that does work. Google search and maps, Google search ads. If you can get it for like maybe 20,000 yen under per inquiry, Google search ads is a possibility. Flyers handed out by yourself, events, block parties, referrals, word of mouth, and maybe Instagram ads if you can get it 10 to 20,000. Why do these work? It's Google search and maps. It's because it's people in the consideration phase. They're considering to learn language lessons, so they're doing a search for it. So you're targeting people who they're already aware, now they're considering. So they're more likely to bite, to eat. And even if you hand out flyers by yourself, it's people can put a face to your school. So it's you see the flyer, you see a friendly person. Hey, this person doesn't look like a douchebag. I'll give them a try. Also, I think referrals from students is something to consider. Meaning it's, let's say you spend 20,000 yen to get an inquiry online. Why not just split 10,000 yen between a student and the referee? And you get someone for 10,000 yen. It's much cheaper than doing ads. So I think you could, if you could get more students, you don't have to incentivize students, but if you could incentivize and get more students as a result, long term, you'll make more revenue. I think 150 is probably the real good number for student referrals. I think like at 70 or 80, it's kind of like pushing. But I think at 150 and your lesson quality is very high, I think you can get a pretty good referral. Like, meaning you could just grow your school purely through referrals, probably at the run 150 range. Like you have enough students and students talk to their friends. Oh, I have 5 friends who goes to this school, Eric's school. Okay, I can trust them. And so like word of mouth tends to do better there. I'll say Instagram would be a good choice to make pretty if your website is not so pretty, and good place to put videos. Local free newspapers, magazines is kind of a hit or miss. So I guess increased visibility, where people are actually actively considering learning English lessons. I think videos for your website could really benefit new schools or lesser known schools. If you're like David or Ryan, probably everybody knows you. But for other schools, you might need videos to really communicate your atmosphere. For good examples, I think Amy and Dave, and not sure what I think their school name is Amy and Dave maybe. Guy Naslin from English Corners, they have some pretty good videos. I also think Junpei from Nico Kids has good interviews with the parents. So if you need examples for videos. Next is, Katie, I'll probably ask for your help too. But a great website can make a huge difference. So let's say you have 400 visitors, non-student website visitors a month. If your website has a 0.5, 1%, 1.5% conversion rate, meaning they send an inquiry or call, what is the number? So, and just feel free to calculate one of them. Maybe let's calculate 0.5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And actually, Katie, I think I'm fine. I think everyone can read. But at 0.5, you'll get 2 inquiries a month. At a 1% conversion rate, you'll get 4 inquiries a month. And at sorry about that. At 1.5% conversion rate, you'll get 6 inquiries a month. And let's say for your website, if you were to increase it by a 0.5% conversion rate, you'll get 2 additional student inquiries a month. So, and if some of you who have like maybe 700, 800, 1,000, the number multiplies. If you have 800 non-student visitors a month, if you get a 1.5, you could get 12%. So just by increasing it, you'll get more people. Japan Switch, I increased the conversion rate from 0.2% to 1.2%. It took 2 revisions of the website over a year, but I increased it by 1%. And at 1,000 visitors a month, we got 10 extra inquiries monthly. So that's 120 extra inquiries monthly, maybe 120, 60 students, maybe 60 students additional a year, just by improving the website. Same for my current company, Skating Your Company. I had 3. I redesigned the website, doubled to 6. And for the next revision, I think I can get 8 or 9 just by increasing the conversion rate. But after this next revision, I think the site will be super optimized. It probably won't be worth the time tweaking it from there. But I've spent probably hundreds and hundreds of hours just watching videos of people use my website and changing it in accordance. And so sometimes people say, like, what type of marketing should I do? I think sometimes creating a better website could actually be more effective, meaning you're spending money on Instagram ads, you're spending money on AdWords, flyers, you're doing all these things for marketing. They're coming to your website, but because the conversion rate is low, they leak out. So I think for especially newer schools, a video can really help it a lot. And next is retention is the best marketing. And so let's calculate. So 6A, so let's say you have 200 students and 10% quit annually. So for owner teacher schools, you probably have a 10%, maybe 8% quitter rate, annual quitter rate. Most of you might probably be in like the 15% range, but 15% annual turnover, 20% annual turnover at 200 students. Katie, I'll get you to write it, but 10% is 20 students, 15% is 30, and 20% is 40. And if you have a 20% quitter rate annually, that means students stay on average for 5 years, 1st grade to 5th grade. And so I think one thing that owners do often is when you think about it from like 1st grade to 5th grade, it actually sounds like students are staying a long time. But when you actually think about it's 20%, it's like, oh crap, 20% is actually a pretty big number. And so if it's around 15%, I think students stay for maybe 7 years at 15%. So like the years sound long, but when you think about when you think about percentages, it actually seems pretty high. So I think it's good to know this number. And I'll skip the 3, I'll just go quickly, but if you could get a 3% reduction in retention, 3% reduction in quitter rate, and let's say at 200 students, it would come out to about probably $52,000 a month, and you could probably make this much more extra revenue with a 3% improvement, which I think, I chose 3% because I think it's achievable for many school owners. And the next one I'll do is, so that you've seen how many students would be quitting your school annually based on these percentages. If we had to reverse engineer that, how many inquiries would we need a year to actually offset that to break even? And the numbers I used here, it's what is your inquiry to sign up rate? Your inquiry to sign up rate, meaning the student inquires, calls, they've come for the trial, sign up. So inquiry to sign up at 80%, 70, and 60%. 60% sign up rate from inquiry means probably 80% of students made it to the trial and 80% of the trials signs up. That's actually 60%. And that's probably the common number. The gold standard might be a 90-90, which might be around 75%. And in this case, so if you have an 80% inquiry to trial, trial to sign up, you'll need 50 inquiries to replace 30 students. So Katie, I'll get you the rate of 50 there. 70, it'll be 43. And at 80, it would be 37. And so I think if you're at like that 80% rate, you could probably grow your school through word of mouth possibly. But if you're at the 80% inquiry to trial to sign up, you probably do have to do marketing to grow your school. And so I think my last point would be, I think having a clear idea of the points that I've covered today and knowing which one will have the biggest impact for your school. So would it be getting more applicants? Would it be improving your rate of applications to trials or trials to signups, or reducing quitters? So when I was at Japan Switch, what I did was every quarter, every 3 months, we chose quitter rate, sign up rate. And myself and the office team and the teacher team, we would have discussions, how can we improve this rate? And during those 3 months, when the office manager would be like, I have this great idea, then I'll be like, cool, how is it related to signups? It's not. Okay, put it in the do later box. But if you want, and just focus on signups. So I really got everyone focused. And like, if the teachers and the school staff weren't talking about signups, I would get upset. We've already agreed to this. We can talk about it later. Don't worry. Just talk about signups. And so that was how I kept everyone focused. Like, just signups. That's all we need to do. And then next 3 months, we would have a vote. What should we work on together next? And that's how I really coordinated. I was the only foreigner for the Japanese school, but that's how I coordinated a Japanese teacher team. And Japanese teachers are just like English teachers, very stubborn, and all of them are usually in their 40s, 50s, older than I am. But I was able to get this whole team working together as a cohesive unit. And that's my time. And also, if you do want to improve your websites, I do create websites in Japanese or English that looks pretty. And that's it for me. Thank you for listening.
All right. One more time, round of applause for Tyson. I do want to make mention one thing. English Books has sponsored this event, and so just so you guys know that that was they jumped in and said, yeah, we'd like to help out and stuff, and so they helped out the presenters, travels, and everything else like that. So round of applause for English Books. Thank you very much for supporting the event. Okay, our next presenter is Brian Shepard, who came all the way from Yamanashi, right? Yamanashi. To join us today. Okay, Brian.
Thank you. Before we get started, so this doesn't count on my time, I just want to, this doesn't count. I wanted to show you, this is our website, and the name of our school is Eye to Eye, and our motto is serious fun. So my intention today is to make this serious and also fun. But my cheeky fourth graders pronounce fun sometimes foon. So we could find ourselves in some serious foon, and if we do, I apologize. And hopefully by the end of this, we all can see eye to eye on the future of education in Eikaiwa School. So having fun, let's hit some music. I don't know if it'll play on here or not. We're not getting it over there, but. Oh, maybe I didn't. It doesn't matter. It was kind of cool. Anyway, I was just going to try to change the mood. But anyway, I want to say thanks to Eric, first of all, for all the hard work of putting into this. We should give him a hand. And also, thanks for the invitation to speak. I came here last year, and it was a really incredible experience for me. I learned a lot, but I also started some new friendships. For me, the last year's speaker, Tracy, really kind of hit at what I like about this event. And she talked about how Eikaiwa owners collaborating together, we can help each other out. And by doing that, our businesses get better, and our students, the care for our students gets better as well. So collaboration was the big focus for me on that. And I went home and I was like, okay, this is the group that I want to share about our program with. So this is what I chose as our title. And now looking at it, it looks a little clickbaity to me. It looks a little cocky, a bit arrogant. But I was going to call it this. So it's better than that. It's better than that. And Eric said, keep it brief. And also Ben's going to be talking about the filthy rich stuff later. So we'll just X that out of here. Well, how many of you know our Explorer program? I've posted quite a bit, I apologize, on the EOG or VEOG. And how many of you have seen the presentation I did for Dave and Amy in September? Okay, So I'm going to cover a little bit of that again, hopefully within 15 minutes, since most of you haven't seen it. As you listen, oh, legible? You okay? I have to be able to see this, Eric. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. As we go through this, please ask yourself 3 questions. First, would this benefit my school? Second, would this benefit my students? And third, could this change English in Japan? Just a few lofty goals. For us, explorers, the benefits for us has been that motivation has gone through the roof, retention, as you were talking about, has improved, recruitment's improved, and consequently revenue's improved as well. But most importantly, relationships have grown. So why did we start Explorers? Well, one thing is we were losing some upper elementary students because I think at that age they start paring down what after school curricular activities they're going to do, and we were losing some of those students. Also, as the English advanced, we were having trouble balancing fun and progress in the language. Also, we just had some time slots open. We had teachers, we had rooms, and we didn't have students. But most importantly, we really believed in learning by doing as a philosophy. So what is it? What is Explorers? Well, for us, it's 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students who are currently enrolled in our program. They pay an additional monthly fee beyond their regular lesson fee, which is about 1,000 yen less than the regular lesson. And there are 3 key elements. 1, I like the dome heads in here. I'm really happy to see you guys here. The expeditions, sessions, and the 6 C's. These 3 things combined are what make Explorers explorers. By the way, any idea what these shapes are? I'm not that narcissistic, but a little bit narcissistic, but not that much. No. This is a, I think you guys have heard this before. This is a Venn diagram. Sorry, I had to do it. No, but all right, we're gonna be fine. If that, okay, good. So no, I invited Vin in because I tend to elaborate and I am not good at being brief and succinct. So Vin is here to remind me to keep it fast and furious. So if I go too fast, it's his fault. What we do is we send out an invitation to 4th, 5th, and 6th graders in January or February. We try to make it formal and kind of has some prestige. It's on hard cardstock. And then they come to an information meeting. And when they come to that information meeting, we show them slides like I'm going to show you. And we talk about what we're going to do and what the purpose is of the group. Our first year, to our surprise, in 2017, we had 25 members join. We expected 8 to 10. We had nothing but an idea, no photos or anything. Now, we're at 47. So let me go back to those 3 elements again. It's going to be a recurring theme. Expeditions are a monthly thing we do. Once a month, we have 1 expedition. And they typically happen on Sundays and Saturdays. In the spring and summer months, you can see there's a lot more Sundays because we go out and we're doing something outside of the classroom. And then in the fall and winter, as it turns colder and dark, we do more Saturday stuff. And here's a brief outline of what we're doing each month. It looks like a lot, but a lot of these things are locked in, so we're not having to rethink everything all the time. And I'll show you some photos to help further illustrate it. So here's Easter. What happens is the explorers are helping us put on this event. So they're hiding Easter eggs, and then when the kids come back with them, they give out candy. Later, the kids, once the event is finished, they stick around and do a self-introduction. In May, we go hiking, or last year we did a honey harvest. In June, we go river rafting. We started that in 2018. Super popular. The kids love it. Teachers love it. This kind of surprised me. The first year that we did this, I always think of Japanese as very safety conscious people. And the guide pulled it, we put the rafts to the side. He's like, everyone's going to jump off this rock and we're going to body raft. And I was a little bit worried as the person in charge of these kids. But to my surprise, every kid did it, but 2. And that has been the case every year. We do it as well. The teachers jump in, and this is where I lost my wedding ring. Um, in July, we do summer camp. It's a 2-day overnight camp at an experiential learning center. And it's kind of a microcosm of what Explorers is. So we'll do crafts, we'll do some nature things, we'll do some things with its athletic, we'll do a STEM project. And we have the kids at the end of the year do a ranking of what's their favorite expedition, and this is always their favorite. In summer, it's still hot, so we try to do something like a cooling off. One year, after rafting, kids noticed some pollution in the river. So we studied water pollution, and then went to the local river near our school and picked up garbage, and then had a water fight. That's me getting busted. This year, in our summer camp, we had like a parfait, make your dream parfait, and they had to give a presentation about it. So then we voted, what one do you want to try? We made 2 of them, and then we had a tasting. With the leftover toppings, they had their own mini parfait. September is kind of open, but for the last 3 years, we've been doing a zip line course. Kids love it, and we love it because it really accomplishes some of our goals for Explorers. The one problem is it's a bit expensive, and you have to have an adult for every 3 kids. So this last year, we invited parents to join in, and that's something we're going to start integrating into it as well, having parents being involved. October is Halloween, and we go really big for Halloween. We probably have the biggest Halloween event in our prefecture. It's not saying much, it's a very small prefecture, but it's a really big event. Before COVID, we used to have houses in the neighborhood volunteer to be candy stations. We even had an agreement with the nursing home to go around and do trick-or-treating at the nursing home. But once COVID hit, we had to stop doing that. And that made us have to try to discover a new way of doing it. And then we kind of stumbled on something even better, maybe. The Explorers will make a craft, a game that the other kids can play when they're trick-or-treating. And this kind of establishes this older brother, older sister mentality that makes these kids, the younger kids, want to be explorers later. Also, parents get to see what they're doing. November, we do cooking. We've done pies. We've invited a YouTube chef that's about the kids' age. She's half Japanese, half Kiwi. She talked about New Zealand, and then we made beignets. We've made pizza. And then Christmas is just a Christmas party where we'll do a Christmas exchange or Christmas craft. This past year, this is Eric with a CK, not that Eric. This is our teacher, and he's from Mexico. And for Christmas, they do piñatas. So we spent an expedition preparing the piñatas, and then we smashed them. In January, we do a cultural expedition. So we'll invite someone to talk about their country. But this, we had a new teacher join, Ashish from India. So he talked about India. We went to the local Indian restaurant and asked them to prepare some tasting food. And then our neighbor has a yoga studio. So she came in and she did yoga and meditation with the kids. February is the STEM project. We've done balloon cars. We've done, we did a catapult. And then March, we wrap up with a end of the year party. We say goodbye to the 6th graders, give some recognition awards. We've done a lot of other things too. We've gone to Fuji-Q Highland, which is not too far from us. We have done a flea market. We've done a scrapbook, a paper airplane flying contest. We did karaoke and bowling. This one I really like. We did hobbies, and our teacher was, his hobby was kickboxing, so he did a demonstration. Kids talked about what they want to do for a hobby, and we had a jazz band perform. So we can do all kinds of stuff. I gotta go fast. The next one is the sessions. And sessions, there are 43 sessions a year, so they follow our normal calendar. It's 50 minutes, and it's usually before or after the students' regular lessons. They're mixed 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. It's a little bit more relaxed vibe. They get a snack, and they do some journaling. We've created a journal for this. You can look at them later. I brought some that kids have done. And that they do preparation and reflection journal entries. So here's a look at kind of the preparation side of it. They do WH questions. What are we doing? When are we going? Where are we going? What should I bring? And then reflection, how was it? What was your favorite part? Did you meet your goals? Here's some examples. We're not really concerned about penmanship. We want it to be a relevant thing, an experience that they can write about. And then they will go ahead and they'll put this into a paragraph, and then they have to stand up in front of the group and they read their reflection. I like, this is Ato's, and he put, this was the honey harvesting one. He says, I don't want to do this again because I don't like bees, which I think is kind of relevant for tonight. You guys will know what I'm talking about later. So anyway, maybe you can see these icons here in the left-hand side, these icons here. That brings me to the third element, which are the 6 C's. And the 6 C's are what guide us. So if expeditions and sessions are the what, then the 6 C's are the why we do it. They help us know what kind of expeditions to prepare. They let explorers know what our expectations of them are. And more importantly, they tell parents that this is not just about fun. We have a purpose at mind. I think this is the thing. Oh, sorry, I want to go back one slide, just a minute. Oh, no, that's fine. No, it's fine. So this is the main point of this. We feel at our school that our obligation to our students is more than just teaching them English, okay? We believe that our job is also to prepare them to be able to use that English that they're learning. So our goal is to make them prepared to be global citizens. And we want them to have the life skills that they need for the world they're going to face in the future. And this is the kind of conversation we have with our incoming new students and at the information meeting for explorers. So a conversation would go something like this. You're learning English because one day you're going to get on a plane and you're going to study, or you're going to work, or you're going to relax in another country. And when you get off that plane, you're going to need these skills and English if it's going to be a good experience. So, for example, you're going to be confident to go up and ask for directions. You're going to need to be competent in your English to be understood. You're going to need to be creative. You're going to have creative thinking skills because you're going to be put in situations that you haven't been put in before. Caring, it kind of goes without saying, it's foundational to being a global citizen. Empathy. Courageous, if you're studying abroad in Australia and the teacher says, stand up and introduce yourself to your new classmates. Curious, you have to have the curiosity to want to try food or try the different customs or experience the culture. So we're trying to shift the conversation to this point. And these 6 C's are not just solely our creation, they're based on the 5 C's, although a 6th was added by Richard M. Lerner, who was a professor of human development at Tufts University. He developed this called positive youth development. His goal was to work with US children to proactively prevent risky behaviors like drug use, teenage sex, and violence. Our goal is a little different. We're trying to prepare Japanese kids to be ready for the world that they're going to face. On a side note, this positive youth development is key to 4-H, which is an American and Canadian youth organization. I want to just drill this down one more point. This is Kokona, okay? And Kokona has just shown courage, and she's just jumped into this river to do this body rafting, and now she's panicked, and she's scared. But she's come out, and she's okay. And I know she's okay, and she's stronger than she was before. And I know that she's stronger than she was before because that was 2 years ago. This was this past June. And this is Kokona right here. She got back in that river again. And I think one of the reasons is because we're framing this in a way that this is a growth thing you're experiencing. You're developing yourself. She could have had a traumatic experience, but I think she understood that this was something that was developing her. So we really talk a lot about making these 6 C's transferable. And what that means is these kids are not going to be jumping in rapids very often, but they are going to be in situations where they need to show courage. And so we've created this stamp and badge program so we can recognize when they show these 6 C's. Here's some examples of them. They put these on their bag. So what happens is when a teacher, either in an expedition or a session, sees them doing something great that demonstrates those 6 C's, they get a stamp. And when they get 4 stamps, they get a badge. And each C has 3 levels to it. In that journal, in this journal here, we explain in Japanese for the parents and the students what those 6 C's are. We have a little paragraph here that explains that this is not a reward system, but a recognition system, and that it's not a competition. Also, in the journal, they have a goal setting thing where, oh, the next expedition, I'm going to try to be caring, or I'm going to try to be more confident. And then when they return back, they have a chance to evaluate whether they did that or not. So these are the 6 characteristics. Now, this is what makes explorers. And I can feel Vin's back again. And he's saying, yes, you've been fast and furious, but you're going to have to be faster. And you're going to have to be more furious because we don't have much time. So I want to talk about the benefits again real quickly. Motivation, I hope you can see, it's through the roof. And this is what our students equate English to be, these type of experiences. So for them, that's the anchor. And so because of that, they want to stay with us for a long time. So retention is way up. And it's also, like I said before, that little kids are seeing these kids and they want to put on that green t-shirt someday. So they want to stay with us. Teachers are also staying. We don't talk about retention of teachers, but we keep teachers because they love this stuff. Even though they're giving up some Sundays, they're enjoying it because it's fun stuff. Word of mouth. How does word of mouth happen? In this situation, we're doing an event once a month, right? So you can imagine moms talking like, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, I took, Ren to rafting, or rafting, what's that? And then suddenly they're talking about your school. So, and then also it allows us to kind of set the tone. We're explaining that this is not just about a test, not just about getting into high school. This is about a long view, and they want to stay with us. The best example I can give you is this. This is that first group that started with us in 2017, and each of these kids is still with us today. And also that one, that's my kid. She's still with us for a little bit. The thing is, before we started this program, we didn't have hardly any junior high kids. We didn't have any high school kids, and now we're full. So going over recruitment, we have better marketing content to put on Instagram. We're not doing a very good job of it, but mostly it's word of mouth for us. And we have a different conversation to have than most Eikaiwas that we're competing against. But also we've had 7 years of growth. As far as revenue goes, this is not my strong point, but it's short-term versus long-term. And you can do short-term. You're taking an extra tuition because they're staying 2 hours with you now. So you could just use that and do really easy, cheap expeditions, and you would make more money off of it. We're reinvesting it back in. So we're doing river rafting, we're doing zip line courses, we're going to Fuji-Q Highland. That costs some money, but we think that, and it's proven true, enrollment has gone up, retention has gone up, so in that way, long-term, we're growing the company. Ben recommended this book, Oversubscribed, which I really liked, and I love this quote from it. When your business is seen to be unique in the market, you will make money regardless of what everyone else is doing. And I think we found that to be true. Last point is relationships. This is the most important part for us. Teachers are bonding with the students. The staff bond because there's conversations to be had about these events. Families are our community, and explorers are the core of our community. Okay, that's explorers. I got 4 minutes to tell you about my vision for the future. So I asked you to think about 3 questions. Would this benefit my school? And would this benefit my students? If you answered yes, we should talk, because we think that this is something that's replicatable all across Japan. Just if you think it's worthy, we can figure out the how. So that's the next step for us. When it comes to could this change English in Japan, I want you to indulge me a little bit because I'm going to go really dreamy and lofty on you, okay? So right now we have 1 chapter of Explorers, but let's say I'm talking to you guys and you come after and you say, oh, I think this is really good. I'd like to do a chapter. And let's say we just have explorers all over Japan. All right? Here's the point I want to make though. If that happened, it means that explorers would become a platform. And if it's a platform, we could take on some fundamental problems that we see with English today. And that fundamental problem, I want to show you what we think it is. Here's some hints. Take a look here. Any ideas? Hmm. Rewards, recognition. Yeah. Here's another hint. We think that when we teach English, we teach about 4 domains. And a lot of those domains are head down. There's also head up, the conversations that we're having with people. We think that when it comes, these are fine, we should teach these things, we should teach all of them. The problem is when it comes to evaluation and recognition, there are tons of things for head down. There are standardized tests, there's homework, there's reading things. There's not very much for head up. So I'm proposing to you, if we had a platform, we could offer recognition for head up learning that could be a counterbalance to standardized tests and those head down things. So it's very lofty, but imagine if we had regions of explorers, and within those we rented out a gym or a hall, and we had things like Explorers Days where, you know, we did all these different kind of events. Oh, we had a quiz, an English quiz, or kids learned about a volcano and made a diorama to talk about it in English. This is a lot of stuff that Katie's doing, and she's going to talk about later. Present about some figure in history, and they could do that in English, and we could recognize that with giving out, I don't know, for example, giving out medals. Oh, I got a gold medal. Suddenly, we're changing the conversation here, and we're changing how English is in Japan. It's not just about testing anymore. One of the rhetorical questions was, how do we fight the Jukus? We changed the conversation. We shifted from being just about standardized tests. I mean, we are doing it in the classroom, but when it comes to evaluation and recognition, we don't have much. So that's what I would suggest. Even loftier, because why not? What if we got big enough, we had sponsorships from some of these companies that really care about English, and they sponsored us, and they sent our best kids to study abroad trips across the world. So that's where we are. I am 20 seconds out. 2017, we started developing. I'm sharing it with you today. I'm going to continue to share about it and see what kind of response we get. We want to collaborate and kind of figure out with 5 or 6 schools. We want to see, how does this work? It works with us. We don't know what we don't know right now. We don't know what we don't know, because we know how it works for us, but how would it work for other schools in different locations and different sizes? So that's where we're at, and that's my time, and I'm going to just say goodbye. Thank you. Oh, I did want to do this. I did want to say this. I have a nice little bookmark here you can take with you. It's got a QR code. If you want more information, you can sign up. Also, Katie and I are going to collaborate together on. Oh, you can't see that, can you? We're going to collaborate together March 23rd, 24th, and talk about our stuff. Great location. She's going to talk about it later, but we'd love to have the people who are really interested join in it. Thank you.
With no further ado, all the way from Tokyo, correct?
Oh, Yokohama.
Yokohama. Peter Lackner, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for having me here. So actually, first thing that I'm going to go over is basically, this is working. It's not going to the next slide. Okay. Why should you even listen to me? Okay, I'm not an educator, and I'm talking about what's going on in the industry, but I run the Jobs in Japan employment website. Been doing that for about 5 years. Before that, I was a director at Gaijin Pod for about 5 years, maybe 6. And then before that, I was at Career Cross as a director. So I've been in this HR for the job board stuff for a while. And I get to speak not just for the job seekers every day and hear their complaints and what they're looking for, but also the people that are the schools that are trying to hire. And not just, all you guys most of you have like smaller schools and all this, but what are the big chains doing? I know because I speak to them every day. So I get to see what's going on. So think of me as like the investigative reporter. I'm not going to give any industry secrets, but I get to talk to everybody and I put them together. Or even the canary in the coal mine, because when people stop hiring, I know there's a downturn. So let me just go over some of the stuff here. So first of all, what does the job industry look like from an English schools from my view? So let's look at the Internet Archive and all this. So before COVID, after COVID. So here's one, GABA, ever hear of that school? I don't know, but anyways, 2000, wow. Okay, there's ones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wow, it's got a fewer there. Okay, GABA, down, okay. Scary, scary, scary. Berlitz, okay, from Wikipedia, 2001, 61 branches, 2003, 42 branches. From Tokyo went to 28 to 21. Does that seem kind of scary what's going on in the industry? Okay, so it's getting smaller and all this. Oh, but those are just going after the adults and all that, the corporate ones. No, this is MLS, Model Language Studio. They have a really good thing. They teach English in like the thespian method. So it's a pretty good pitch as well. So we don't teach like just eikaiwa. We teach how the actors do it. But anyways, 27 to 19. Wow. So it's going down. So should you be afraid? No, okay, no, you shouldn't be. So no, because there's a lot of competition and all this. There's a lot of online stuff and all this. So, but it's not all doom and gloom. So there are some schools, as Brian was talking about later, like if you do a good job and you have quality, there is a lot of money to be made because one of my friends, they do one of their things, they charge for one lesson 4 times a week, 60 minutes. Wow, 63,000 and all this. So there are some schools that are charging premium and they're on a waiting list. So some schools are doing very well. So 2 60-minute lessons per week, 41,000. Okay, we can get into something like that. So don't be thinking like, and this is, how do you say, they're charging a lot of money. So don't be afraid. The race to the bottom, nobody makes money. So the schools that are differentiating themselves and have a good quality class, they can charge and there is a waiting list. So don't be afraid like, oh geez, can we raise prices? Yes, raise your prices and do a good curriculum and you will make money. People are doing this. So it's a Darwinian thing. The strongest are surviving and they're doing very well. But those that have a weak, oh, what's your school? Oh, we have guidance teachers. They're going down. And I get half of the calls that I get are from hiring managers. Half are hiring teachers. The other half are saying, Pete, can you help me find me a job? So yeah, it's half and half. So a lot of the schools are going down. So it's very Darwinian. So make sure that your offering is really good. So the future is the strong survive, the weak are dying. And because of the internet and online lessons, it's just even more so. Okay, now that, okay, for the hiring, does it seem a little bit harder to hire these days? Maybe there's something like this yen thing. Yeah, this weak yen. So yeah, it is harder to hire because, oh, that 250,000 a month, 3 million a year, that's $20,000. That doesn't go very far. So some of these schools that the flights are back. So ECC, a flight there because their claim, they're a chain, of course. Their claim to fame is we have native teachers. Native often means Caucasian, but anyways, they have, okay. So, but that's their thing is like we have native teachers and they have to get them in from overseas because there's not enough in Japan, not just ECC, but Westgate. That's kind of like the university-ish type of eikaiwa type for that. They're offering flights. Eon, flight allowance. So yeah, so what you're gonna say is the competition for good teachers is very tough. So if you're hiring a teacher and you're, okay, it's hard to give a raise to everybody. I'm sorry, yeah, I understand there are some realities and all this, but relocation assistance and all this, but you're going to have to, when you hire somebody, make sure your job description is, okay, we want a native level speaking person, 2 years of experience, talking upright or something like that. That's not good, no. Say why your school is better, how you're different, and if they buy into the vision, you will get people even at the regular rates. So, but no, these ECCs, Aeons, there's nothing that's special about them. But if like, oh, our school is based on this Reggio or anything like that, or we use this concept, you will get people to your school. But if you're just a normal Eikai where there's nothing special about you, you're going to have to give more money or benefits, housing allowance and all that. So, okay. The other thing that makes it difficult for you for hiring is before, it's like, okay, English teaching jobs paid better than blue collar work and all this. So there are jobs that only a foreigner can do, and there are jobs that even a foreigner can do, maids and all this. But guess what? Even a foreigner can do the salary, because there's fewer Japanese workers, that's gone pear-shaped. It's gotten worse because, okay, this is automotive parts maker in Tochigi, the part-time wage. This is Hino Motors. They didn't put it on there. There's an agent. The same as this Twinkle Star. They're off, same wage. Okay, here's a better example. That, okay, this is one of Altia's. There's semi full-time, but so the salary is 170 a month. It's semi full-time-ish, but you're gonna starve. Okay, but or you can work in the same Aichi, inspection and loading of boxes, with 310,000 a month. And this is not a dangerous job. This is, you inspect the packages going through like the conveyor belt. And if it's in the wrong orientation, you just pick it up and put it back, and then you do that. And they give you a bicycle, and there's even a canteen. So for the foreigners, it's like, okay, I can get this ALT job making 210, 220, or I can sit on my butt and watch these packages go and make 100,000 more a month. So you're not just competing against the other schools, you are competing against all the other Japanese companies that are now hiring a foreigner because there's no Japanese to take the job. So it's rough out there. So you're gonna have to say why you're competitive. So, so yeah, now that you're scared, and yeah, that's delivery part, Uber Eats. Yes, Uber Eats is using jobs in Japan. So yeah, if you don't be surprised if you see a green go on a bicycle delivering your ramen and all this. So, but no, your delivery driver for the no, I'm serious, but no, for the delivery driver for the Takubin, for like the last mile and all this, up to 600,000 yen. So like all the Takubins, so they need help for like, if you have a driver's license and you can ring the doorbell and put the box in, you can make more money than teaching English. So you're going to have to explain why you're a decent place to work, why there's growth, why you would even, how you say, just your competitive advantage, because it's not always about wage, because they know like a delivery driver's like, there's a, how you say, you're not going to be doing that when you're 40 and all that. Yeah. But anyways, it's so, but those higher paying jobs are out there. So, okay. But there's other people doing interesting things. So this was a good idea, which you can all steal. It was my idea, which I gave it to the company. It's a great one, but it was a great idea, but the implementation wasn't good. What they were doing is a virtual digital dispatch. So you have this is orange, but you have a green screen. I'll wear your company cap or your shirt, and I can zoom in and do the lesson for you. So, so for all these kindergarten classes and all this. So all these people, they need like a part-time teacher. Okay, have your Japanese teacher of English be there. They can be the cat herder or whatever and keep the kids in the same. And then before, it's not like putting a DVD in and all this, but the people can, correct the pronunciation. Oh, Koki-kun, okay, can you stand up? How are you? Okay, so how did you come to school? I came in bus. No, you came by bus. Okay, and then you can do that, but you can do that remotely now. And it's cheaper for the school, the kindergarten and all this, because they can just use their hoikushi, and then they can do the English class without hiring a teacher. And if the teacher gets a sudden family emergency and quits, they don't have to worry about hiring another one. You just zoom in another teacher. So it's easy that way. But the reason why this one failed miserably is because, no, is because the teacher was good, the setup was good, the curriculum was good, but inside the school, and the tests were all great, but inside the school, they were using a small, well, this is a demo one, but this teacher was using like an iPad to show the kids. And so if you have a big screen and some big Bluetooth speakers, they're engaged, but it's like, okay, watch this little screen and talk with John, it doesn't work. But if you can make sure that they have a good audio-visual setup, you can like, oh, so I have this full-time teacher and his Wednesday afternoons are free. Okay, you can basically outsource him by video and all this. So you can make some extra cash that way, and just you can zoom it in, because it's a lot of these, there's a lot of schools that want a teacher, but they don't want to deal with it. But it's like, okay, I can deal with setting up Zoom and having them zoom in and all this. So yeah, a digital dispatch, you can guys do that from tomorrow. Just make sure that the school that you're sending them to, they have a good audio visual system, or there's going to be a class breakdown because it's just looking on something small there. Okay, interesting thing, I'm on the board of TAPE. Does anybody, who knows what TAPE is? Okay, Ryan does, he's a member too, and a few, yeah, so, and okay. So it's a Tokyo Association of International Preschools. It's one of the best associations for professional development out there. 2 weeks ago, they had their annual conference, and I was talking to all the school owners and administrators, and I'm picking their brain, as I do, because I want to see if they're hiring too. But as I'm picking their brain, it seems that these are all like bigger, I say, preschools and schools like ASIJ, American School in Japan, Nishimachi, all those. And they're hiring now more on merit than on the appearance of, I say, the vision of fluentness, if you would say. So in other words, they're hiring more qualified, non-fluent, non-native teachers than the white teachers. Before, oh, you have an international kindergarten? Okay, you need some Americans or some Canadians or yeah, UK and all this, but they're hiring more highly fluent non-natives that are qualified than going for appearance first, which is good. They're hiring on merit. So that was very shocking, but no, it's great. So, but what was also, this wasn't for this preschools, there's one area where discrimination has still not gone. It's online teaching. All the schools, they'll hire Filipinos from people from Europe, India, and all this for their face-to-face classes, but for online lessons, they won't hire Filipinos because, oh, I'll just take the online lesson with the cheap Filipino service and all this. So for online lessons, a lot of the schools are reporting back that, no, we need someone who's Caucasian to do the online lessons because we can't charge more unless they look the part. So that's kind of interesting that face-to-face, discrimination has gone way down. Online, it's still there, and because of the competition from the Philippines for the online lessons. So I'm not saying it's a good thing, or that's not a judgment. I'm just saying where the industry is at. Okay. And also, job board stuff. This is not quite a shameless plug of my service, but I'm going to tell you where things are going. Anybody know Google for Jobs? Okay, so when you go to Google and you just put jobs in, you're going to get this widget. The same thing when you check your football scores and when you were getting your hotel to come in here, there's a widget. Google calls that candidate first. That's their polite way of saying, we want people on Google longer than on other websites. So, but Google claims that over 70% look at this widget before they go down to the different job boards. Now, here's the interesting thing is Google knows everything about you, and that's not a thing, but this widget, and I'll show you some more examples, there's no way to game that. So the Google ads, which will come a little bit above it, it's a bidding thing, and like if you pay more, you can be on top. But this one, they know where you're at, what you want to see, and they will put it, rank it accordingly. So if the job board has registered with Google and made the markup language the way that Google wants it to, it will be scraped in here. So it doesn't matter if you bought the most expensive job ad on DieJob or Career Cross or anything like that, it goes on here equally. So let me take another drink of water, excuse me. Excuse me. So, oh, nice. Okay. Okay. So you'll get the location. Still not going, but from 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers, and depending on. Okay, it's coming back. Okay. You'll see like the different job boards, jobs in Japan, Gaijin Pod, and all this. So another thing that you can see is that I didn't pay more to be listed above Gaijin Pod. So it's just the way that Google thought. And what I did coming here is like I was playing like jobs Pokemon Go because I said how many jobs are fit my description in 10 kilometers. And I'm on the Shinkansen, the different, yeah, it shows my, okay, I'm going through Nagoya. Okay, these are the jobs that fit me. So this is a game changer. It's basically level the playing field for every single job board. Because if 70, 80% of the people are going here before they go to the job board, it doesn't matter. You just choose the job board that you make sure that they're part of this Google for jobs, and then choose the cheapest one. And that means I'm the winner. Cool. But no, it knows the location and all this. Another thing to look at, because of the location, is look to see if they have like the logo mark, if it's that way, because that means if the job board has properly done their markup language the way Google likes it. Because if they don't, it's like, maybe some of the other stuff isn't done properly. So for example, on mine, I said, you have like the mapping function, because I want to make sure it's perfect. And it's like, only Kanagawa? No, I want to be within the 2 kilometer range, because for full-time work, people will commute maybe an hour or so, depending on the job, or but for a part-time job, you're gonna have to be door-to-door 30 minutes. So that location is very important. Okay, and so you see like Berlitz, their logo mark is here, but on this one, it's only the B for Berlitz. So they didn't do the markup language properly. So you want to use a job board. There are many of them, and many of them do it well, but make sure that the Google, I say, markup language is right, because if someone asks you, what's the biggest job board? Is it Career Cross? Is it DieJob? It's Google. And Indeed is not on here because Google and Indeed kind of hate each other, and some of the other non-job boardish things like the Ohio Sensei and all this. Hey, it's free, use it, but they're not. You're going to be on Google. Okay, AI is taking over hiring as well. So yeah, what are we doing with AI? So what we're doing is on jobs in Japan. Some of you have used my site before. We had this video interview system, which was good in all this, because besides for like the resume and the cover letter and the screening questions, you could see what they look like to give an idea. But now we've integrated AI with it. So, and I can show you something there, but what you're going to get them is, that's what it's going to do. Nice, hello, how are you? It's and then you're going to get a score on their fluency. So you're going to get the CEFR, IELTS, Pearson's, all this. And it's within, for the IELTS score, it's 0.5 points, like a fudge factor. So if you're like, I only want to hire someone that's like a 7.5 or above, give them a 7, and then you can do that. So then you'll be able to get, so this is Jobs in Japan, you'll get like the cover letter, the information, the screening questions, the resume, all that. And then you get this long thing of their, how fluent they are. So this is used actually a few ways. So it's good to see what they're doing and all this. You have to give the AI a little bit of leeway, because some words it doesn't know. So if they say, what are you passionate about? And I say, oh, when I was in Morioka, it doesn't know Morioka, I did Ikebana and Kendo. It's like, Kendo. So yeah, they don't know those words. So you're going to have to give it a little bit, but it's pretty darn accurate. And the video interviews, it's not like those, the AI is actually smart. It's not like those brain age games apps that the first time you take it, you're 70 years old, and then you take the thing, and then like 3 times later, you like have a 20-year-old brain. No, it doesn't. The score will be actually the same, except for the fluency part might go up a little bit because you're speaking more. I say you've done it a few times, and there's fewer ums or ers with that. So, but that's really cool. So you can see more people and check their fluency. Yes. Sure.
In jobs in Japan, a lot of the applicants don't provide a video, and you have an option to request a video interview.
Right.
And I often click that, and then I hear from them again.
That's a good thing, because then you know they were applying to every job and not yours.
So with their
So yeah, what would happen is here, basically you'll see, if they don't have the video interview, it's gray. And then you click on it, and then we tell all their job seekers, please take this video interview because it will help your chances of getting a job, because all the I don't want to say all the employers, but what they'll do is they'll look through 100 applications, and then they'll see like, they'll go through all of them, they'll go, the top 5, the big 5, the Canadians, Americans, UK, Australia, New Zealand, and anybody from other countries go on the B list and all this, and then if they have the video interview, it's like, oh, for giggles, okay, let me take a look. And it's like Miguel from the Philippines took it, click on, wow, he speaks English better than I do. So that gives a good chance to the highly fluent non-natives. But if they don't have it, you click on it and it'll go green, which means they've been invited, but they haven't taken it yet.
Why don't you make it compulsory?
Because job seekers are busy, lazy. No, a lot of people they refuse, but.
Adam, there's a pretty wide spectrum. Go click on the messages, and there is a drop. You can click on the drop-down menu, and there is a already preset option you can do, and it will say, before we can proceed with the process, please complete the video interview. So you can actually send them, besides inviting them, you can send them automated.
Yeah, you can do that, but I like to see, to invite them and see if they'll do it, because that's more of like, are they interested in my job or any job? So it's kind of like a filter that way, but anyways, but if you click the button, it goes green because you have to give them a couple days to take it. You can't do it at Starbucks or at the company you want to quit. And so then it'll go red when they. No, but then it will go green. But no, if you see it, if it goes green and they don't take it, then it's like, oh, they weren't that interested. But they will get an invitation from. They click it, and then okay, my company, Peter's Language Studio, wants you to take it, and then whether they do it. But yeah, usually, yeah, it works that way. I don't want to make it compulsory because people are like, I don't want to do it. And it's like, okay, it's up to you. Okay.
Peter, is this the AI bot that speaks their language?
It's not about, it's AI technology, yeah. It's an
interview.
Yeah, an interview, yeah. You want to take it live now? We can, I didn't get a perfect score, yeah. Okay, well, I'll show you if we don't have enough time, but I'll show you. And if anybody later wants to like take it and all this, it's fun. Okay. And then, no, the scores are, I say ranked, and and you can even see the fin and whatever the phone is how you pronounce it, but yeah, which words that they phone, yeah. So you can see which words they struggled with in all this, and this speaking score was actually given to the cabin crew for British Airways to check that. So this is not just mine. This is a global thing. So, anyways, you can see more people faster and higher on, how would you say, just merit and all this, which is good. And for other things, if you're dispatching teachers out and they're like, oh, we don't know if they're fluent or not. It's like, no, this is not just my opinion. I have this backup documentation that they have done that. Yeah, it's AI, yeah. But and as you probably saw this, even the Japanese schools are going to AI. If you want to know the company that gave the AI to my site, I'm more than happy to share this and all this because I'm probably I'm the first job board to have it, and they won't sell it to the other job boards, so I'm safe. But for you guys, you have to know that all the other big schools are thinking about AI and how they're going to use it. Like, oh, we give our semi-annual interviews with the students and report back to the parents and all this. Now you can have your own, how you say, did it go to the next slide? Yeah, you can have your own like ACAN type test you can do with that. And then you can give the parents the score and all this, how much they've improved, if they've improved. If they haven't, they need more lessons per week. And then, but yeah, their speaking score, read aloud questions. They can even, there's even relevancy, which you can even put like, why do you like teaching children? And they say, pizza is, I like pepperoni pizza. They'll know the relevancy and you'll fail it. So it's not just matching against some waves and all this, it's actually understanding, and there's a relevancy score. So, but this is one thing that you can have that the other chains don't. So we're using AI as a supplement that for their homework, okay, read this passage, okay, answer these questions. So if you're not doing anything with AI, you're going to be a dinosaur. No, I'm serious, it's going to be, everybody's going to AI, it's cheap, it's fast, and all that, so okay. And for, but yeah, you can make any type of question you want. If you want to know this company, it's Speech Ace, but I know the Japanese representative. I'm more than happy to introduce you because I want you guys to succeed. And to have your own AI test and all this for the learners, that's so, yeah, it's just the way it's going to go. One other thing that I wanted to share with you, the last thing, because my time is already over, but I'm sorry, is that when you're hiring teachers, be sure to be very proactive in getting back to them. If you're waiting, I see so many employers like, oh, I just look at the applications on Fridays and send out. No, they have already 3 interviews by the time they've applied. So go through it every day and be responsive, or you're going to lose those teachers. And if you do need to hire, that's great, tell me, but anyways, good luck. AI is the way it's going, the whole industry, and not just hiring. The schools that don't differentiate, they're dinosaurs, are going down, and I see the numbers. Okay, thank you, and if you want anything, that's my, okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Peter Lackner, everyone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Kato.
Okay, that's my name, Kato. And what else? I live in Toyohashi. I have a school. We've been open for about 13 years now. I'm starting a publishing company this year called Hello Bear Publishing, and we'll be releasing a variety of new books. If you're interested in what I have to say, then come ask me about that later or send me a message. Where do I look at the people in here? To those people that are online? Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm going to get started. Thanks to everybody. Yeah. Everyone did a really good job, so now I feel like I'm not going to do as good of a job. Okay. Okay. So the title of my presentation is to increase value with creative and motivating lessons. And the goal of my presentation is to show you guys how and why the curriculum at my school has developed and how that has changed my students or helped my students to improve their fluency, just their level overall. It's also helped to increase their motivation and confidence, kind of the same thing that Brian kind of said. We have a lot of similarities. And because of that, parents can see what their children are capable of. They see that their kids are interested and like it. And so the parents see value in what we're doing. So that has made a big difference. And all of that has had a positive influence on retention, especially upper elementary students. And then we have kids stay through junior high and high school as well, same like as Brian, where we didn't have that before. Why can't I go to the next slide? And my computer's frozen. No, it's not. Okay, here we go. So when I started to redevelop the curriculum for my school, there were 2 things that I considered. And first is there a magic recipe to having my students improve or to fluency? I'm more kind of going that route. And if there is, what is it? And next is, how does my curriculum measure up to my competition? And is it sustainable for the future, which is something I think that we're all considering at the moment. So I did a lot of research, personal reflection, student observations. We tried out different things with our students to see like, oh, this works or doesn't. And I came up with a recipe. So you guys all wanted to know? This is the answer. Okay. I'm brilliant. I don't know if you guys know that yet. Okay. So this is the recipe for your English ability to grow. I made this acronym. It's original. And first is G, guided practice. I think we all know this. There's lots of ways we can do guided practice, like lots of methodologies and everything, and I'm not going to get into that. But guided practice is where we create the base for our students to pull from when they create original language. So our students need to have a solid base. As they get older and better, they still need guided practice to increase or improve accuracy. And so I could use guided practice with my Japanese, but I don't have time. So I make a lot of mistakes, but it will help our students in the long run. They need guided practice. Next is R, which is repetition. We all know our students need to review and revisit old language. And it's also very important and been proven that we need to use language in a lot of different contexts in order to internalize it. So if we just practice the same thing in the same style, they're not going to internalize it as much. And this is also why we need to do the next step, which is O, opportunity. To me, this is the key ingredient. And the idea is we need to create authentic and relevant opportunities for our students to use the language that they've learned, that they've practiced and reviewed. And if we don't do that, we're kind of like missing the point, I think, in a way. So if our students, it's kind of like, I shared this analogy last time I presented the same exact thing, is that it's like you can't become a good chef without, or by just watching cooking shows and reading recipes. You have to get in the kitchen. You can't become a good athlete by just going to practice. You have to compete. And so it kind of goes for everything, I think. But for English, if we're just doing drills and activity, like speaking, like interviews again and again, we're doing the guided practice. We're doing the grunt work, but we're not giving our students the time to shine or to use the opportunity in real life. So finally is W, which is willpower. And our students need to have, they need to see the purpose in what they're doing. They need to have self-motivation, because if they have that, it's what's going to give them the like reason to continue the drive. And also when they're studying, they're going to be more focused. They're going to make more connections and stuff like that because they see the purpose in what they're doing. So now that I have the magic recipe, if you guys think otherwise, don't say that. Now that I have the magic recipe, I need to see, okay, so what am I, like what I'm planning to do, how does it measure up to my competition? And when I look at my competition, the thing that I noticed is that most of them, for the most part, only offer guided practice and repetition. Wow, is that why everyone studies so much and can't speak English? I don't know. I wasn't going to say that. I wanted to be positive. Yeah, okay. So anyways, e-learning apps are designed exactly for that purpose, to like tune in on specific skills and improve those. I think they're great. I use them for the guided practice of my curriculum, and I use them as a tool. I don't even see them, to be honest, as a threat. Online and AI, like you mentioned, I think that they're also can be used as tools, but if that's all you have, it's very limiting what you can do because you're limited to a screen. You don't have a classroom community that you can like build off of. You also can't do as many things like opportunities. You can't create as many opportunities because you only have the screen. And you don't, it's also been proven, actually I just read this article and I was gonna post it in here, but now I didn't, now I feel like I should have, that actually it was about Zoom meetings and stuff, and that humans use way less brain activity than they do with online. I mean, they use less brain activity online than they do in person, and that we're much less creative, which is, I think, really important. So that's kind of lacking. I think that the trend is going towards AI, but I think that in person is still important, and the way that we can make ourselves sustainable is by opportunities. And then the same thing, big chain eikaiwas and juku are very systematized. It's easy to show results. We study this, they can do this, they pass this test, kind of a thing. It's easy to show results, but is it really true results? I don't know. So I kind of looked at all that and I thought, yes, we can be the opportunity. Not only can we, but we should. Okay, and that's kind of what I'm going to tell you guys about. I don't have a lot of time. So how can we offer opportunity? Well, a lot of us are doing like parties and events. That's a great way to provide casual opportunities for our students to use English. What Brian's doing is like that's opportunity. It's creating opportunities for our students to use English in like academic and casual ways, everything like that. And I'm more kind of focusing on how can we take what we're doing in the classroom, the things that we're practicing and drilling and guiding our students to improve at, and how can we offer opportunities like with what they're learning in the classroom that are academic and that are possible, like easy, that we can do. So there's one more thing before I show you how we do, how we offer opportunities to our students, is one more kind of indirect competitor that we have, which is other extracurricular activities. And I say this because we used to lose a lot of students, same as Brian, when they got to upper elementary school because their sports teams became much more demanding from 2 days a week to 5 days a week, more hours, things like this, right? So I kind of looked at it. Well, what did they offer? Well, they challenge them, inspire them, and let them shine. If you think about sports or about musical instruments, the students are challenging themselves every week, practicing really hard to compete in the game or to have the recital and perform. And when they do this, they shine and they get personal gratification. And when they do a good job in the game, or when they like do a good job in their recital or whatever, they get personal gratification. And that becomes part of their identity. So I don't want my students to quit sports. I was a tomboy, love sports. And it made me kind of who I am today. But I want my students to think English is just as important as their sports. I don't want them to quit their sports. I want them to make little sacrifices. Like now my students, instead of quitting, they eat onigiri before they go to basketball to make it in time to do both. I want English to be just as important. Having fun is really important too, but lots of things are fun. So if we just focus on fun, we're gonna get replaced. But if we challenge our students, inspire them, a chance to shine, then that's gonna be like, oh, I'm an English speaker, I do English. That's gonna be part of their identity. It's gonna be like their thing. I feel like the students that stick with me, it's because like English is part of them now. Like, oh, this is my thing, I do English. And before, they maybe didn't feel that. So when they got older, it was like, oh, my sports team, I'm a basketball player, so I don't have time for English. For now, both are part of who they are. So, okay, so once I decided that, I need to give my students the time to shine. They need opportunities to use English. We have done that through project-based lessons. For those of you who have heard me speak about this before, I'm doing it again. Project-based lessons, here I go again. So step one is before we start a project, they need to review target language. And we do that through guided practice and everything that they need to be able to do what you're gonna give them as the project. I'm gonna show you guys today what we do with our second graders, because in the past I've presented about project-based lessons and people think, oh, it's great for my older kids or my more advanced kids. And actually, I think that the benefits are so good that you should start young. And how do we do that? I'm gonna finally show you guys today in these videos. So this is my second graders, and normal class, they come once a week for 1 hour. And we've just finished, in the last couple months, they learned about family and adjectives to describe the family members. So like old, young, tall, short, things like that. We also learned about body parts, and then they can say like, I have long legs, curly hair, black, brown, dark brown eyes, or whatever. I don't let them say black eyes. Anyways, so now we finally finished all of that. In the past, I would have just moved on to the next unit. Great, they can do everything that I taught them. But now I need to offer my students opportunities. So we create a monster. We always do this before Halloween. And this is the initial step of just guided practice. This isn't the project. I'm just gonna show you kind of like what they're capable of. So this is them. I'll just explain it in musical. I'll just explain what they're saying because I've seen it a million times. And then if you really want to say it, you can ask me after. Is that cool? Okay, so here they are. Oh, you guys can hear it. Can you guys hear it here at least? Okay. Yes or no? Good. Okay, Tamaki, your turn. Tamaki got the point. Okay. Tamaki gets the next monster. Yeah, Tamaki, get the next monster card. Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear it? Okay, they all can be he if you want he.
He has two noses.
Two noses. Okay. He.
He has two mouths. He has two ears.
Okay, so you get the idea. So they can kind of talk or whatever, and they're doing that. And after they finished that activity, which is our warm-up activity, I told them, okay, we are going to create monsters. How did I do this? I drew a crazy monster that's like ridiculous, and I wrote the description about it below. So they had a good laugh. We read my description of the monster. Then now it's your guys' turn. So that's when we use a mind map. This is really important because this helps the students to organize their ideas. And if you don't use a mind map, the students aren't going to have confidence. They're going to be insecure. They're not going to know what to do. They are going to use lots of Japanese. So we use a mind map. It has ideas for them to think from, and then they can fill it out themselves. And after that, this is my students filling out the mind map. So you can see how I do that. In this class, actually one student was absent. So there's 5 students in this class. It's actually smaller. It's my last class on Saturday that I keep open just so my son can do an English class. And I'm going to show you guys this. Wow, good job, Kotami. It's B-R-A-C-K, no, Tamaki. They've only learned CBC words up until this point, but they're still sounding out words because they're so interested in the lesson. Good job. And no nose. It has no nose, Tamaki. Oh my gosh. Okay. Taich, what do you have?
Eraser, please.
It has eyes. It has. Okay. Good. Okay. And then we continue to read that together. So I'm checking what he did. And then I knocked that off. And I'm going to say this next one. They've, this is more. Hold on. One, continue. What's this? Can you read? Bugs. Oh, what's bugs? What's bugs? What? No, what's bugs? What's a bug? No, bug. Like beetle, spider. Komori, bats. Are you on bats? Ew, it likes bats. You can put that. It likes bats. How do you spell? That's the first time I taught them this question in context. How do you spell bats? Ready? B. Good. Bats. That's good. It likes bats. So this is kind of like them just working on their own. It's nothing pre-planned or predetermined. It's totally them making original ideas. And then they went and got whiteboards because they actually wanted to practice drawing their monster before they did the real thing, which wasn't even my idea. After we finished doing that, they had time a little bit to draw their monster in class. And their homework was to finish drawing their monster and color it at home because coloring takes forever and I don't let them do that in class usually, unless they have time. And once they finished doing that, they came back the next week and I checked, they wrote what was on their mind map on their poster underneath their monster. I checked it for them. We read it together. They practiced reading it in partners with me. The one boy that was absent came, so I helped him do his mind map real quick while other kids were practicing. And then it was time for the students to shine. So this is this girl's presenting hers, and you can see. Okay. My monster's name. Name is?
Gray Monster.
Good.
It is scary. Fast and big. It has
Good.
It's time, swim, and spread. It's breaks, back.
And now she's like, yeah, I did it. Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of what they did. This is a really fast project. It took 2 lessons, not even full lessons, and all the kids presented and felt really proud of what they did. We could have made it bigger. There's a lot of different ways we could do it, but this is just a quick example of how we do it with younger students. After that, then the kids tell each other what they like about their partners. Yeah, he just finished presenting, so they're gonna tell him what they like. You like the neck, look, Taichi. The neck, the orange neck. And they all want to tell what they like because they want to also be told. The body, okay. Kamaki. Okay, and I don't really have much time. So that's kind of how that goes. And then once we finish that, that could be the end of the project. My kids liked it. This is actually in their textbook. It's like another Karta game. We read these cards and they find them and we do this. And then we're gonna turn the monster that they drew into this project and make their own Karta cards. I have them here. I can show if you guys want. And they actually all wanted to create more new monsters. And so they're super into it. And then when they play the games, they love it. And they want to look at everyone's monster pictures and everyone's cards. And so this is the mind map for that. It's just kind of like going off of that. What time is it? Am I already over? Oh no, I still have time. Woo! Okay, so this is a different project. This is my 3rd graders. They wrote books about their family. I'm just going to show you guys this as well.
He is dangerous. My mom name is Kato. She is tall. My baby sister. My name is Susie. She is cute. My grasshopper.
Les is my grasshoppers are cute. Apparently he has pet grasshoppers. Okay, so that's him sharing his book about his family. And actually with our 2nd graders, after they finish their monster books, they also do extensive reading, and the books that the students make go into the extensive reading library. And we read this before it was their chance to check out books. And so the same 2nd grade class is reading other kids' books. She is cute. It's kind of reviewing what they did as well. They learned less. The older kids learned more. Name is Joe. That's my son's name, and he's in the class. Yeah. Okay, so you can see. And after that, actually, all the kids wanted to check out the 3rd graders' books. So it's like creating community within the school. It's encouraging the kids to want to make more books in the future. They always want to look at other kids' books. And so just always putting their posters or projects up on the wall, just as much as I can to encourage my students to do these projects. And these are basic projects for 2nd and 3rd grade. This is how we get my students started, just little by little, and always giving them a time to shine. And they have something to work towards. They're not just doing drill after drill. They're like, oh yeah, I got to learn this because I have to write a book about it. Something else I noticed is that the kids that you have that fall behind, we started having less of a gap of kids that started to fall behind because they want to get the project done. And I think in the drills, the kids that are falling behind, they realize, but when they accomplish a project, they get this like new sense of confidence, like, oh, I can do this kind of a thing. And that's made a really big difference as well. So there's a lot of different types of projects that you can do. These are just mind maps that we have. This is a paper festival that we do with 1st graders after they learn food and toys and stuff. They get to make like with origami, and then they sell it with play money, and they choose the prices and stuff like that. We have show and tell. When they learn about their town, they make a movie, and we put it on YouTube on our school website about like their town shokai, what's the word in English, introducing their town. They make a game to review what they learned that year. They write stories kind of after they learn past tense. So we're just trying to like incorporate what they've learned in the classroom. And all of that is kind of giving them opportunities, like more academic opportunities to use what they've learned in class and to create something original that they thought of themselves and share it with their classmates. It's giving them something to help them to make English theirs and part of their thing and who they are. It's made a huge difference. The parents can see, oh, my kid can write a book. My kid made this movie. It's not like, I've had parents call and be like, I'm gonna move to my school and, well, what can your kid do? I don't know. So they don't really see a purpose in what our students are doing. But when your students are doing projects and when they're motivated, they're like, yeah, I did this, and the parents can see that as well. The parents see value in what we're doing much more than before. They believe in our product. And so the retention has, it's like way better than it ever has been. We have students staying through junior high. I'm not really competing with JUCO anymore. Parents might send their kids to JUCO, but they also want to keep continuing at Eikaiwa, so, or with us. And so that's kind of it. If you're interested in anything that I said, I can show you the stuff I've created and that I want to sell in the future. And me and Brian are going to, like we said, do the retreat in Irago, which is here. And we have this guest house that we're finishing up that's here. It's really beautiful. And we are going to, I'm going to do training about my curriculum, and he's going to do expedition kind of stuff. So you can hang out. We want it to be a retreat and fun as well. So if you're interested in anything like that, then please get those cards that are on the bar. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Yeah. We're done.
Okay.
Shadi.
So, yeah.
Speak up, Ryan. Speak up. Yeah. And just try to repeat the question.
Okay. Gotcha.
So, Brian, you mentioned that you were charging 1,000 yen for students, like less.
1,000 yen less than the normal tuition.
And,
yeah.
It has a cost, I guess, like going rafting and
yeah.
doing all the things. So how much do you charge? Like, is it the monthly fee that the students are paying? Is it decided at the beginning of the school year? How do you deal with that?
Well, so this is, yeah, that's good. This is the question. I've already gotten it 3 times. So this is the main question. Yeah. When we first started, we had them pay a lesser monthly fee, and then we would charge per event. So if we went river rafting, they pay for the river rafting or summer camp. And then what happened is sometimes they would opt out because they had to pay. And so we decided it's all inclusive. And so we know we're going to do 2 big events where we maybe have to rent a bus, or maybe or zip lining costs some money. So we roughly budget that in. We know that we're going to do that. Like Fuji-Q Highland, someone said that's a really expensive one, but we don't do that every year. We do that once every 3 years. So they're going to get to go to Fuji-Q 1 time in their 3 times in the 3 years in the program. So yeah, does that answer the question? Okay. Every month they pay right with their regular lesson fee. They also pay this Explorer.
He just has a big heart, you know.
Well,
no,
you could. I don't know. You could probably make more from it. I don't know. I mean, and I think that if other schools wanted to do a different pricing model, I think they should try that. For us, yeah.
Being more specific, so exactly how much you're charging. Are you like only for this program? We don't talk about your retention or like.
Oh no, I don't mind talking about the price. It's just that we're in Yamanashi, so it's a little bit different. But it's like, so I don't know how helpful it is. But our normal tuition fee is 8,800 with tax, so it's 1,000 yen less, so 7,700 per month. So they're paying 8,800 plus 7,700.
So that's 4 lessons in one event.
They pay on the month just like they did for a normal school.
But I mean, you have like
1 event a month.
4 lessons in the month.
Typically.
And then 1 event.
Yeah, typically. I mean, August is different, December is different, but.
So like, sure. My question is like only talking about this like Explorer stuff. Are you on the red or are you earning money from that? It's like you probably need more staff to go outside other than inside the classroom.
All of our, well, we make a little money of it from, like, if you think the Halloween party, we charge 1,000 yen to 700 for people to participate in the Halloween party. The Easter party, they pay money to pay for. They pay a little extra money for summer camp, the explorers as well. So yeah, we come out ahead. We could come out more ahead if we wanted to be more cost conscious and not do river rafting or not. We could do other things. We didn't do river rafting at the beginning, but we think it's better to have these experiences. So.
We have a question online.
From Guy, if you allow your existing students or even people from not in your school to join events who are not in your Explorers program.
The events like in Halloween and Easter, Guy? For events, for our events, Easter and Halloween, anyone can join those. For summer camp, if we have a position open, a student of ours could join it if they wanted to, but we're full up right now, so that hasn't happened for a while.
What do you do for transportation? Do you always rent a bus? Do you have parents drive kids to the events?
We usually rent a bus twice a year, once for summer camp and once for zip lining. The others, we have them, the parents bring them to wherever it is, yeah.
How long are you said they start at like 4th, 5th grade?
Yes, 4th grade.
What's like the average student, how many years do they stay in? On average?
Almost all of them stay in unless they've got some kind of schedule conflict, like they're doing baseball and they can't make it. You know, we have a kid right now who's in baseball and he hasn't been able to make it to a lot of those expeditions. And so he's kind of starting to like, well, where's the, you know.
Okay, so you rarely have kids quit.
They don't run, yeah, they don't quit. They only quit because of schedule conflicts. Yeah. No one ever says that to me.
It's a question for both of you. So you run your projects during your regular lesson time, or is it
During my regular lesson. So it's just part of the school. Sometimes the project might be something like, for example, older kids will volunteer to help younger kids. We also do that as well. So we do the exact same thing. The older kids make games for parties and stuff like that, or the junior high kids are like group leaders at camps and stuff, so that would be separate. But other than that, it's just only like in the classroom things that we do.
Yeah. I don't know if I can answer that. What was the question again? Sorry.
So the question was like, are you running your projects like during your regular lesson?
Right, we've created a separate time, that session, those sessions that we do are when we do those projects.
That's exactly what bothers me, is that you're charging 8,000 yen for regular classes and the Explorer, and you're having like 80 hours.
Yes.
Wow. 8,000 per book. He's charging 8,000 minus 1,000.
Yeah, so about Ichiman Gosen and per month. Yeah. Yeah.
They're paying an extra.
Yes.
1,500. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Don't go. Yeah.
It's not a question, but I just want to. So my school is a tester school right now for Katie's materials. Actually, this year for one of our bilingual classes, higher level. So if anybody is interested, I'd be more than happy to share some information. So Katie explained about 2nd and 3rd graders. Ours are more 6th graders, but their abilities are, you can have normal conversation with them in the classroom. There is absolutely almost zero Japanese at all. And so I will be more than happy to show you some of the results from that. And I'm extremely tickled. Tickled and delighted. Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're great, because I'm going to talk to you about, because I need to talk to you about next year.
Yeah.
We're going to expand. So I was testing it out in one class, but we're going to expand.
Yay. Thank you. Yeah.
Like I know his setup, and he has a staff and the resources.
Yeah.
I am, we're about to hire teachers or staff, but I'm still on my own. So how would I, because I want to do this.
Yeah.
I want to do this, kind of phase out some of like the curriculum stuff and do more project stuff. Like, how would you suggest I do that, or somebody in my situation?
Would you suggest, like, still having a textbook and then doing this on the side?
Well, I have textbooks. Yeah, just joking. So, but yeah, so actually how I've done it is I've just incorporated pretty much like we do a couple units, and then usually it's in the review unit where we would do a project that kind of like brought it all together, kind of a thing. And so that's how we do it. Projects do take more time, so it's something to consider. So my textbooks went from being like more units to less units. You could think, I'm teaching all of this stuff, but actually, if you don't like kind of delve in, the students aren't really going to make the connections. It's when they do the projects that they start to like make connections in their brain, think in English. And when they start to think in English, that's kind of the goal, right? So I think it's better, and like less is more, kind of in a way. Like they're still learning, but actually what they're learning, they actually can use. So when we get to review units, I think that's the best chance to do a project. And projects the one I did here only took 2 weeks. And even in the beginning, we were still doing kind of review games and we read books still. So that project didn't even take 2 full lessons. So it's very adaptable. And I think that mind maps is the way that you can make projects so that anyone can teach them. Yeah, it's not that difficult. Yeah. Sorry.
Eric the smoker.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Eric, we can see you.
Yes, Amy.
Hey, hi, Eric. We see you smoking. Lost him. Great.
Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say my maps do work. I work at a private school that use thinking tools, and they have been really useful. At my school, I'm the only English teacher who uses mind maps, so it's really helpful. But I have a question for you.
Sure.
So now you're expanding the Explorer program into you want partnerships. Will you have a fee? Do you like?
That's the phase we're into right now. I'd like to, if there's people that are interested, I'd like to collaborate and kind of see, like I said before, like I don't know what we don't know. I know we know how we did it, and we opened it at our other branch. We started doing it. We found some hiccups along the way, like because now we've got a branch that we're trying to run it at. It has different facilities than what we have at our main place. So I think there's a lot of questions still to be answered before it's ready to go, across the country. But yeah. Thank you.
Exactly my response was collaborating.
Yeah. Collaborating is really, yeah.
You probably have to, because like I don't have my workplace isn't my place.
Right.
I don't own it, and my boss, if he's interested, he wants all the details. So
Yeah.
we probably have to talk about it.
Yeah, I think at first it's like for people who are established who have something ready to go. I mean, I'd like to just have some meeting time. That's kind of what March is about. Maybe even do earlier than that, and just kind of sit down and go like, okay, so how's this going to work for everyone? I know I talked with Ben Shearon. I don't know if he's here right now, and he doesn't have any classroom space. We had a problem where we had extra classroom space, but he doesn't have that. So how does that work for him? And I think and then another Tom was saying that he's a one-person operation. So how does it work for him? I think those are things we have to talk through. Right. Yep. I don't think this is something where it's, how do I say? I say platform because I think you should be able to adapt it the way you want it to a certain degree. I think there are some key ingredients that should be in there, but then you're going to choose what kind of expeditions you want to do based on your geography and what you have around you, and it should be like that. I'd like to, if there's enough interest, and that's what I'm here to see if there is any interest, I'd like to create like an explorer's cookbook, kind of like you had your recipe kind of thing. Like, okay, here's what works, here's what we tried, and then actually have a network, a forum where we share ideas. Oh, we did honey harvesting, we made a Kahoot, and sharing all that. So that's how I see it working.
I can see people also like if my the corner of Japan want to go to Osaka, they can sign up for maybe David's
exactly
explore an event or something.
Yeah.
We're all part of that, base.
Can we listen?
I know.
We can build something.
Well,
I want to talk to you about
that's exactly it. Yes, and online. What's that?
Andy says earlier, please.
Earlier, please. Thank you, Andy.
We could make it earlier. We could. Doris. Yeah.
I really like the idea of like being like a scout troop. Like I'm in the city, I'm in Tokyo, and like a lot of times it's just really difficult for us to find a river to clean it up. Where do we have a river?
But
not like it would be really great if we could have like a group of people, and then maybe
Yep.
They cover everyone and then go wherever, like
Right. Yeah.
and then they can clean up Yamanashi.
Yeah. We've also done, I mean, it's not just about like out, I think that because river rafting is really attractive and the zip lining and stuff, we've gone to the shopping mall and done like a treasure hunt for looking for English words. It doesn't, I mean, you take what we just happen to be in a very rural and a very nature-based place, so we do more nature-based things, and that's good. I think they should have all kinds of different experiences, but what you have around you should use. The honey harvesting thing, we just walked up the hill and, oh, there's a place where they're doing that. Hey, can we bring our students? And it just happened. It was just a walk up the hill. That's what was there. Yeah, Brian?
When you do something like the honey harvesting, which obviously I assume they are not geared toward English speaking events.
Yep.
How do you then meld that between an English speaking event
Yep.
if they're doing the honey harvesting?
Yep. That's what the sessions and the six C's do, because the parents don't question that. First, yeah, the guy didn't speak any English whatsoever, but we used the sessions to prepare for that. We taught them all of the types of bees and how they make honey. We watched videos in English, so we talked all about that. And then they went and did the event and then came back and reflected upon that. So the English gets in there. It's at the beginning, and when they return back, when we're doing river rafting, we try to use English as much as possible, right or left or stop, but that's not very much English, but it gets baked in later. And then also we're trying to do more than just teach them English, those 6 C's, so parents buy in because, oh, this is a good experience for them to have, and it will build their confidence or their courageousness, they had to touch the bees, they were touching those bees, and some kids did not. They were scared to do it. It was a challenge for them. So, yeah.
Do you have to purchase additional insurances or things like this?
In some cases, we have. Yeah. In some cases, I actually think for summer camp we do. River rafting, I think they're covered. In zip lining, we don't do anything. But zip lining is super safe, actually. But yeah, no.
They're not gonna.
I always think if it breaks, it ruins their business. So.
And even cheaper if you go to like your true insurance.
Yeah.
You can do like 100 yen or like.
Yeah, it's cheap.
I have a
hot air balloon.
Really? Yeah.
That's
See, that would be a hot air balloon.
You've done that?
Once and second
I'm
time,
so scared. I don't know if I could get the badge. Really?
At 6 a.m. You have to do it really early in the morning. And one day they canceled it like an hour before.
So for me, that's the thing. Like the money that they're paying into that monthly fee, you can do those. I mean, if you didn't have explorers, you'd have to ask them to pay for it in addition to what their regular fees. But they're already invested in it. They're paying the money, and so when you're giving, you can afford to give them these experiences. And it just depends on how catchy you want to be about making money right away from it.
Do you have kids sometimes that want to just, like the friends of the students that want to just come to the event?
No, we don't really, they don't know, we don't really talk about it. They wouldn't allow it. We wouldn't allow it, actually. If it was an enrolled student that we wanted to kind of coax to join and they're on the fence, just come. We're going to archery next week.
The river cleaning one, that's a great PR. Remember those kids cleaning the river?
Yeah,
green shirts
exactly,
on?
exactly. Yeah. The green T-shirts are, yeah, it's good.
Let's say so, a lot of us are probably at like the 4th, 5th graders. That's when you lose interest. Before kind of delving into changing the curriculum, what would both of you suggest? Try this project with your 4th and 5th graders, like a real simple kind of trial kind of thing. This will kind of really encapsulate what we do and get that motivation coming out.
I think that the easiest things that you could do is just have your students make a poster about something that, like, they made a monster, or you have them make a poster about themselves, or just something, whatever they're studying, or like turn it into a book, or make a movie, or just anything really that just kind of reviews what you're doing, and you think that your students will think that it's fun. And then it's just pretty much that. It's just turning something what they have studied into something. Like a poster is a really easy way to do it. They write about it. And then it's really important that they present. That's very important, because that's where they can shine. And that's where they get that personal gratification that they achieved something. So you need, that's kind of like the steps. I put them here, but I said them in my last presentation as well. It's like they need to be shown what they're going to do, go through mind maps to organize their thoughts, work hard at improving and finishing their product. Then they need to present it so they can shine, and then they need to reflect and give feedback. That's pretty much it. So you can do anything. I would recommend to do it in a review, and then just whatever you think is fun. Yes.
Yeah, my question is, how often do you do your reviews?
We do projects about 2 to 3 times a year. Yeah, and some classes we might do like mini projects a little bit more. Also in my curriculum, like there's a lot of like journals and things like that that can be presented anytime if we wanted more. And sometimes I have it like incorporated into review, so twice a year. So usually twice a year. But sometimes I try to do a little bit more, just because actually I had a girl who's like falling behind and she was like losing confidence the other week. And then the first thing that pops into my head is we got to start a project, because that's what's going to bring her right back. So projects are what save all those kids that think they're falling behind or losing interest. Once I heard her say that, and I was like, okay, we got to do a project like ASAP, because she loves doing projects, and that's what will get her confidence back up. So usually we have definitely planned in 2 projects a year, and usually I try to get 3, and then just like little sprinkles of little, projects here and there, like just draw a picture and tell us about it kind of a thing, stuff like that. Like show and tell is something easy, but they still need to practice presenting it before. Yeah.
So I got a question.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, if you allow students to come in different parts of the year, like new students coming in. Like
yes, I do.
Like so,
yeah.
If that's the case, how do you get the new students up to speed with, if they're in the middle of a project or?
Yeah. Usually, if new students did come in, I always tell the moms, it's usually when they're younger that they would probably be joining, but you kind of, if they haven't learned the stuff from the past, right? But whatever you're doing now, they're going to jump right in and learn this set of vocabulary for these 2 months. And so then that's usually what the project would be covering. And there would be maybe some stuff that would be reviewed from the past, and you would just have to help that student a little bit more through that. If I had a student that was going to join in the middle of doing a project, I would just tell the mom, can you please wait till next month? Because we're finishing up a project right now. Your child's not going to have anything to do. They could join when we're presenting. Yeah.
The parents could see.
Yeah. But I probably wouldn't have a student join mid-project. That would just be like a downer. Yeah, but I think parents would see, oh, wow, they're doing this really cool video project.
Right.
I'll wait till next month to start something like that.
Yeah, so you don't want the kids just twiddling their thumbs and all that.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have someone join mid-project. Yes.
With Brian, are you providing do you provide Japanese literature for the parents, or like Japanese staff that can train my Japanese staff on how to talk to the parents about introducing this kind of a program?
Yeah, I think that's why I want to get people's opinions, but I think that would be I think there could be a tiered approach, like some. Yeah, and I think depending on how much interest there is, I think we could make a recruitment video it's already ready to go. We could offer support, because we have our support staff who are doing this. We could even, for the really needy, I think we could book buses and do the insurance. I think we could take care of that. I think it would be a tiered. This is what I'm thinking in my head, but I just want to get feedback from people first, like because I don't care about making a lot of money out of it. I really do want. I'm going to say that, because I don't, it's not my, I do, but not up front. I mean, I think not in the beginning. I think it should be something. Yeah, I think that it should be, I just want enough that I can afford to help make it happen. But I think I have, that's why I showed that really gaudy, dreamy idea, because I think that's where I'm aiming for. So, Amy?
Hi, about your staff to teachers, you have to come on Saturday and Sunday. And some teachers Saturday, that's my free time. How dare you? How do you kind of convince them or entice them to come and work on a Saturday? And do they get paid for those events? And where does that fee come?
Yep.
They get in probably their salary.
Right.
Is that from the 7,000 and something?
I mean, it's that we have only full-time teachers, first of all, and it's in the contract. I mean, and it's actually, it's actually a recruitment tool. I mean, when we were putting, on jobs in Japan, when we put an advertisement, we really focus in on like, we're going to go river rafting, we're going to go hiking, we're looking to, because we also are a very Inaka place, so we don't even have a train station in our town. So we're looking to attract the type of person who wants to do that kind of stuff. And so they know from the beginning that's part of it. But we also offer like 6 weeks of vacation, so they get a lot of time off. There's give and take. Yeah. So.
One thing about insurance, I do a lot of camps myself.
Yeah.
The whole adventure. So what I do, I have the parents send a photocopy of their health card, and then I state there's risks involved in every activity we do.
Yeah.
So I explain, there's a possibility of this, possibility of that. So I give them the option to take up the insurance on their part, and they sign a waiver and liability form before.
Nice.
So then that burden is kind of not on you. Like, I have insurance covering myself as well, but I kind of give them the option. Like, this is a company I suggest you can get insurance, and then that's kind of taken care of.
That's
and
a good
have
idea.
A copy of their health card. So if they do have to go to the local clinic, show the copy of the health card, and then NHI kind of takes over from there.
Eric's giving us the time's up thing. One thing I wanted to say really quickly is that I think that what I'm doing, what Katie's doing on CLIL activities and things, I think this is kind of, I've said this to Katie a lot, I think this is kind of the wave we're on right now. I think we're all looking at ways to differentiate ourselves. I mean, the business guys over there were talking about the ones who survive are the ones who are differentiating themselves and making themselves unique. And so I think that's why you're seeing this wave right now. Everyone's trying to figure out what they're doing can make them stand out from everybody else. And I think we're two options. There's a lot of options out there. So.
Those lead deals we're talking about.
Yeah. Her stuff's really great. Really great. Yeah, Eric, I think we're done.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let's open it up for questions for Peter Lackner, who gave us our presentation on hiring in the job market. Yep. And Tyson Batino, whose presentation was on growing your school, looking at retention rates, different rates, and how to optimize your school business. So go ahead. Who has questions? You're just here for the answer. Any questions online?
I missed your presentation this morning. Can you give us a quick summary of what you said this morning? It'll take 25 minutes.
To recap it, the way to grow your school is either to get more inquiries for lessons. The second one is get students to take more lessons or offer different services. I think like the excursions is one good example of that. The third one is for the people who have inquired to your school, how do you get more of them to the trial? Next step is for the people who come to trials, how do you get more of them to sign up? And the last one would be retaining more students. And I think the other one, I guess, improve the website.
If you were to pick one of those, which one would be the most important, do you think?
My thought would be it's either, I think for most schools that I've seen, I would say it's either inquiries or retention. The reason I say that is I think majority of the school owners, they have a pretty good service. They take good care of their school. Everything looks presentable. So their sign up rates are probably usually, I'd say, like 70 to the gold standard is probably like 90%. So I think most schools are already in that range. For those who are maybe at the 60% range, sometimes 70% range, an often issue that comes up is that just when your school is smaller, let's say you have about 50 students, sometimes even 70 students, you might not have enough class availability so that even if your lessons are very good, you're probably going to get a 10, 15, sometimes 20% reduction in sign-up rate simply because there's no place to guide the student. So in that case, it's either do you
stick steadfast to like, I need to have a minimum of 4, or let's say maybe you might open up a class faster than you might traditionally would have liked to have done. So that's why I think most schools are usually pretty good in the sign up range. And if it's kind of low, it usually is schedule, most likely. And the only hack for that is open classes. So I think, yeah, usually those would be the big two: more inquiries and reducing quitters.
What's the number one way to get more people to your homepage in your experience?
In my experience, I think it's that I would look at it 2 different ways. Like when I look at website traffic, I like to think, what is the quality of the traffic? So in terms of low quality traffic, it would typically be a blog. It's like, for example, my blog for Japan Switch and BFF Tokyo, we get 60,000 visitors combined. Like I can go around like, oh, I got 60,000 visitors, but majority of it comes from the blog. But if the higher quality visitors in this case would be people who search for Japanese lessons in Tokyo.
I think most of us here are quite localized. We don't have multi-chain national schools. So we don't need 60,000 people from all over Japan looking at our school. So how do we localize?
Yes, I think with that said, I think that most of the schools, like doing a blogging strategy, actually doesn't work because it's localized. And the only reason I did it is because for Japan Switch, we do online lessons. But for me, the key one was Japanese lessons Tokyo. Google Maps, Google search, anyone searching for Japanese lessons in Tokyo, they need to find me. And that was kind of.
So do you have any tips on how to get your presence higher in Google?
For Google, it's without paying. It's the one that I can tell that everyone can do is I would say Google reviews, reviews on Google. It makes up probably 40 to 50% of the ranking. This isn't public. This is just me making a guesstimate based on beating all the big guys in Tokyo. So like for Shibuya, my school ranks Ikaiwa Shibuya, Ikaiwa Shinjuku, Japanese lessons Tokyo, one of my clients personal training Tokyo, but 40%, 50% is reviews. The rest, it's more technical. It's like how you adjust the profile. So it's more technical.
Do you ask your students to review?
In our case, yes. We do. We ask them to review, and it's actually my art. I haven't had to yet, but that's why I'm very happy. I'm proud of it. It's but in our case with Japan Switch, because of our size, we know people who will do it for free. So I think if you have a smaller school, you might have to incentivize, but even at 200-300 students, we could get, but Japan Switch had one advantage too. Our customers are foreigners. So we did have so we could get, with 200 students, we could get 5 reviews a month easily if we tried, but it's the staff, we don't really need to do it anymore, but they have a quota of getting 2 to 3 reviews a month. And that was like a non-negotiable, like with the Japanese. Yes, my office staff. And so how we would do it is the teachers, they would provide a list of students who are very happy. Then the Japanese staff, they'll target those that they know, or that they kind of talk to a little bit. Yes. And so that's so I'd say if you're under like 100, you might have to incentive. It's harder, but I think the route of going from teachers, creating a source list of people you can ask, then talking to the Japanese staff and finding who they feel comfortable talking. And in the case where they're not comfortable talking with those students, I would tell the Japanese staff, you don't need to talk to them or you don't need to ask them right now. We'll restart again in 3 months. But during this time, build this relationship with these students who are very happy. And that's how we'll get the reviews. And the reason I say reviews is probably 40% is so it is recorded, but our business partner for the Japanese school, they provide the teachers, we do the market operations. They also run a premium Japanese school. They have 450 reviews. Like, you can't compete with that. But even though we only have 40 to 50, I'm number one, and I think they're number 3 or 4. So that's why I think reviews isn't the biggest factor. And I have another client in Tokyo with around 40 reviews. He's beaten places with over 100. So that's why reviews, I would say, is 40%.
Can I ask a question to the school owners? Does anyone here teach mainly kids? So for example, in Tyson's case, where he's teaching adults, or his school teaches adults, or other schools who teach adults, you're dealing directly with the adult who is the student who will then give the review. In our case, we're dealing, I'm predominantly at a children's school. We're dealing with that middle person, which is the parent. And I often say we're in the business of education, but we spend more time educating the parents than we do the kids, right? So is there anyone here who are teaching children that successfully gets reviews from parents?
Yes. So actually, because of One Coin English, I can't really take on clients who teach adults because there'll be a conflict of interest. So that's why I mainly help. For the kids one, I think it's trying to provide opportunities where the parents feel really proud of the child and therefore want to review. And yeah, all right, I'll show you. I'll say private, or just to be kind. Other one is like, let's say if there's an Aiken test and the kid passes, that's a good opportunity. So I think the Japanese staff, they have to kind of, and as the owner as well, try to create opportunities where then you could ask afterwards. So I think Aiken is a good one, or I think I haven't tested Halloween party, but that could be one example as well. If you see like kids having a lot of fun, that would be a good opportunity to or if you did want to incentivize it, it's maybe at the Halloween party, if they write a review, get something. I'm not sure if you would give a present but you could. That's Halloween cupcake.
Yeah. I know you've got a lot of kids.
That's all right. Well, we didn't have a lot of reviews, and then this is a common story. We got one bad review from a customer that we had to refuse to our preschool, whom they got really pissed and put a 1-star review, and we didn't like that sitting there. So that's what happens to a lot of people, right? But then we just contacted, like you said, parents that we had good relationships with who had kids that were really happy. And I think in like a week we got 15 reviews. It's not a huge amount, but they're, all really golden reviews with a lot of, and we haven't really done much with it since then. We're not really that smart with the school marketing, to be honest. But yeah.
I think that's definitely something I need to add, is using my current student body uplift. Right. Student intake, which is reviews. We don't have a.
Can I just open it up to other questions? And I want to get Peter involved as well.
One last thought.
Okay.
Probably the one other big challenge you might find is the parents might not actually have a Gmail account. So I think it's good to check with that list if they have a Gmail account, then ask the ones. Because typically if they don't, they won't usually make it.
Yeah, so we're talking about Google, but at least in the past, most Japanese people were not using Google. And has it grown in the last couple of years, or are people still using Yahoo and other search engines? And should we worry about that?
So I have about 13 to 15 language school clients, and I've analyzed the analytics and the breakdown between how people come to the website. But in general, 70% of searches is in Google, 30% is in Yahoo. Yahoo also provides Yahoo Maps feature. I've tested it out, no one uses it, or Yahoo Business, unfortunately.
Is that for the Japanese school or for English people learning English and their parents?
I would say it applies for both adults and kids. and I have clients in Mie, Aichi, Miyagi, Osaka, Wakayama, and across the, I would say in Tokyo, you might have like a 5 to 10% more leaning towards Google, but usually it's around 70% Google, 30% Yahoo. So I would say Google search, Yahoo search, Google Business is the big three. Apple Maps, Yahoo Business. I might do it just to create a present, but I wouldn't expect anything from it. And I think the last thing I'll say on that is the other data is for kids eikaiwa, I would say for your website, probably 80% is on mobile.
I have a beginner question, but who do you need to convince first, the parents or the kids? Like, who comes to the website and who do you need to convince first? Because then that will drive the marketing effort. You mentioned Instagram as a very powerful channel, but I didn't hear about TikTok. So if the kid is the one you need to convince, then might be a very powerful way also to reach out. So
I think 9 out of 10 kids are posting things.
Yes, that's it's like Adam said, it's 100% the parents. But that's through online. I think, yeah, and I think to be honest, like, I mean, a kid might see a flyer, but yeah, it's pretty much predominantly the parent. If it's from the child, it'll probably have to be something in person.
We ask some questions to Peter. I've got one to start it off. You mentioned that there's competition between also not just trying to hire foreign teachers, but also the hiring market for Japanese people is also getting quite difficult. At our school this year, we've had our teachers have stayed for quite a long time and we haven't had to hire, but we're just going through Japanese staff quite quickly and having a real struggle finding them. Do you know why that might be happening? And is there anything that we can do to help us hire good Japanese staff that speak English to an extent?
Unfortunately, my site just deals with the foreigners in Japan, but everybody's struggling to get, I say, good like Japanese staff or bilingual Japanese staff for their own schools that live locally. Yeah, that's the part. But on the hiring side as well, I see all the schools, because they don't want to take the risk in hiring a full-timer. Everybody's trying to do like a part-timer to like just have that variable cost instead of that fixed cost per month. I see a lot of that. But the problem is those people aren't available. So a lot of the schools are doing things like if you are the main employer, the part-timer, you can offer them the visa if they can show that they're getting a livable wage from their other side gigs and all this. So maybe they want to do like, I don't know, they want to be in a band and they want to work at McDonald's and all this, but they'll work for you and you're their main employer. You can offer them the visa guarantor, and then you'll get a lot of, loyalty from that person because they want to keep their visa. So, but yeah, part-time stuff is up, but there's no people to take it. But now you have the competition from a lot of the lifers that's like, oh geez, I'm stuck doing this eikaiwa thing. I don't have any other skills, but now they can do anything. So it's pretty interesting that way. But for the schools, it's been very Darwinian, if you will. So that's been interesting where a lot of them have, after COVID, a few of them saw a small spike and just they're like, oh, good times are back again. It's like, and then they just went down. So it's almost like giving a diabetic a cookie for that. But yeah, the good schools that have a plan and doing quality, they'll grow. But I don't know if that answered your question, but yeah, getting Japanese staff.
I can answer the Japanese question. So for the Japanese question, it's so I have a lot of experience with it. For a Japan switch, I had a team of 1 full-time Japanese manager and 3 part-time Japanese staff working about 20 hours a week. One Coin English probably has about like 50 Japanese staff, probably 10 full-time, 40 part-time. But my thoughts on it is to find a Japanese staff who can be a school manager. That is probably harder than finding a teacher manager. I think that is the hardest position to find. My reasons for that is even in Tokyo, it's hard to find someone who can be a school manager. And let me kind of emphasize this point. It's so in Tokyo, you have a lot of cafes, Starbucks, Tully's. So there's a lot of physical location businesses that would require a store manager. And even in Tokyo, we find it really hard to find someone who has a store manager experience, who has, I would say the biggest one is leadership. Oftentimes with Japanese males, they'll often fail at the job because they're too bossy to like the female staff, and the female staff mutiny. I've had to coach Japanese male staff and on how to overcome that. Like your staff don't respect you, your management style doesn't work. I've made Japanese males cry because I really had to make them realize that they're actually a bully. Like, and it's like,
bosses bully the workers. I've heard some bosses at restaurants when I was eating bully the workers that made a mistake. So that's an example, yeah.
And so like when I would just tell, people are quitting because of you, because you're a man. So I meant that's why he cried, not because I was bullying him, but just him realizing that he's caused this much harm. From the females, and one big factor is like getting pregnant and let's say leaving the workforce, or what often happens in a lot of cases too is women who have, and men as well, but for store managers in the service industry, I'll say there's quite a lot of females, but a lot of them have actually changed industries, changed jobs. So it really makes a kind of small pool of people who can run. So at One Coin English, we came to the conclusion that we have to just develop staff internally to become store managers. Yeah, we tried externally. It's just too, I think it's just too narrow. And so I want to start off with that context. That's probably the position that I think most schools are struggling. You really want a store manager, school manager with leadership who can kind of communicate with the foreign team, but also lead the Japanese team. And so I'll say that's probably the hardest position to find. And yeah, so I was
the first scold, they're like, not coming in tomorrow.
And so, but with Japan Switch, we actually have a really strong team, but unfortunately, I think, I'm going to explain the answer, but it doesn't apply to many of you here because of the work schedule. So what I found with Japan Switch is we have 3 part-time staff. They're very good. They're in their 40s. A lot of them have been professionally trained. Not professionally, but in Japan, shakaijin keiken. So they've been trained for months by a Japanese corporation. We had an ex-JAL stewardess. One of our other staff, she worked for like 8 years. But in our case for Japan Switch, as I mentioned, we're morning, and now we're actually afternoon. We're just weekday mornings, afternoons. So the staff, they can come in, they can take their kids to the daycare, come work, go home at 5, pick up their kids. There's no overtime. And so we've been able to find really good part-time female staff who have been trained at corporations. And very, like, you don't get none of this silliness. Like, they come on time, very responsible. A lot of them can use the computer. Because, I mean, that's the challenge everyone has here. Like, you might have someone, but can they use the computer?
Bill.
We've been able to find really high quality
Bill.
staff
Bill,
because of the schedule.
Can you hear me?
And
could you ask Tyson where he's finding these part-time,
keeping any middle-aged,
where he's finding the Japanese part-timers from?
Yes.
I've been asked, where are you
Where are you finding the Japanese part-timers, these women in their 40s?
He's asking, where are you finding the Japanese part-timers, women in their 40s?
Okay, and actually there's the next part I was going to go into. With that said, like having part-time Japanese staff who have been, let's say, are re-entering the workforce. So in our case, it was women whose children are now entering junior high school and want to re-enter the workforce after 10 years. With that training, it's been really easy for us to just train them. And we can, it's like, okay. Okay, so, and the next question is, so where can you find them? I would say there's no, I would say if you go the free route, I would say try the free route first. What you'll do is, you'll use something called like Air Work. So if you know if you go to a cafe, they have Air Reggie, but it's made by Recruit, Air Work. You can post a job ad, you can create a profile for your school for free. And if you use that software, it's going to post it to, like Peter mentioned, Google. And it will also post it on Indeed for free. And it might, Yahoo Jobs is coming, I'm not sure when, but they might, I think it might post it to Yahoo Jobs as well. So Air Work, just as it sounds, Air Work is made by Recruit. So that's one. That would be the free route. Then after that, it would be maybe you'll see Indeed free. If Indeed free doesn't work, maybe put in 10, 20,000 yen. Another free one that sometimes gets result is called Engage, Engage. I forgot, it's one of the other big recruitment companies does it. And I would say the free route, I would say if those don't work, or you could try Hello Work as well, but if those don't work, then I would look for just part-time job board that is strong in your area, and you might have to pay. But I don't think there's one across the board that will work for everyone. You would have to, there are some local partners.
Just one thing, using the parents of the students you already have, advertising, I'm looking for part-time staff. If you've got a couple of hundred students, for example, you've got a couple of hundred possible candidates who might want a few hours on the site. Start there, then move online.
Yeah, and I've seen that work for several of my clients too. But actually, yeah, I'm finished. Yeah, I would.
But I've asked so much. Does anyone else have any?
Real quick question. I'm kind of out of touch these days with
we're going over
part-time teachers. I've been on my own for a long time. What are people expecting these days for an hourly salary for a part-time teacher?
If you want, well, it's also going to have to depend on how many hours in a block, because some if it's like I just need 2 hours, you're going to have to pay more. But if it's for a block of hours, like 4 or 5 hours, and then you can say, if you want someone who's native, usually about 2,500 or 3,000 is usually the going rate. But if you pay less, yeah, also daily rate. Some people are like, oh, if you're working on Saturdays, you work more than 6 hours, we'll give you an extra 10,000 yen or something like that. They'll put it out there because they're so hard to get the Saturday workers. But yeah, if you have like, oh, 1 class a week, you're gonna have to pay through, more just to entice them. So, but if you pay under 2,500.
All right, we're going to get started then. This is the perfect opportunity for me to thank someone who's been doing this event with me. As I think you know, the event was sponsored by englishbooks.jp, and of course all of you with your support. But Adam and I this year were the primary, I guess, organizers of the event. So Adam did a lot of work with the presenters, talking with them, getting their slideshows and stuff like that. So a round of applause for Adam and all of his hard work. As we're saying thanks, David, where's David Chandler? David right here has been instrumental in the food prep. There's been a lot of prep that he's done, and Phil's wife Dolly back here, she's also been very helpful. People came yesterday, last night, for many hours cutting and chopping, so round of applause for that. One more time.
Don't complain.
One more time, one more thank you for Satomi for running the Zoom for everybody at home. And with no further ado, I wrote the schedule up. It's a little late, but there you go. So our next presenter is Adam. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Kardos.
There we go. So the piano works. Yay! All right, I'll just end here and we'll just have the piano time. I wanted to do the thanks and the shout outs as well, which Eric just did, but he's missed himself, who did, I think, the bulk of the work. Set up this amazing place, and this just what a technical wizard. It's just so cool that you got to put this together, this hybrid event. I've just never seen anyone pull it off quite like that. So everyone, thank you to Eric. And now I will begin my presentation. So the GDP of Japan has fallen by 3%. So I'm going to talk about some economic kind of stuff. I know you guys all went out to lunch and you're probably full, so I'm going to try not to put you to sleep. If you have that app, the Kahoot, we'll turn it into a little bit of a game show, so hopefully it'll be a little bit fun. It's a short presentation, so there won't be much time for discussion during it, but hopefully after we can chat as well. Quick introduction of myself. I think a lot of you know me already. But I have English schools in Hyogo, in Kobe, and also in Kawanishi, and another place called Hibarigaoka. We specialize in CLIL. We have a Gakudo program, preschool, and what I would call holistic courses for kids, which are kind of very similar to what Katie and Brian both talked about as well, really giving kids experiences in English rather than just focusing on teaching English. So this is where my head's at, and that's what I would love to be presenting on today. Honestly, that's what I'm most passionate about, but looking at the lineup, I thought someone needs to talk about the GDP of Japan will raise slightly and then flatten by 2024. All right, so get ready for that. Also, through the process of running our school and doing all these different types of courses, we've made the Awesome Adventure series, which combines pop music, award-winning graded readers, which are in a comic kind of style, and also tasks, some project-y kind of things and activities that really get kids to speak, not repeating a certain sentence over and over, but actually communicating in English. And then our phonics course is a bit similar, but with a reading writing focus. So just a little tiny quick plug there. And then most recently, a lot of people probably know me for the Gamerized Dictionary, which is a gamified learner dictionary. Woo! Welcome aboard. Can I? This dog hates me every time it runs away. It's interested in me. It's a gamified learner app, English learning app, which can be customized and fit with any curriculum. It uses voice recognition, elements of AI, also spaced repetition, amongst other things. So yes, but I'm not going to be talking about that today. Oops, that's for the end. All right, so let's get started with the Kahoot. If I can ever get out of here. Whee. Trouble has struck already. This is fast. Screen share has stopped. Okay, let's do this. There it is. Okay. So if you've made an account on the app, you will see instructions very soon. You'll just see a little PIN number in here. And hopefully everyone at home is also doing it.
Join, right?
Yep, so there's a four-colored kind of button in the middle at the bottom. Tap that and then enter this code. Doesn't matter. When you sign up, it doesn't matter what you put in.
You don't need to sign up.
You didn't need to? Oh, okay. Ah, nice. I noticed sometimes people were and sometimes they didn't. Okay, that's good. There they are. Jared's there. David, Jabo, Simone. Everyone at home as well. It'll be a lot more fun if you. Oh, here we go. Woohoo! It's working.
Yay! Look at all the characters.
I'll just give that another minute to. After we started, you will also be able to join in. So if you're a bit slow, don't worry. Everybody in? Kenny's looking a little stressed in the back there. You need some glasses? Okay. Oh, we were up to 29. All right, so I'm going to hit start now, but at any time you can still use that code to join in. Oh, they're still going. Hold on, hold on. I'll give it another 1 minute. 1 minute that you're losing about the GDP of Japan.
Kato, smile.
Nice. All right. Okay, I'm going to hit start now. Again, the code will be at the bottom, so you can join in after we've started as well. Have we got sound? Yes, kind of. Online has sound.
Did you share audio?
Online, yes?
Yes, online, yes.
Fine. Okay, so the topic of the presentation is, where is the English industry heading? And we're going to try to look at some of the big factors, the big things that are happening in the background that may be affecting our business, which I think are useful to know. A little bit of background for it. I'm not really the business guy, but I have been buying these white papers on the English language industry in Japan every couple of years for the last little while. And recently this was released, which is a forecast for the language business market in 2030 by the Yano Research Report. So really, it's high quality analysis. It's not my own analysis, but I'll give my spin on things of that as well. So hopefully, instead of having to read this wonderfully interesting report, I'll give you the main things that you might need to know. Yes?
Can you drag it and make this a little bit bigger?
There you go. But then you won't see me.
That's one right here.
Son of a. All right, here we go. So first, a little poll to begin with. Just tell us where you guys are in terms of the industry. Are you teaching kids, teens, adults, international preschool? So your button on your phone should correspond to the shapes on here and colors.
I know, they're just yelling at you left and right.
There's 5 seconds left. All right, so, oh, look at that. 69% of the people in attendance here today are focusing on kids and teens, so that's quite a large percentage. And no 3% international preschool, 28% for classes for kids and adults. So definitely a heavily weighted towards kids. So I'll try to cater my discussion a bit more towards that. So we're going to start off a little quiz here. So the pandemic was not good for English schools in Japan, but how bad was it? How much do you think the total size of the market shrank? 5%, 10%, 15%, or more than 20%? $42 answers. Looks like everyone's done there. Oh, some people squeezing them in at the last second. All right, so let's look at the correct answer is 10%. So you guys are quite a bit more pessimistic than the actual fact. It turns out it wasn't actually that bad, 10%. But 10% is pretty big. I mean, that's going back, setting the market back years and years. I don't know the exact number, but quite a while. So yeah, not more than 20%, not 15%, just 10%, but enough for us to feel it unevenly in different places around the country. Scoreboard. So, oh.
Yeah, Ryan, not Brian's good.
Ryan, not Brian. Takes the lead. All right. So next, I want to, this is going to take a little bit of explanation. In which category of the industry was it felt the most? So put the category that you think was least affected at the top and most affected at the bottom. So who got the worst? Who had the worst impact from COVID? Worst bottom. Safest on the top. Least affected, worst affected. Order them. You have 30 seconds to comply.
Currently, I'm a genius machine.
That's what it called you. That's very flattering, isn't it?
I'm lightning smart.
I'm lightning smart.
Oh, I still think we've got about 15 people who haven't answered.
Tell me.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Oh my gosh, that's got her point that we submitted.
There we go.
Incorrect.
One person was correct. Yeah. So does this surprise you? So the least affected was the Gakudo after-school program market. Next, kids for classes, preschool, and then the worst affected was the adults market. This surprised me a bit.
Yeah.
But if you got those reversed, you can you won't get points. I'm sorry, but you can count yourself as correct as well because these are razor thin. They're really close, almost the same.
I feel like
So you're all like, yeah, I got it.
We have Adam points.
There you go. And was it Ryan, not Brian again? No. Who got the points on that one? Who got it correct? Okay.
Paul.
The hardest question.
So just to give you an idea of how much the different parts, categories of the industry were affected, the Gakudo market actually increased by 4.2%. Classes for kids 5.5, preschool 5.9. So that's very, very close, just a 0.4% difference. But the classes for adults 13.3%, so a much, much larger impact. And that's what drags the whole total down because the adults English market is by far bigger than the kids English market in total if you look at it. There are more adults, I guess. There's probably more kids percentage-wise taking English, but there are more adults on the whole. So it's a larger chunk of the market.
It's based on revenue, not
based on revenue.
Okay.
Based on revenue.
Most adults are 65 and older, right?
A lot of them are.
Kids take
A lot of them are.
classes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's dig into each of these categories and look at some different factors. So what we're going to do now is so that was looking at the starting point, what we've just gotten through, the pandemic. So now let's look to the future, to the year 2030. Did anyone ever watch Conan O'Brien when he used to do the year 2000?
Yeah.
I wanted to do that, but all right.
We got
You got me? All right. 3 people got the reference. So true or false, the decreasing population means that fewer people will be learning English in 2030.
I would say yes.
So yeah, this is based on analysis. So obviously we don't. No, actually no. Sorry, I know the future. This is the truth here. Yeah. So this is false. Probably most likely false. So there are some other factors that we're going to look at. So total number of people is not the whole picture. There are lots of other factors in there. So a lot of you guessed that correctly. That's great. Whoa. Bill takes the lead. Who's Bill? Sorry. There you go.
Bill.
Simone's up there too. Okay, so first I'm going to go quickly through adults for classes for adults because this is maybe not the majority of you. So first of all, positive factors. One thing that might be interesting if you did want to start doing classes for adults, the Japanese government in July this year released an announcement that they were doing a subsidy package of 1 trillion yen over 5 years for reskilling of the workforce. And a lot of that will go into, not a lot of it, some of it will go into language learning and helping businesses increase their English level, or could be Chinese level or whatever other language. So that, if you watch Lawrence's presentation, if you might leave. I might just knock them down. They might just leave. It might be done. When I was gonna say if you saw, and I was like, that's next. So yeah, he'll be talking about subsidies. So if you do have programs for adults, look into this and see how you can take advantage of it because there's money out there to be had. Economic globalization, there is a record number of foreign people living in Japan.
there's also a record number of Japanese people living abroad for business reasons. So this, although, yeah, economic globalization doesn't sound like something new, it's something that's kind of newish to Japan still, and still continuing quite a lot, especially as the population decreases. So this will increase the need and motivation towards English learning. Another kind of subsector of the adults English market that's kind of popped up is the high-end coaching services. So these are private lessons for adults that focus on not just the English lesson, but also coaching, learning management, that kind of thing. Some companies are charging as much as 100,000 yen per month for private lessons. So this is kind of a new product that's coming out, and this should be generating more income for, and as Peter mentioned, the race to the bottom, this is kind of the flip side of that. If you're just going to be competing with the online lessons and lowering your prices, then that's kind of a game that you can probably only lose. Whereas if you're pitching to the high end, this might be an opportunity for you. Oh yeah, you can send emojis on through the app as well. So if you want to make me feel like good, you can send me hearts. I saw one there. It reminded me. What was that? You sent me a shock face. Okay. Negative factors. So obviously decrease in the working age population. Look at these happy old fellows here. I think they're at a golf course. I see a club there. Gate ball. Ah, that's it. That's the life. Decrease in disposable income. This is something I'm going to mention a bunch of times. Obviously prices are going up. We're all feeling that. Wages are not catching up to that. So the amount of that people can spend on different things is going down. The weak yen will make hiring teachers from overseas, as Peter talked about a lot, much more challenging, and will most likely mean that we're going to have to raise prices. Something tells me this young man is making USD. Because he looks pretty happy. These images were, by the way, auto choices from Kahoot, and some of the choices are pretty funny. AI not quite perfect yet, right? It's like, anyways, the shift to online. This is probably common knowledge to everyone. During COVID, obviously that became a product that really just took off and continues to be more convenient. On the one thing that we can say about this from some of my other research, not that's in this report. Retention rates for online schools tend to be quite low. What they provide in convenience, they also kind of make it easier to just neglect or to drop out. It doesn't have the connections that we have at live schools. Yeah.
Big online schools, they're finally making profits, like DMM, Rare Job. I'm not sure what Rare Job.
I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to cut you off there. Let's talk about it after. Thanks. Quiz time. All right, so here we go. By 2030, the adults English market will recover to the pre-pandemic levels, make a slight recovery, decline by 10%, grow by 10%. I'm getting an echo.
I'm a genius.
You got it?
Slight is less than baseline. Getting slightly back, but not back to that level.
Grow by 10% would be 10%.
Above base level, yeah. Recover to pre-pandemic levels is the correct answer. Yeah. Only one pessimist this time. After I accused you all of being pessimists, you all avoided the decline by 10%. Yeah, so adults, we're looking at kind of getting back to where we were. I'm getting a bit of an echo there. Is it possible to?
Do you have your audio on? Should be on the
My computer?
Yeah, it should be off. Not just
Ah.
muted, but off.
I think so. Okay, let's try this. And woo, Bill maintains his lead. Wow, look at that. All right, so English classes for kids. Probably more people want to know about this. Let's go through it. Positive factors first. So education in elementary schools is starting, this is really throwing me off. Education in elementary schools is starting earlier, and it is becoming more challenging. So a lot of people think this might be competition for your schools. Or if the schools start to do a better job of teaching English, then they won't need to come to Eikaiwa. Quite the opposite. This is going to create more need, more demand for English. This is another nice image selection by Kahoot. Early education does not mean early in the, he's like, it's too early. I meant from younger ages, but anyways, yeah. I went with it. I was like, whatever, Kahoot, sure, let's go for it. This one's even better, private education. Yeah.
Daddy, why are we studying in a box?
We don't want mommy to know, it's private. Yeah, so that's the meaning of private education here. But there is an increase in the demand for private education. There are more private elementary schools, and so while the population of children is decreasing, there's a slight increase in enrollments at private schools. That could be elementary schools or junior high school, high school. So this also is indication of growing enthusiasm and fervor for education, English education. Education in general, sorry. Right, so, yes, that's, I already mentioned this, didn't I? English education starting early, okay. Negative factors. So again, declining birth rate, falling disposable income, yen falling, making hiring more difficult and more expensive. And this is, I love this one. This one is just a gift for me. She's like, I want your students. Some kind of a golem thing. Give them to me. But yeah, Juku, so when we have private education and more in demand for like higher levels of English, some of that will go to Eikaiwa. Likely if there are tests, entrance exams and that kind of thing, we're probably going to have a bit of a grab from the Juku side as well. The Jukus, incidentally, are also suffering in the current market. They're not the ones that are winning and we're losing. They're also struggling from everything I hear. So the Giga project and EdTech in general has made it so that obviously children have tablets. So this will definitely create a bit of a shift towards online for young learners as well. We're starting to see it. Companies like DMM or QQ or these companies are offering online lessons to elementary schools so that students can actually do their online lesson from their school on their tablet. So that will definitely take away a bit from live English classes. Quiz. So based on these things, what's going to happen by 2030 to the kids' English market? Recover to pre-pandemic levels, make a slight recovery, decline by 10%, grow by 10%.
We're kids.
So based on those factors.
I haven't got one right now, so don't trust me.
You're not going to be invited.
Yeah, so recover to pre-pandemic levels. So again, not a super exciting future, but we're looking at getting back to where we were 2018.
Jordan, I'm almost behind you, but
now I'm in fourth.
It's good news.
Ooh, old man is climbing. Sarah's up there too. There we go.
I'm in 30th place.
I'm in 42nd. I'm in 42nd.
Weird.
So international preschool, positive factors. I can deduct points too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can take away points. I can take them away. All right. So positive factors. So now we're talking about international preschool, in case anyone missed that. Might not be what you're in currently, but it might be something you consider shifting into. So I think it is an important thing to think about. So once again, earlier education starting earlier, it's getting harder. Private education, there's an indication of an increased interest in education and English as well. Continuing demand for international school. This basically, what I'm trying to say here is that if we look back 15 years, international preschool was on a really big climb, and it started to slow down a little bit before the pandemic, but it was still on this kind of really a stronger upward trend. So we can kind of expect that to continue as well. That might not have gone to complete saturation. There's still room to grow for that. Negative factors, same as usual, birth rate, disposable income, yen. Sorry to keep hammering the point. I know it's painful to hear. Huh? One more. Okay.
I was giving it a moment.
Oh, you okay? Okay. I was enjoying the live interaction here. Then the one thing that they mentioned that was kind of a negative for the growth of international preschool is that the urban areas have kind of gotten to the point of saturation, and the model doesn't really translate to rural areas so well, although I know a lot of examples of international preschools in more rural areas that are quite successful. But I think the idea is that in rural areas, there's less population density, there's less, probably lower income levels. So it's a bit of a business model that's harder to expand into rural areas. Again, that's most likely for the big companies. Like if you're Tokyo International School, you're probably not going to drop one out into the countryside somewhere because it doesn't fit into the model. Quiz, let's see. What do you think about international preschool market in 2030? You've given up? Yeah. Try, you can do it.
Grow by 100%? That's the one. Oh,
I said 10%.
Oh, I lost again.
You can change your answer. No? Oh, you submitted it already?
I've given already.
You can quit the game.
Oh,
you can do that.
Grow by 10%.
No, I'm no quitter. I'm no quitter. I like green.
Okay, grow by 5%. You got one. All right. Yes. I believe in you, David. Yes. I believe in you.
Down to 26 plays to 11.
Right. Yeah.
Whoever is the straw, I'm coming for you.
Silence. I've got 3 minutes left. So there was still a little bit of room to grow. I'm talking to you. A little bit of room to grow, so that's probably what accounts for that extra little bit of growth beyond where it was at pre-pandemic level. Now, the last one, what you guys really care about is your own scores. So let that linger for a minute.
Don't show that. Don't show that. Don't show that.
So now let's look at English after-school programs, or gakudos. This is incidentally the business that I'm in, the category that I'm in. So this is still relatively small. It's not something in previous Yano research reports, it wasn't mentioned. This is the first time I've seen it mentioned, so it's kind of become on the radar, kind of like the coaching type of business for adults. So there's an increase in double income families. There are a lot more working women. Government subsidies are trying to encourage this as much as possible. The Japan government wants nothing more than to have the labor demands made up for by women working. Something called the grade 1 wall. There's a lack of after-school programs for elementary school students, and when parents who have double income families, their kids enter elementary school, first grade, a lot of them are just panicking, struggling, and they don't know what to do because there's just nowhere to put their kids. So this was a big kind of topic just before the pandemic itself became the topic of the day. There's room to grow. So like, as I mentioned, it's still kind of a new thing that's developed in the market, and it's starting to show signs of increasing, but it's not like the adults English classes, which have been around for 40 years or so. It's something that's kind of brand new. According to the report, older elementary school students and teens will tend to continue to use these types of services because there's a larger commitment to their English education. They've spent not just an hour a week, but multiple hours a week invested in their English. Compared to a standard gakudo, the drop-off age is really like about grade 3. Kids will go to a gakudo until they're about grade 3, and then they just don't need childcare anymore. So they go to juku or other things or whatever. But with English gakudo, there's the prediction that it will also have better retention rate for older elementary and teens. Negative factors, yep. Same stuff as before, don't want to hammer it in. Rural areas might not be well adapted to the model. Again, sort of similar to preschool. It's a more expensive product, and it requires perhaps more schools. There are some large elementary schools out in the countryside. I don't know if anyone's ever worked at any of these, where there's like 5 students in this huge, building or whatever. So that's not the best place for an after-school program. Quiz. Same question. Different choices, though. Look carefully.
Green again is.
What do you reckon? Oh, look at that. The majority succeeded. Yes. Yep. So, I'll put in more softball questions for you. Oh, it didn't give us the scores. Where's the scores? Where's the scores? I don't, it won't give us the leaderboards. Oh well.
Oh, that's a shame.
Game is paused. Oh, resume. There we go. Resume. All right. Nope. All right. Anyways. So yeah, the big thing there is that there's a lot of room to grow. It's a new kind of product, a new sort of awareness in the market, just developing something that's just sort of budding. So there's a lot of room to grow when it comes to that particular type. Again, right now, it's still a very small part of the overall English learning market. So that 250% doesn't make it surpass adults at all. But it is 250% compared to where it was pre-pandemic. So switching topics a little bit here, AI. Peter mentioned quite a bit. I think Katie also made some reference to AI. I think it's the elephant in the room, the thing that we all need to kind of think about and figure out what we're going to do. So one interesting point to kick this off, the MEXT, the Ministry of Education, released its tentative guidelines for the use of AI in primary and secondary school. They said that the Giga project lays the foundation for this. AI can be used as a conversation practice, where they would have one ALT to 30 or 40 students. AI would allow for them to actually have more actual conversation with an interlocutor, I guess I can call it. It can provide feedback on more natural English, create word lists, example sentences. They do have concerns about its suitability for the younger grade students, like first grade and second grade, as there's no kind of control over what kind of content is coming out of it. And it may be used for informal assessment. So the important thing here is that the government is already acknowledged this, and they're making steps to make this real. So how will generative AI affect the language learning business in 2030? What do you think? This is a poll. No points.
It's not a wrong answer.
It's not a wrong answer. Have no fear. Yes, most live classes will be replaced. 3 seconds. Mini English. So many schools will incorporate AI solutions. And the second most popular one was schools that don't adapt may struggle to compete. And one person said it's a passing fad and will have no effect. 2 people. I wonder who those are.
Who was that?
Who said that?
Regardless of what I said.
I am way over time, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do I do?
Everyone okay if you finish this up? No next time, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost there. All I was going to do next, and actually I can probably just put this up in slides after, is we don't really know what will happen, obviously, with AI. Everyone in every industry is kind of figuring out what the impacts will be. But this lovely research report I purchased has case studies of all of the major players in the market and what they believe will happen. So here are a smattering of opinions from the market. So AI can be used to support, for support such as learning management and instruction, but it can't directly instruct or motivate learners. Please put an emoji whether you agree or disagree, like a thumbs up or one of those shocked face guys if you don't think so.
Yeah, right? There you go.
English Central, I don't know if anybody, who's familiar with English Central? Yeah, some of you. So this is a digital learning platform. I've tried to choose something that wasn't just live classes. It's got extensive videos. There's also Peter, you would know as well. They have online lessons through English Central as well. Yeah, and yeah, basically it's a digital language learning platform in that genre. So expectations that generative AI will replace teachers are excessive. The current version is not capable of optimizing content for learners to keep or keeping them motivated. So the idea here, we still need humans to be using the AI to bring it to students to make it effective and a useful tool. Lots of agreements there. QQ English, I mentioned before, one of the big online English providers. Online English lesson provider. I'm getting hurried now. No. I'm okay? Okay, I'll chill. He's gonna. So this is one of the big online lesson companies for children. I think it's the biggest one for young learners in Japan. And they say students who are self-motivated will use generative AI to learn independently. So this will have a negative impact on the market, on the business. Therefore, it will be important to emphasize the value of human-related services. I particularly like this one. I think it resounds a lot with what Katie and Brian were saying as well. If we're just selling that repetitive practice, what did you call it? Drilling practice or whatever, that can be replaced. That should be replaced. But what we should be selling is the human element that keeps the kids motivated, gives them the experiences that they need. Seiha, our goal is to provide an environment where kids can enjoy themselves while learning. We're looking to incorporate digital resources that can contribute to this goal. So a very kind of similar idea there. And last one, maybe two more. Tokyo International School. Children's education will not be replaced by technology because children's education is not about academics, but also about emotional education. Teachers are needed to motivate children. Yeah, so they're not just learning English, right? Children in particular are learning a lot more things through the experiences we give them. Nova. Generative AI, last one. Generative AI is not a big threat. As the word suggests, eikaiwa is for conversation. It's for communicating with people from other cultures. So most of the big players in the market do see some kind of incorporation, but no one seems to be that worried that it's going to completely take over in its current form, the way it is now. And last poll, what are you planning to do about AI and EdTech? So red, I want to avoid it. Blue, we are already using a digital component for our courses. Orange, I'm hoping to incorporate more digital resources to our programs. Green, take me back to 1990. 4 of them, 4 of the green ones. Okay. Okay, yeah, so a bit of a balance between having already added something and also wanting to incorporate something, and a few technophobes out there as well. Okay, I'll just finish it with that. So the last thing I just want to say is that the numbers only tell half of the story. The thing that really amazes me, I made this, I'll leave this out later, but this price increase survival guide earlier this year, which I interviewed a lot of different successful school owners in the market. And all of them have stories about second year of pandemic, opening a new school and taking in like 200 new students. So whatever the numbers say, it doesn't, if you do what you do it well, you do make wise choices for marketing, you make great experience for children, you know, have adventure camps and that kind of thing. There's absolutely lots of opportunity there. So be bold and let's go into the future. Thank you.
So that's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we good? Hear me? Okay. Right here, right? Yes, and Amy. Amy's gonna be popping in and out here and there. Yeah. Most of you know her. Say hi, Amy. There you go. Okay, so my name's Lawrence. Adam made that comment about if you hear me. I was wondering if it was a joke or not. I'm just kidding, Adam. Adam, it's hard to go after him. He's very entertaining. I think my notes is don't do Kahoot because that was crazy. That was wild. So before I start, I had a kind of little bet with my wife that I'm going to start with a movie quote. And it's an iconic movie moment in history. I want to see if anybody can quote it. Okay, and I kind of want to get this on video. Okay, so if you know the quote, please yell it out. Ready? Ready? As we go, here we go. Hold on, here we go. There we go. Ready, 3, 2, 1, ready? 1, go!
Show me the money!
There you go. Ryan, that's for you.
Thank you.
Yes, so today we're talking about subsidies. And show me the subsidy money. You had me at hello hojokin. Okay, so if you don't know, hojokin means subsidy in Japanese. This is the end of Jerry Maguire references. Right, so like Tyson and Peter, you guys have all of your history. They're experts in their field. They had a slide showing who they are, what they do. I don't have that because we did one subsidy. One subsidy, that was it. So if you don't know me, there you go. Don't come attack me. Okay, so warning. This is experience my wife, Yuki, in the back, right there. Yuki, say hi. Yes. So, yeah, she's drinking in the back. So we're not experts in subsidies. We're not experts. The information I have here is just our experience, our research. Use it as a launching point. Keep in mind, if you do submit an application, it doesn't guarantee you're going to get approved. It's a long, lengthy process. And at the end, you can find us, ask us questions. We probably won't be able to answer them. Okay? So, what's that? Okay, so again, origin story. Because Yuki did all of the research, we kind of started because COVID. Most of us got COVID money. Sorry, David. Did you? Did you? Yeah, we all got COVID money, right? That was sort of our first experience getting money from the government. And then from there, we heard you can get subsidies for kind of disinfectant sprays and what was that, like a temperature reader, things like that. And so Yuki went to our Chamber of Commerce, and then she asked about that. She applied. We failed because they said it wasn't enough money. You applied for way too low. So, so we kind of started there. And then from there, I don't know what happened. Jeff talked about his TV, projectors from these guys. And in the end, we bought this big TV and had 60% of it subsidized. So this is kind of where we started. I originally was going to kind of go through these questions, kind of what is a subsidy. Has anybody applied for subsidies? Who has? And okay, so what does that look like? About maybe a quarter of us? Yeah. Generally, and please correct me if anybody if this is wrong, but it's free money from the government if you qualify. Like Adam said, and this is really I talked with Adam last week. He kind of helped me with this, but it's a system for government to promote certain behaviors in the market. He mentioned like the childcare, the hoikuens. I think I was really nervous. I wasn't really paying attention, but I think he said it. He just said that last week. Right. So childcare, women in the workforce, governments will promote that behavior by offering subsidies and grants. It doesn't have to be paid back. It has to be used for a defined purpose, and it is subject to income tax. Surprise, surprise. I didn't know that either. Okay. That's right. So first question. And then I started researching into these questions and realized every grant subsidy is different, every single one. So all these questions came up, so I scratched that. Like Katie, I think you had a comment about throwing everything away and redoing all your slides. So I focusing on just one grant. This is easiest, quote unquote, but the easiest grant to apply for because it has the most general kind of coverage, general usage. So the rest of my presentation is really just me reading this stuff. Okay, so it's called in Japanese, I should not even read it anymore, Shoukibo Kigyo o Jisokuka Hojokin, which is, I know, that's all I've been doing this week. Is that, Yuki, is that right? Okay. This is why she's here. That's the only reason why she's here. I'm very nervous. You know I love her, yeah. Yeah, it's a small business sustainability. English is much harder than Japanese. Sustainability subsidy, yes. And so the purpose, and this is all machine translated. I use kind of DeepL and Google Translate and all that. Sean's here. You helped me with this too. So the purpose of the study is to support small businesses. I highlighted in red things that I think most apply to this group. Again, this is, I mean, hairdressers, sushi restaurants, farmers can use this one. So I try to kind of keep it focused on the Eikaiwa world. But yes, reevaluate your own management, create business plans, and develop sales channels. And I'll go into a bit more what that means. And hopefully I can get the point across. So they came up with this because, and like a lot of the presentations earlier, price increases, wage increases, right? We're all feeling the prices increases. I think minimum wage went up recently. Is that right? At least in Gifu it went up recently. Introduction of the invoice system. Who understands that invoice system? Yes, I figured they'd be over there. Yes. Yes. So if you don't understand the invoice system, there you go. Here's 3 people who do. Confidently will raise their hand. Who can apply? So small businesses in the service industry, and I think generally we're all in the service industry, yes? With 5 or less regular employees. We found out very recently from Sean and David that this doesn't apply, but that doesn't mean you have no hope. It just means you can't apply for this one specific one. You can read all these. I have the PDF. Eric has them. You can read them later. So I'm just going to focus on the red parts. You have to operate within the jurisdiction of the Chamber of Commerce. So just join your Chamber of Commerce. That's basically the only 2 main kind of requirements for who can apply. Here we go. How much can you get? Can you guys see this over there, really? Oh, nobody can see it now. What's up with that? Okay. There are, let me fix that. There we go. There we go. Okay. Within the subsidy, there are 5 types. And I think these 2 really apply to us. I'll come back to this one. This is probably 99% of us. But wage increase brackets. So you're increasing salaries for your employees. That's one. And then the other 3, graduation brackets. So I mentioned like David and Sean and a few others are not really considered small business within these guidelines. If you are going from our kind of like, you know, small time schools up to their grade, that's another bracket. Successor, Amy will take over my school probably after today. So that's another bracket, yes. If you're passing your business off to somebody else, that's another bracket. Business start, if you're starting a new one, I don't know if we have any people who don't have a school yet, but if you're starting a new business, I think that's another bracket. So if you don't fall into those, there you go. That's us. So you're not really dealing with wages, successors, new startups. The amount you get for all of those is 2 million yen. Yeah, so you're eligible for 2 million yen. Most subsidies will cover 2/3 of your expenses. So you can spend as much as you want. 3 million yen is what you qualify for. And the rest of us who aren't dealing with those, you can get up to 500,000 yen. So 50,000 yen back. That's what we did. And that's what a few people that I've talked to, that's what they also did. I will not really go into this at all, but if you qualify for the invoice exemption, okay, if you qualify for that, again, if you don't know what it is, go talk to them after. Yes? It will up your amount by another 500,000 yen if you qualify for that invoice exemption. So if you are good for 500,000 yen, 50,000 yen, if you qualify for this invoice exemption, you can go up to 1 million yen. Don't ask me about that. Don't ask me. I'll get it, but it's not here. Don't worry about this one. So now I'm going to go into different types of expenses that qualify for this grant. Is there a way to make this, is it the Wi-Fi? Oh, is that why? Okay. All right. That's what it was. Take that off, yeah. Okay, gotcha. And here I was making fun of Katie for having technical difficulties. Sorry.
You got it?
Yeah.
It's karma.
Oh, there you go. Show me the money. There you go.
Ready?
There you go. All right, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. One sec, guys. There we go. Am I not? There we go. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Whew. All right. I'll be here all day, guys. Okay. So again, it was translated. Yes. So it doesn't apply directly to the Eikaiwa. It's not going to be worded directly for Eikaiwa, but I will try my best to kind of translate it into Eikaiwa terms. Yes. So category 1 is machinery and equipment. Basically, for this grant, you have to be starting maybe a new project, something that's not in your daily operations. You want to expand your business. That's what the grant is for. Machines providing new services, including special printing and 3D printers. I don't know if Tim is here. Not here, the guy who makes games. He does a lot of 3D printing for his games. So I kind of thought of him. If you are making games, making certain things, then you might qualify for this grant. Yes. Software for specific businesses. I know a guy who was developing a customer management software, and he used a lot of grants to develop that, this guy in Kumamoto. Things you can't use, electronics, so phones, tablets, computers, anything that has another purpose. So if you say you need computers at work, the government say, well, what's to stop you from using it at home? You don't qualify for that. Yes. Go. Category 2, public relations expenses. So this is ads. And it sounded like basically anything is okay. If you are advertising anything, they assume you're expanding your business. So magazine ads, anything, DMs, promotional items, free samples, signboards. The only thing that doesn't qualify, if you don't have advertisements for products or services, then they don't qualify. So again, you are expanding your business, you're promoting a new project. Website related expenses. I know a few people have tried to apply for this grant to do their website. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of things you can't do. The only thing you can't do is just apply for the website. You have to do the website plus something else. So probably you're promoting a new project anyway. Again, all of this stuff you can see in the slides later. Displaying at art exhibitions. Oh, sorry, displaying at exhibitions. So I know, Adam does this Gamerize. He's done a bunch of things here and there. Anybody promoting new textbooks? I thought of Katie with your new, stuff here. I think you can probably take this grant and get a lot of stuff paid for with that, right? Brian too. I know we wanted to talk a lot about this, right? Yeah. So transportation costs, all of that. We have an artist friend. Yuki and I have an artist friend. She went to the Louvre in Paris and had a lot of that paid for through this grant. Yeah, and displayed her art. The one that did my handprint tree, I don't know if some of you remember, she's the one that painted like the branches. She went to Paris through this grant and had that paid for. Travel expenses within the scope of the subsidy project. Yes, I know I was racking my brain, how can we make like coming out here, how do we get a grant for that? I think there's a way, if we get all of us together, we can probably figure that out. New product development cost. Really, I mean, if you're making a new textbook or a new game or something like that, this will cover that as well. Research documents. You know, we're always thinking about making a new course, STEM, STEAM, all these projects, we're all thinking about that. Project-based learning. My understanding is if I were to introduce, let's say, Katie and Brian's program into my school, I would have to buy their books, do more research. All of that can get covered within this grant. Miscellaneous services, this is workers. If you have to hire temporary workers to carry out your project, that's also covered in the grant. Rent, again, within the scope of the project, you can get rent covered. Equipment disposal cost, I don't know. That wasn't really exciting. Outsourcing costs. So everything else, everything that I've mentioned here, if it's not covered, then you get to outsource. So this was like accountants, lawyers, all those fees within the scope of the project can be eligible for the grant. Okay, so that was a lot of information. These are expenses not covered by the subsidy. So I'm just going to list a few. Again, this is from a PDF online. You can check it out. I have links later. But just going to go through a few here. These are expenses not covered within the scope of just a few. Just a few. Just a couple. Yeah. If you want to see it again. It's a lot. I mean, you know, I saw the document. Sean sent me this document as well. I mean, it's this ridiculously long, you know, document. So with that, what does that mean? This is what we did for our school. In November 2021, we applied for like disinfectants, thermometers. We didn't get approved because it was too low. So we applied for 70,000 nanama yen, just a few things that we were using. They said it wasn't enough. So we were like, okay, how about $1 million? So a few months later, we went back and applied for $1 million or 1 million yen. I wish it was $1 million, yeah. 2022 May. A month later, we went to the Chamber of Commerce. We hired a professional grant writer to look at our application, make some tweaks. And then September went down to 67, so 670,000. Got approved for that. So that was in November. How long is that? About half a year. Yes, the application, we went back and forth. And this is where my wife, Yuki, was going back and forth to the Chamber of Commerce. You've done it. You guys have all did. You did it, right? Yeah, I know. Look at Katie's face. It's like, it's a pain. It's a pain. But we got approved. And then for about a half a year, we went shopping. We were looking at projectors, TVs, talked to Jeff. He had these TV that we were looking at. And in the end, I don't know if you followed us, but we had that big touchscreen TV. We went down to, Phil and I went down to Nagoya to pick it up. It's a whole, that was fun. Yes, and then in May 2023, we submitted the final report. This is what we did. September, so 2 months ago, we received confirmation that we were gonna get our payment, and 2 weeks ago, we got money in our bank account. Yes? Oh, over there, please. Yuki, this is all for her, yes? It was all her, all her, all her. So that was our story, yeah? Was that Amy laughing? Was that Amy laughing? So a couple real life examples, yes? So this is us, yes? We used this grant. We applied for 670,000, made some adjustments. This is just the initial estimate. Figured out the actual cost. 540,000 was the cost of the TV, some magazine ads, and we got 2/3 of that. So we got the full subsidy amount. The whole process took us 1 year and a month. And a big chunk of that was just the shopping time, yes? And this is what we got. Yeah?
75 inches.
I'm sorry, Phil. I'm sorry. I know you wanted it bigger. You wanted it. I hear that tone in your voice.
He went against my wishes. I told him to get an 86.
How dare you?
I know. But yeah, so we have this. We've been using this. Now, I mentioned earlier that you can't get computers, phones, tablets. This is a touch screen.
Interactive whiteboard.
Jeff, yes?
Call it what it is.
Interactive whiteboard. For purposes of the grant application, it's an interactive whiteboard. It's not a TV. You can't watch movies on this. Yes?
Can you explain? You were approved for 56 months, and then you only received.
No, I'm sorry. This is total expenses. So this was the total expenses. Of that, we were approved for 2/3 of it. So yes, this is how much we spent total and the subsidy amount we got, but this is the full subsidy amount.
Right. You have to spend a certain amount to get that money.
You used the grant?
We did.
Yeah, okay.
Same
Okay.
kind of deal. Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
A certain amount of money, and then they give us the whack back.
Yes, you have to spend it first, and then they'll give it back to you. This was actually, I got this from Paul Bennett back there on the counter, looking all nice right there. Like about he's gonna serve you a drink. This is a different grant, but I got this information before I decided to focus on the one. But he spent 3 months and bought some security cameras.
Just did that.
Just did that too?
Didn't know there was a grant for it.
There you go. You should have talked to Paul. Ouch. Yeah, I guess that's a point too. You can't retroactively apply any grants. You have to submit the estimate, get approved, then start shopping, then spend the money, submit the final report, and then you'll get the money back. Yeah.
This grant that's on the screen right now is different than sorry, the subsidy, excuse me,
Yes.
not a grant. The subsidy that's on there is different than the one that you had earlier.
That's right, yes. This is a different one. This is called the Digitalations Promotion Subsidy, if you want. Has anybody else used this grant? Probably not. Yes, yes? All right, so Tyson has. If you have questions, we're gonna probably use this as well, but please ask Paul or Tyson later on. And don't ask Tyson. Oh, okay, I'm going over time too. Those are his cameras that he got right here. Yes, these are the, I know this was kind of at Costco, kind of going around the Facebook groups. Phil, same, he got the TV and a website renewal. Yes, so he spent about 900,000 total and then got 605,000 full subsidy amount to get this beautiful, beautiful new website. Yes, it is. I love that part. That was nice. And you, Katie. I forgot. So I didn't get this information, but Phil is also expanding his school to build a kind of an after-school part. Yes, and so he sent me construction. He got approved for a really nice amount. And when's that happening?
If we get it, it should be 1.9 million.
Yeah. So that kind of relates our grants to all the after-school talk. Phil's taking care of that. My friend, our artist friend, yeah, our handprint tree. She went to the Louvre and actually had there was an exhibition there. Got flown to Paris, came back. So these are just a couple examples I saw online. So again, this is a very, very, very general, many application. Yes. So, a lot of people have not just an eikaiwa, but you're doing different projects. You can probably find some application of this grant. So the ones that, this is the one that we just talked about now. The digital one is Paul Bennett with his cameras. Carry up, and how do you read this? Josekin. So it's subsidy, I don't know. I think Sean knows the actual differences, but if you are, yes, Eric knows this very well. Yes. So it's making part-time to full-time staff. You can get details from Eric, and I know Phil's done it, and a few others. He started it. He started it.
I got nullified because I got married to
So what's the rule? Don't marry your staff. Just kidding. No, you should marry her. Links, I will just ask me and I'll send these to you. Yes. But we have the official website, the PDF in Japanese, a English version translated with the help of Sean and Deeple. So he sent that to me. Smart Hojokin. You can probably look that up, but this is just a database of a bunch of different grants in your area. I didn't look too much into it. There's a lot of navigating around it, but you can probably start with that. Special thanks to Tyson, Paul, Sean, Eric, Adam, Aiko, Phil, and my wife, Yuki. I couldn't have done this without you guys. Thank you very much. Yes. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. I will buy you that beer that I think somebody is promising as well. What's next? Okay, so you want to go and join your Chamber of Commerce tomorrow because they're closed today. If not, go today. Ask about this grant. And the key here is this is a Daiju Yonkai, so the 14th round of it. Cancel Christmas, all your Christmas plans because deadline is December 5th. Yes? So deadline is in 3 weeks. You have to get everything submitted there, and then they have to look at it and submit a week later. Ask about other subsidies they have if you don't apply for this, and be persistent because we all know how helpful Japanese bureaucracy can be, right? So ask what they have. Don't take no for an answer. And on one website, this is kind of government one, they had listed different things, and they went from Daikai to Daijukokai, meaning they're probably going to have another round in a couple months coming up. Yes, so if they do, then I will let you guys know. But officially, in 3 weeks, get this all done. Nationwide, yes. Yes. Okay, and that's it. Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you.
Oh yeah, show me the money.
Show me the money.
So I'm feeling so blessed and so lucky today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Naoko, Amano will be talking about our future.
Yay. Hello. And this is Naoko from Yellow Banana Academy in Kishiwada, Osaka. And I'd like to talk about, I'd like to share some insights and experience I've gathered at my English school. And it's a pleasure to be here among colleagues who are equally passionate about shaping future of English school and our students through language education. Okay. Nervous all the time. Okay, so let's dive into dynamics of my school. And I've noticed an interesting shift in our student demographics over the past few years. Traditionally, our young learners made up the majority, but recently I've seen a notable increase in middle and high school students. Yes, like this. The number of the students at my school is around 130 now. Yeah, the average breakdown was 20% in kindergarten and 65% in elementary and 15% in junior and senior high schools until 2019. But however, in recent years, especially after COVID, and the number of the junior and the senior high school students has increased. And this year, it is
46% for both junior and senior high school students and elementary school. And with kindergarten, only at 8%. Yeah. So what's behind this trend? Yeah. So by looking at these numbers, some of you might already have an idea, maybe. Yeah. At the decrease in the number of kindergarten and lower elementary school students is evident. This can be, there is a parents who has a double income families, and they send kids to the hoikuen and also after school program and at their school. Also, some parents think there's no need to enroll their children in English school. Do you know why? Because extracurricular English lessons are already incorporated into kindergarten and elementary school curriculum. Yeah. So that's the reason I heard from parents from my school. So usually they send the family has 3 kids, and 2 of them are studying English in my school, but the youngest one, they send to the hoikuen because they have, and the hoikuen has English classes after in a day. So she says she doesn't think she needs to go to school, English school. Yeah. Yes. So now, why has the number of upper elementary and middle high school students increased? Let me think. Do you have any idea? Yes.
Because they didn't study when you were younger. Now they need English.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's one reason. Yeah.
It's a required subject now, right? In 6th grade.
Yes. That's one of the reasons too. Yeah. 受験, yes. 英語受験, yes. That's right. Yeah. So English school and classes at school have become credit-worthy. So students attending English classes, needless to say, have an advantage. So most of our students find school English classes too easy for them, right? So, and parents are enrolling their children in English lesson to ensure they don't fall behind in school. Yeah. Moreover, sorry to read. Moreover, there's a growing number of parents and students aspiring to obtain qualifications, such as the ACAN. Yeah. Is that the same? Is it happen the same at your school? Yeah. So recently, more and more students talk about ACAN. The new students come to school to take ACAN, to pass ACAN. So why English school? Previously, most of our middle and high school and senior high school students had been with us since elementary or kindergarten. But now there's an increasing number of the students joining in the middle school or high school. So as I said, to pass ACAN, to pass junior high school entrance examinations, something like that. So, but I asked them, so if it's for exam preparation, wouldn't it be sufficient to study English at a cram school, juku? So they prepare everything for juken, right? But they deprived the classes at school, at cram school, and the schools are not interesting, and they don't feel they are acquiring practical skills, and they don't feel like they can pass ACAN, especially second grade 2 and pre-1. Yeah. So they go, even though they go to Juku, but just for get the score at good score at the school. But as you see, the demand for English schools has risen, and as students find traditional school and cram school classes uninteresting and less practical. So students are motivated by goals such as obtaining qualifications or aspiring, aspiring to study abroad, and driving the desire for an enjoyable English learning experience. So they seek a learning environment that goes beyond the monotony of school or cram school classes, and they want to study more and more, and they want to I think they don't want to study, just they want to learn, and they want to get the skill to use English. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm so nervous. Yeah. So students are beginning to learn what it takes to learn English, and are realizing that learning English can be very useful for their goals, such as taking exam, and also what I told you before. And by providing and engaging in a practical English learning environment, students can grow and move closer to their goal. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about Juku. Not only the students, but of course the cram school itself is realized that. So recently, the Juku opens the English class. So for elementary school students. So, and also in the midst of the declining number of children, so they want to get more kids. Yeah. So they want to open their own English school, and they teach phonics, they teach Eiken, of course, and some Eikaiwa, and the some in Juku, like Daiichi Seminar has a Blue Dolphins, that's an after school program in English. Yeah. So, but what they are doing ultimately with our research in English school. So they research our English school and what we are doing, and they imitate. It's true, yeah, imitate. But so like I said, for example, they introduce phonics, make listening materials, and online lesson, and so on. However, it seems that the lessons still retain elements of the traditional cram school systems. And there is encouragement to enroll in a learning cram school when they reach age of 13. So they cannot study Eikawa anymore. They have to enter Juku. So there appears to be few places that offer English classes, especially for junior and senior high school students. And it is common for students to have to take regular cram school classes once they reach junior high school, as I said. But not only Juku, of course, there are some, sorry about that. Yeah, of course, there are some successful cram schools. Yeah, I see. But also at public school, also dedicated school teachers seems to research and imitate how English school teach. Yeah, this is the sample, one of the sample called 5-round system. This is made by middle school teachers in Yokohama. And they have a textbook that like Clown, Sunshine, something, New Horizon, yes. So the students do, this case with, they learn English doing 5 rounds of the same text. Yeah, the round 1, listening comprehension. In this round, the students' ability to understand content by listening to some form of audio or sound sources will be tested. Round 2, matching sound and text in the understood content. And round 3, confirmation of oral reading and vocabulary expansion. In this round, they will confirm pronunciation and expand their vocabulary by reading aloud passage or words. In round 4, close, reading and grammar understanding. Yeah. And round 5, detailing and reproduction. Yes.
Sorry, this is surprising. Right? Yeah. Do they do one unit 5 times through, or the whole book 5 times?
Whole book 5.
This is a particular cram school. Where was this?
Oh, it's a public
in school.
Public school. Yeah, they create their system, and yeah, it sounds like really successful. In that you can search 5-round system on Google or YouTube, and in the class the students are talking. They are talking. Yeah. So usually our image is teachers here and the students sit at the desk and then they listen and write a note, take a note. That's a style.
Or repeat after me.
Yeah, yeah. And some students don't do that. Yeah, but in this the school they use 5-round system has really successful to improve the students' English. So, but this system is like similar. We can do it. But they research our style and create their own. Yeah. Yes. So, I want to get to know our strengths. So we create English education, right? So middle and high school students, especially high school students who come to my school, do not want to learn grammar. They want to learn something in English. They want to improve their English to use English. So we are the one who can help them. Juku cannot do it like us, right? Juku cannot imitate, but you can do not. Cannot. No, they can try, but still, yeah. And also, Juku says their students passed Eiken, P1, P2 とか. Juku says someone entered that school or something, and they show the result loudly. But who taught Eiken 2? Me. Me, yeah. Me, yeah. So junior high school students have a benefit, and so why do they take Eiken? Maybe you know that they have the benefit if they have some qualification. For example, Eiken grade 2 in Osaka, they have already got 80% of score for entrance exam. So Juku, actually, my student said Juku told her, take Eiken at English school. We cannot teach. Yeah, it's really honest. Yeah. But Juku takes credit for English school. Yeah. Yeah. So we know that it will have a tremendously positive impact on the goal of the school and the academy. Our students are beginning to realize this. So I think it is important for us to share success story, student success story, and approaches with the students contributing to the creation of better English education environment collectively. So let's share the result of your students' English learning. So please share. So from this year, when I recruit a new student this year, I show the result of the not only Eiken result, but also the high school name. I listed on the name. Yes, because I taught English, and they use the system, the Eiken benefit system. So you should do that. Yes. Okay. So I want to say we are the future for students. Yeah. The goals for students are different, like passing high school, acquiring the Eiken, studying abroad. But let's focus on their aspiration and goals. Yes. So, what can we do to get closer to those goals? What are we already doing for them? Let's consider what can be incorporated. Can you imagine the growth of students and feel the increasing necessity of English schools? Yes? Doesn't it excite you? Thank you very much. That's all.
Right, okay, that's for Ben.
Right. Thank you very much for hanging around to the end. I hope it's going to be useful. I hope it's going to be a little bit interactive. So I'll ask you to raise hands and stuff. I haven't got Kahoot, I'm afraid. I didn't think that far ahead. It was very exciting, wasn't it? And I almost went home after that Venn diagram thing.
Like, I was like, right, I'm done. Right, that's it. So I'm going to be talking about personal finance today. Just before we start, who thinks that, you know, they're perfectly fine with personal finance? Oh, one, two. Okay. Who's completely fine with personal finance? Like,
What aspect of it?
it's in general.
It's a nice word, but what do you mean?
Okay, let's carry on. Okay. Oh yeah. Also, I'm not going to take any questions because we've only got 22 minutes or whatever. But we have that breakout session later, and that's always the best part, like asking questions and getting into the details. So please come and join that if you've got a question and so on. Just a bit of background. So very similar to Tyson, I came to Japan in 2000 as an ALT on the JET program. Went into being an ALT supervisor. Lost my job. Did lots of part-time stuff. Did uni teaching. And losing my job was the big kind of impetus to suddenly get really interested in money. Right, I had no job, no savings, and it was incredibly stressful and unpleasant. And it got me really serious about thinking about money, thinking about personal finance. And that's what started this whole thing. And then in 2013, I was talking to a friend of mine who was investing with a advisor company from Tokyo. And I got so angry about his situation and how he was being taken advantage of that I went home and started Retire Japan, registered the domain, wrote the first blog post, and that's where Retire Japan came from. And then over the next 10 years, it's kind of grown organically. So we added a forum, and then we added like articles, and then we added some guides, and then so on. And then last year, again, I lost my job. Very careless of me. So my university decided they couldn't be bothered to carry on with our contracts and just cut us off. So I got this very cold email from my supervisor saying, be aware that we will not recontract you next year. I was like, oh, thank you. After 13 years. So, but this time it wasn't stressful at all because I had my finances sorted out and not having a job wasn't a big deal this time. And since then, I've had a lot more time for Retire Japan. So we started a YouTube channel. We're doing more live courses and things like that. And so I believe that personal finance is kind of like a superpower. So if you get your finances sorted out, it just makes everything else in life much easier. Right? If you have a problem and you have the money to deal with it, it's just much easier to do that. It makes things less stressful. And it's kind of like taking a video game and putting it on easy mode, right? If you've got your money sorted out, you can concentrate on the things that are more important, rather than worrying about money or that kind of thing. You're going to notice lots of irastoya in this. My granddaughter's a 6th grader now, so she's one of these tablet generations. She's got her Chromebook, and she's always making little presentations. And I think she's better than me now. So I'm kind of copying her and putting the illustrations in. And basically for me, like getting into personal finance was so transformative. I feel like I'm one of these kind of evangelical Christian types that I'm saved. I have to save everyone else. You know, I'm like hanging around outside the station being like, hey, can I talk to you about Nenkin? And so that's yeah, yeah, saved. Do you have saved? Yeah. So this is a lot of my motivation for doing Retire Japan and doing this kind of talk and stuff. So quick question. Do you basically put most of your time into your business, right? Into your school? So all your effort and attention is going into there. Who would be in that situation? Okay, so in this talk, I would like to suggest that maybe you take like 10% of your effort and time and put it into getting your finances sorted out. Because then that will get you to this. So what's the plan B? I am really optimistic. So I always think good things will happen, but I also plan for bad things happening. Right? And it's served me very well, I think, going through. So yes, it's very exciting to have a business and have a school and so on, but what happens if that's not tenable in the future, right? What happens if the Eikaiwa market disappears? What happens if someone cracks the AI thing so that you have your perfect AI tutor and it costs 200 yen a month? I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying it might happen. There is a possibility of that happening. So it's a good idea to just take steps to make sure that whatever happens, you're going to be okay. I made a video on Friday. Probably, oh, thank you. Probably because I was thinking about this talk. Basically, I got to Thursday and I hadn't made a video, and I was like, so I made this, which is 5 consequences of not sorting your finances out. And those 5 consequences are more stress, right? More uncertainty, because if you sort your finances out, you know what to do, and therefore you don't need to think about what to do. It's kind of like brushing your teeth. You don't wake up and say, what should I do in terms of oral care this morning? You just brush your teeth. It's a habit because it's decided. And you can do the same with personal finances. So you can make a plan that fits you, create some habits that are good fit for you, and then you just do them. And then money just stops being a thing because it's all dialed in already. How many was that? 2? So the third one was, if you've sorted your finances out, you're not going to fight with your partner or your family about money. And for most couples, money tends to be the stress point. It's the thing that you argue about. It's the thing that kind of weighs on you. If you can get rid of that, then you can fight about other stuff, right? But you're not going to be fighting about money, and that kind of takes it down a little bit. Then you fight about, whether you have a favorite fork or not, or that kind of thing. Now, the fourth consequence is losing out on an potentially enormous amount of money, right? So by not saving up and investing, you're losing out on those potential gains, which, depending on how old you are, could be considerable. The older you are, the less considerable that becomes. But, just getting started with that, it is huge. And the last one is being a burden on your family or on the state in the future. Right, I've had dozens of really uncomfortable conversations with people in Japan who get to 67, and they realize how much money they're going to get from Nenkin, from the pension, and they notice that they can't get jobs, or that their job is not available anymore, and they go, okay, what are my options? And a lot of the time, they don't have any options, right? It's basically stop spending money and trying to keep working, and that's it. So just avoiding that future, I think, is worth the investment of time. So personal finance is simple, but not easy. I would say it's a bit like health and fitness. Very, very similar, right? So health and fitness is also simple, but not easy. Basically, you eat a sensible diet, drink lots of water, do some exercise, sleep, that kind of thing. But it's hard to actually do that, right? So I understand health and fitness, but I don't always practice it. I haven't got my habits dialed in, right, in the same way. But for personal finance, it's basically just these 5 things. So earn as much as you can, which doesn't mean as much as possible. Just make sure that you have enough money. Don't spend all your money, right? And this isn't about restricting yourself, but rather it's about spending effectively so that your money is getting you the most happiness and well-being possible. So you're spending on things that matter to you. You're not spending on things that don't matter to you, because it's quite easy to do that. Save so that you've got money for emergencies and investing. Invest as much as you can in something sensible for a long time, because only over years or decades do you actually get those gains coming in, the compound interest coming in. And finally, protect. So make sure you have the right insurance that you need. And insurance is to protect you from catastrophic damage, right? It's things like, if you drive, you should have third-party insurance, right? Just in case. Because the potential damage is enormous, and the cost isn't that great. Right? And that's all you need to do. And you don't need to be good at all of these, but you can't be bad at any of them. Right? If you're bad at one of these, it's going to drag you down completely. So being average at all of these, you'll have a very nice life, I think. Does everyone know Maslow's hierarchy of needs? I think every teacher goes through this, right? So basically the theory is, you know, until you take care of the lower needs, you can't focus on the higher ones, right? If you can't breathe, nothing else matters, right? Right? And if you're not safe, it doesn't matter if you feel good about your, you know, self-esteem and so on. So I made a money one. And the thing that got me is that I think this is the order for spending, right? So this is the spending order. So we start off with living expenses. So your baseline, you can't avoid these, right? Rent and food and so on. And then everyone jumps to luxury, or a lot of people jump to luxury, right? They're not aware of these categories even. So the next categories are security, and then freedom, and then luxury, and then charity and legacy. And for me, I think this is the order that makes sense. But a lot of people start here and then skip these two and go to luxury, right? So what is security? It's things like having an emergency fund. It's things like having the right insurance and so on. What's freedom? It's having enough money that, you know, if you needed to change jobs, it wouldn't be a problem. If you lost your job, it wouldn't be a problem. If you wanted to work less, it wouldn't be a problem, right? And putting money into here makes more sense to me than putting it into luxury. Until you have this, right? Once you have this, then yeah, go wild, right? But to do this first seems crazy to me. But this doesn't seem to be on a lot of people's radar, these two, security and freedom.
How much freedom would it be? Like 3 to 6 months worth of expenses or something like that?
For me, that's security. That's an emergency fund, right? Freedom is you can almost live off your investments kind of thing. Or at least you could survive off your investments for a while. Financial planning is also very easy. It's incredibly easy. It's just 3 questions, right? Where are you now? So what's your current financial situation? Where do you want to end up? So in the future, say in retirement, how much money do you need, right? And where's that going to come from? And then how do you get between here and there, right? And that's all it is. So where are you now is things like, what do you spend money on? You know, that might mean tracking your spending for 2 or 3 months just to figure out, because it's incredible what pops up when you do that, right? So I spend how much on comic books? Like, and the future one is things like, you know, being aware of your Nenkin contributions and how much that's going to get you when you're 67. And then how much you're going to need to spend in retirement. Like, you know, when you're 70, where are you going to be living? You know, how much is your rent going to be? How much money are you going to need every month to do the things that make you happy? And then there's probably going to be a shortfall. And then you need to figure out, okay, so from today, what do I need to do to make sure that I can cover that shortfall later on? And the nice thing is, if you start doing that, you'll probably do better and end up in a more comfortable position as well. The best time to start is? No. 20 years ago. And the second best time is today. Actually, that never made sense to me because I was like, okay, well, the second best time would be 19 years ago, right? Or whatever. So, but you get the point, right? Like if you're not doing it now, then doing it next week makes sense, right? Or starting to do it next week. Quick question, who understands Nenkin? So how it works, what your contribution should be to get a pension, how much you're going to get in retirement. Ooh, okay. This is quite important. Unless you have another pension, then Nenkin is going to be, assuming you're going to stay in Japan long term, right? Then Nenkin is going to be the baseline. That's going to be your base spending, right? And knowing how much that's going to be is quite important. So, Nenkin is basically based on how much you pay in, right? So if you pay kokumin Nenkin, which is what freelancers or self-employed people pay, or people who work for unscrupulous companies, this is a flat rate. It's 16,000 yen a month you pay in. And if you pay for 40 years, you'll get 65,000 yen a month in retirement. That's at the moment. Exactly. It could be less, it could be more. It's not likely to be much more, but yeah. But if you're paying kokumin Nenkin, that's what you're going to get. So there's going to be a shortfall there, probably. If you're paying Kosei Nenkin, it's going to be more because you have your contribution and your employer contribution. But even that is not going to be that much. Like the rich pensioners are getting about 25 man from their Kosei Nenkin. That's people who are in their like 80s. But people in their 60s aren't getting that much. It's come down. So they're getting like 20 man. I think I'll get about 15 based on my pension contributions. I started paying into Nenkin when I was 22. I'm 46 now. I'm going to keep paying until I'm 65 probably. So I think I'll probably get about 15 man from Nenkin. But being aware of this is incredibly important, I think. In Japan, there's something called seikatsu hogo, right? Which is financial assistance for people in poverty, right? It's very strict. It's very unpleasant. You don't get a huge amount of money. It's very restrictive. It used to be that you weren't allowed to have air conditioning if you were on seikatsu hogo, because that was a luxury. And that's the mentality, right? If you're getting state money, you can't have luxuries, right? Foreign nationals are not entitled to seikatsu hogo. They can receive it if the local authority decides that they want to pay it, but they're not entitled to it. So just be aware of that as well. So even if you're in destitution in the future, your local government may or may not decide to help you if you're not a Japanese citizen. I wouldn't want to depend on this in the future. And I think we're all going to retire at some point, right? I meet a lot of people who are like, I'll just keep working until I die. It's like, okay, well, maybe, but maybe you won't be able to find a job. Maybe you'll be ill. Maybe you won't be able to continue working. So I think it's always good to have the choice, right? You can keep working if you want to, but you don't have to, right? You don't have to find some, job directing traffic just so you can eat, and so on. So I'd like, slightly happier topic. I'd like to talk about some things that might be of interest to school owners and people that have a business and so on. So these are the first two. This is the Shochu Kigyo Kyosai kind of retirement scheme. So the thing about this is that you can put money into it and it reduces your income taxes, right? It reduces your taxable income. So you can pay in between 1,000 yen and 70,000 yen into this every month, and it brings down your income, your profits, so you don't pay income tax on this money. And then it's not invested, unfortunately, so it doesn't grow very much, but the tax savings might make it attractive for you. And the nice thing about these two schemes is that accountants know about them. They've been around forever, so your accountant will be able to give you advice about this. Why haven't they told you about it already? I don't know why Japanese accountants are so, yeah.
I think that you're not allowed to get your money back. Sorry, you're not allowed to withdraw your money back for 20 years. You have to keep on paying for 20 years before it's running out of money.
No, there's various conditions for taking the money out.
Or you can get only 90% of them.
Depends on the circumstances. So if you sell the business or if you retire, you can get the money without penalty. If you take the money out under different circumstances, there might be a slight penalty. But again, this is something you want to go through with an accountant to make sure it's a good fit. But this is great if you're making lots of money and paying lots of taxes. This is a really good option to put some of that away. The other one is a kind of it's called a disaster kind of management thing. So again, you put lots of money into this thing, that reduces your taxable income, and you have access to it if you have a problem. We're using this with our school. We're not using that. But these two schemes exist. They might be worth talking to your accountant about if you are making too much profit, right? If you're being taxed too much, as it were. Any Americans here?
Leave the room.
Actually, that's not as bad as I feared. So, you probably know, but the US government has made a bunch of laws and rules that make it really difficult for Americans to do financial things in Japan. We have a page about it on the Retired Japan website. Go and check it out if you want to. The thing is, you can't really do the next two things very much. So, yes, this is fine. That's completely fine. Ideco and NISA. I'm going to actually, Sean mentioned this just now, or yesterday rather. I'm going to make a video about this. So how Americans might use Ideco. But my current understanding is that you might not want to do this because it's a mutual fund, and the US government doesn't like foreign mutual funds. But for everyone else, Ideco is a kind of pension, it's a self-managed pension. So you pay in money every month. It comes off your income, so it reduces your income taxes that you pay. And then later, when you retire, you can get that money back when you're 65. And you'll generally have saved a lot of money in taxes along the way. Plus, it's invested, so it can grow within the account. Really nice. We've got lots of information on the website about it. NISA, you've probably seen it on the news. So NISA's changing next year. NISA is an investment account. It's basically a box, and anything you put in the box is tax-free. And from 2024, it's tax-free forever. So NISA is getting much, much better from January. So if you have a NISA account, it will automatically be changed to the new NISA from next year. If you don't have a NISA account, you might want to think about opening one. If you're American, you can use NISA, but you can only really buy single Japanese stocks in it. So you can't really buy mutual funds or ETFs. Absolutely not. You can't buy foreign stocks in there. So if you're American, you're very restricted in what you can buy, but you can use it, right? You can use the growth part of it, which is up to 2.4 million yen a year.
What about your wife?
Non-Americans can use the whole thing. So if you're not American, yeah, I always use that Shawshank joke. Yeah, do you trust your wife? So if you're not American, you can use the whole thing, which is up to 3.6 million yen a year. You can invest in NISA. It's tax-free forever. So it's however much it grows, you won't pay any taxes on it. This is probably most people's retirement fund. You know, if you max out, there's a lifetime contribution limit of 18 million yen. But if you put 18 million yen in there and you leave it for 10, 20, 30 years, it's going to double, quadruple, octuple itself, and you'll be perfectly fine in the future.
And you can use it in any country. Like you saw, I think the definition of America.
There isn't, no. So this would be taxable to the US, but not in Japan. Yeah. And okay, this might be of interest to Americans. So if you're American and you're paying Kokumin Nenkin, so not Shakai Hoken, not Kosei Nenkin, but Kokumin Nenkin, there's two supplementary schemes. The first one is this Fuka Nenkin, which is kind of extra Nenkin. And Fuka Nenkin is mathematically incredible and practically slightly kind of unexciting. So how Fuka Nenkin works is you pay an extra 400 yen a month. And in retirement, you get an extra 200 yen a year. Now, mathematically, this is incredible because from the third year, you're getting free money. Right? The first 2 years, you're getting this back. And from the third year, it's free money, but the amount's so small that I think it's worth doing because it's just signing a piece of paper and then it gets done automatically forever. So it's worth doing, but it's not going to change your life. This one is called Nenkin Kikin. And this is the same as iDeCo. So it uses the same allowance as iDeCo. So if you can use iDeCo, use iDeCo. But if you can't use iDeCo, so if you're American, you can't use iDeCo, this is a way to increase your Nenkin in the future. And it's okay. There's a good tax benefit, and the pension benefits are reasonable. So that's probably worth looking into if you're in that situation where you're paying Kokumin Nenkin. It's Kokumin Nenkin Kikin. Once you talk to these people, they don't want to let go of you. Like I get leaflets about this all the time. They're really desperate to get people signed up. But it might be worth it for Americans who are paying Kokumin Nenki. So a quick kind of favor, actually. So I've made a video course called The Basics of Personal Finance in Japan. It's just about finished. I need 5 people to test it. So if you would like to test it, please send me an email to sendaiben@gmail.com. You can do that now, I don't mind. And the first 5 people, or whoever, the first 5 people that want to do it, you'd have to pay first. So you pay 50% of the cost, 5,000 yen. If you finish the course and give us some feedback, we'll refund all your money. So it's free as long as you do it. Yeah. So this isn't really about investing. This is about all the other stuff. So it's things like, budgeting and saving and insurance and stuff like that. So. And yes, if you need more information and support, we have the website and YouTube and lots of stuff. So please feel free to get in touch. And if you come to the second session, please ask as many questions as you like about your situation or things in general and so on. So thank you very much.
So what's the biggest takeaway from the report you read? Fear or?
I don't think so. I think it's kind of like, I think it's definitely opportunity. The thing is that what I think is interesting is that there was what was the numbers that were written in that report, and then there's the people that I talked to in the industry, and they're not the same thing, right? So like I mentioned at the end there, I know Adam, Junpei, who else is there's a few, David as well, right in that first year of COVID, opened new schools and had like massive success, right? You did too, right? So it's not, I think those numbers represent a lot of what's happening to the bigger companies, which are kind of the bulk of the income in the market. So if Kids Eikaiwa is saturated in urban areas, they're not getting the little pockets, the smaller areas, or the schools like ours, that like we haven't in our neighborhood, we have an ECC, a Nova, Nichibei, we've got everything. And we're by far the biggest out of all of them. We've seen schools come and close and stuff like that. So it's not like the market's going down. So it's going to affect you a bit, but it's kind of what you do, doing it well, making smart marketing choices and all that, that's going to make a difference. Yeah.
Was there in that report, was there anything that dealt with geography in any way?
No. Yeah. See,
because like we have such a different, I mean, in real Inaka, we have a very different problem that we're facing. And so how will geography play? Like the population decline is massive. When the schools that I was working for, contracted with, had 10 schools, and now we're down to 3 in 10 years.
So
what's that? Elementary schools. When I first started working with them, there was 10 elementary schools and 3 junior highs. There's 1 junior high and 3 elementary schools now.
Wow.
There are references to like rural areas, but nothing. They don't do a prefectural breakdown or anything like that.
Like the solutions that you're talking, like Gakudo is growing, but like you said, it doesn't really work for a rural area so much.
Possibly, right? I mean, if you're charging, so what I think in my mind, one of the solutions to the population decline is to offer
more to less students, right? Like if at our school, most of our kids are taking 6 or more lessons a week. So we've actually had a decrease in the number of students over the last few years, but we've had a pretty big increase in the number of lessons that are taken. So it's like, instead of just trying to get more students out of a shrinking pool, you've got to be offering something that's different or better or more attractive.
We found that at our school too, because we increased the length. And so the number of students went down slightly, but we also we took our from 44 to 40 weeks a year. So even though we were, more free time, better work-life balance type of thing, but we didn't lose anybody that I can remember, maybe one person I don't remember. And so with even fewer students, but the revenue has gone up, per student. And so the actual money that we're, the revenue that we're generating is higher than it was before. And it's just the pace of the school, I don't know how else to explain it, everything is just going to slow down a little bit. And so it's better for the students, it's better for staff, retention staff and students as well. So yeah, I think that, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to grow bigger, you have to grow better. That's a good tagline, I remember that.
That's good, no, I agree with that. And I think offering like things that, again, AI or Juku or whatever can't offer, which is, experiences, opportunity. I loved in your presentation, you talked about what was it? Your 6 C's. I was like, I know the 4 C's from CLIL. I was like, I know these C's, they're different. But yeah, I mean, if you're able to present in a Gakudo situation, that's often the case. We're not, if they're doing 6 hours, you can't do 6 hours of English lessons. You can't do listen and repeat or, flashcard games for 6 hours. You need to give them experiences in different things. So that's what we've focused on. And that's really worked for us, which it sounds like it's worked for you guys as well. Yeah.
I think the number of students who want to learn English is really increased right now. Because I used to work public elementary school and junior high school, and almost all students answer my questionnaire like they feel like they need to learn English right now. So even if they don't go to Eikaiwa, they feel they need to go because there are so many students they learn English at Eikaiwa school and they can speak English really well. So I think it's going to be increased, and also parents feel they need to focus on English because Japanese government changed how the English education system. So they try to focus on speaking right now. But the problem at public school is I don't want to say no, but not so many teachers who can speak English.
Right.
That is a huge problem, and parents also know about it. So parents want to take their children to Eikaiwa right now. So I think it's going to increase few years. I think.
So that's another thing that area geography makes a big difference. So in the report does make references to increasing enthusiasm in education, which is evidenced by more private education, more private elementary schools and that sort of thing. But there are areas where education is big and areas where it's not so big, right? Like I don't know if I can share from someone else, but Ryan has opened lots of different schools, and he's had one area where the demographics, everything looked great, but the kids were into sports. It was like a sport, it was a sports town, so it just wasn't as successful as he'd expected, right? And near not the city where my school is, I just got lucky because Nova went bankrupt, and I knew that it was a popular area because there was loads of students there. But nearby Nishinomiya, does anyone know Nishinomiya? Yeah. That's called the Juku Mecca, because there's so many Jukus in that area. But it doesn't mean, sometimes you look at an area and go, oh, there's so many Eikaiwas, there's so many Jukus here, so there's too much competition, I can't get in there. That's probably exactly where you should open, because that's where people, there's awareness and he's going to Eikaiwa, he's going to Juku, he's doing that. There's a kind of culture of education in that local area. Right?
I definitely think it's area demographics, because Doris will talk about the competitiveness of everyone around her. But my area, we don't have that kind of competitive vibe. Yeah, I think it's more focused on I don't even think it's just my school, even other school owners in my city that I talk to are more focused on just having happy kids with good experience. They still want their kids to do well in school and succeed, and there's different levels of parents and what they want their children to achieve. But we don't really have very, very, very competitive things like that. We don't have like private schools in our area for kids to be able to go to, or international, like nothing. So I think that just like that kind of conversation. Anyways, yeah.
We had a nice conversation last night at the house about like you mentioned education, like people are spending more money or more interested in education. But education is a big word.
Yeah.
And there's different types of education, right? There is a school type of more textbook, like Industrial Revolution, change, evolution, everyone sits at the desk and learns type of education. And then there's another type of, there's the education of the heart or the society. So, and so in Japan, really from like junior high school through high school, it's really structured and regimented. And they get up and then they're the kohai. They were big elementary school 6th grader, and then bam, back down, and then they go up again, then bam, back down again, and then they, so it kind of teaches them to be humble, in a way, right? And so what we're offering them, if we're offering not doing ACAN, for example, our school doesn't do ACAN right now, we're not offering them a lot of these things that are going to help them be successful in those 6 years, possibly, because we're not doing it. But it's after those 6 years. It's what they remember about English. It's about the experiences they remember. It's the interactions and the relationships that they build in those 6 years, that we have them at least until junior high school, that they'll remember. And then we've had many students who've gone on after high school and do something international. And that's where you see the benefits of, and that's hard to sell. It's hard to put up a poster and say, oh, my kid in 6 years, 6 years ago, this kid was a really good student. It's much more difficult than a test score or how many students got into this high school. And I think that long-term type of thinking is also something that we need to communicate to parents as well, the best we can, telling them those stories and stuff like that. Because that's the difference I'd like to think that we're making by teaching the way we are teaching. We do both, that's great. Right? I think Naoko, you talked about how your students are very successful and they're going to good schools, but they're also communicating in English. So you're balancing that, which is great.
We actually do ACAN as well. I mean, it's not something that I really want to do. But there's demand for it. And we're lucky enough to have, again, kids coming from multiple classes. So one of them can be ACAN, right? And because there's a bit of demand for it. But it shouldn't, I feel like it shouldn't be just that. And I've seen the classes at your school as well. There's a bit of ACAN at the end, right? It's not the whole class, right? There's these really cool lessons where they're speaking and stuff.
We offer ACAN, but as a site, but we don't really do much prep for it. But it's all of our explorers who want to do it. Like I think we had 18 kids, 14 of them were explorers that wanted to do it.
Right.
So we're not directly promoting it, but they love English, and so they want to get better at it. And ACAN is a tool, is a way. But that's the proper position it should be.
Exactly.
That's a good thing.
No, that's right. If they choose to do it, then it's positive. Right? It's not. There's nothing wrong with it. If they're forced to do it.
We're not pushing it and advertising it, but if they want to do it.
Exactly.
David.
Yes.
So earlier you mentioned that a lot of your kids take like more than six lessons per week.
Right.
Per week. Is it in the span of one day? Come in once a week?
That's twice a week.
That's twice a week. Okay. So just for a longer time they spend in your school.
And it's mostly, sorry to interrupt you, but is it mostly Gakudo?
So that's Gakudo, right? So the Gakudo students have to come a minimum of twice a week, and they can take 3 to 4 lessons. Most do 3 within each day, and then we have the longer 3-hour classes on Saturday, which you know about. But kind of what do you call it? A spill-off effect. Is that right? Trickle-down effect? I don't know. Of it is that even students that come for a first trial, we say like, well, we've got Gakudo, which is this many lessons, or you can come, 3 hours on Saturday, or you can take, 2 lessons, or you can take 1. And a lot of them are going into 2 lessons, starting with 2 lessons and that being their norm. And occasionally 1, and then going like, this isn't enough, I want to add something on. So it creates that culture.
Your Gakudo program is like, each hour they kind of do a different like class.
Yeah.
So it's not like other Gakudo programs where they come and like have snack time and then chill.
So they do have that. They do have that too. We open from 2:30, and then the first possible lesson is at 3, and the last one would end at 7.
So they have.
Yes. Yeah. But so like basically first graders, second graders are going to come in about 2:30,
Yeah.
have a snack, do their homework, and then they'll have their first class there. And if their parents can't pick them up until 7, the last hour they're not taking a class. They're just
Okay.
like hanging out, stuff like that.
But if they're not in a class, they're still in an English environment?
They're still in an English environment. Yeah. There's kind of like a drop-in area where they've got toys and tablets and different stuff. Yeah. There's a bilingual
Japanese
assistant who's always there. Yeah. Yep.
Capital is a program, this is an after-school program for elementary school kids.
Yep.
So I just wondering this, if you can go pick the kids up from the elementary school or how
that's
wide area you can give you something?
Yeah, so actually I did an event just on opening and running an English Gakudo, which I'll share the YouTube video. It will cover all those kinds of questions, but we don't do a bus service. We don't need to because we've got enough elementary schools that are really close to us. Our location is just right for kids to walk. But some of the bigger companies in the market, the biggest ones are probably Kids Duo, Kids Up, I think it's called. There's a couple that are really starting to expand quickly, and they do offer bus services.
So your kids is just directly from there, elementary school to your place in the office.
Generally, and sometimes one stop on the train or something like that. A lot of first graders that will start, the parents will be like, oh, we want them to join Gakudo, but we're going to wait 6 months because we're a bit worried about them going on their own and stuff. That comes up a lot. You have that too?
Basically, they're coming by themselves.
Sorry?
Basically, they're coming by themselves.
Mostly coming by themselves. There's all kinds of different patterns. Sometimes they'll go home and mom will take them on the bike or that kind of.
Areas that people have to do there because the kids got couples by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of different scenarios, right? One of them would be, for example, if you opened up in Tokyo, like if you're downtown Tokyo, the rents are so high that in order to make enough space for a Gakudo, because you need space, right? You can't have like a 3 meter by 3 meter room and keep kids there for 4 hours a day. They'll start hitting each other and stuff like that. We're in a place called Kawanishi. It's somewhat urban, Osaka. Yeah. But if you were in, yes, I don't know. Is it?
You have a nice space.
I mean, we have our space is quite big. The rents are cheaper, but it's
the city size.
The city size. Not small, not huge. It's kind of like like a Japanese suburb, right? Where there's a shopping mall and buildings.
And then I tried this Gakudo service to see because we need permission to open this Gakudo service. Actually, if you pay these kids from the elementary school, Hikone City is so old system. They are not allowed to open this private Gakudo system. They are still public systems. So they avoid it.
So you can open what's called a Minkan Gakudo, and you have your regulations have nothing to do with you. I'm pretty sure I did the research on this. It should be across the country. No subsidies though. No, you won't get subsidies. You won't get subsidies. Yeah.
You can open it.
Yeah.
I cannot pick up from the
that's also possible, but it's a little bit tricky. You can't charge for transportation from the school, but you can do it.
You can figure out a way.
You can include it into your fees.
We provide bus as well, one location. Yeah, you cannot charge because it becomes infringement with taxi violations law. But you can include it as an experience from the station or from the house to the school. For in our case, when we pulled out, we play English songs on the bus. I'm not joking. So which considers part of the English lesson. So we are able to. We just have one fee. So we're not charging tuition plus bus. It's one tuition, but it's increased. So
I bet the kids
yeah.
are really sick of Wheels on the Bus by now.
No, we're doing R&B in the 90s now. We got a theme music for a month. Our bus driver starts speaking English out of nowhere. He's about 62-year-old Japanese man.
No, that's not that old. We're almost there, buddy.
Speak for yourself.
I'm already there.
That's why we don't do it. Yeah, my wife is too risk averse. She's like, no way, we're not doing. They can't leave the building. They go in, cameras on them. That's it. Yeah. But one thing about perhaps what you've been looking into with Gakudo, that if you want to have, I can't remember the term now. It's like kokue ni no. Anyways, can't remember. There's a type that's a partnership between the government and private business. The government puts in your local government, if you ask, similar to what Lawrence was talking about, they'll have subsidies, but they're very specific. We want a Gakudo to open in this block or in this building. Who wants to do it? And then they'll give you quite a bit, and you don't charge this. Well, you might be able to charge a bit to the students, but basically the government pays you per student, right? Yeah.
I'm going. I have a question for Naoko. Okay. So you said that you are getting more new junior high school students and high school students joining from junior high school and high school, correct? And so, do you think that's a direct result because you post your students' achievements, or is it a more word of mouth?
Yeah.
Which one?
Actually, I don't really advertise that.
Yeah.
So I always advertising only Instagram and also word of mouth.
Yeah.
So I think some parents talk about someone passed doko, someone entered that school or something like that. So, but that's really affect
that rate of new junior high school and high school students.
Yes.
So the better way, if we want to attract more junior high school and high school students, you think is to have test results?
Test result, more than the test result, in my case, my students entered the IB class, IB course, international baccalaureate class course, and also some of them, someone goes to to enter the university in America.
Really? If you're a student?
Yeah, and yes, and also the top class of the Osaka public high school.
Yeah.
So those part I tell them, and then the students are studying for a long time with me.
Yeah.
So that's why I got the result from the students. So I can tell the history about the students.
Yeah.
So the story is more attractive. So not only the result, but we need a story, the history of the students.
I have one question for you as well. When I visited her school before, and with your teens, I feel like there's a really good community.
Yeah.
Like she has like a drop-in area where they can spend time and stuff like that. Do you think that that's a big part of why the word of mouth is spread?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, definitely.
How do you make that happen?
I don't know. I just joined the conversation, and they just really nice.
It's her personality.
No, I don't know how, but yeah, I try to communicate with the students, and I feel like friends.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wording of it has to be very important to pass the government approvals. But things like that, we paid extra to get the sockets lowered. Afterwards, realizing that we have these big black ugly cables. But had we considered that, we would have put that in the application. But I think if it's two different projects, like expanding the school and something else, security cameras, maybe for that school, for the expansion that would work. But if it's for your existing daily operations, then you would probably have to do something separate.
They're pretty clear in what you're allowed to do in those grants.
Yes, yes, yes.
Sales tax is not covered, is it?
Sales tax is not covered. So this is, yeah, you're paying sales tax on top of all that. So all the amounts I put up on there didn't include the sales tax that you had to pay. I mean, they're not subsidizing the sales tax. Yes.
So how, like, you said you had a. Use the Tyson. Okay, so you said you filled out a report or the application, and then you had to write a report. Like, how much information? Like, is this a very long report you have to write, or like how detailed?
I have it somewhere in my bag.
Right. Okay.
So, but it's a pretty thick report.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
So
Really is.
So what exactly, like, you're writing, why you want it, what it will do for your business?
Things like that. You're putting we had to put estimates, get estimates from, we had to get estimates from all the companies that we're using. After that, I think we had to, when we got this interactive whiteboard, we had to ship it. We shipped it from China. We bought it from there through this company. We needed packing slips. We needed like schedules. I mean, we did everything. Every kind of detail that had a paper trail, we had to put it in there. So what are you going to do with it? What are you doing with it? What did you do with it? And so, I mean, it's this big, thick packet. There's photos and pictures, everything in there. So it's a real lengthy process.
Yeah. You have to get it translated, of course, because it's not going to be done.
That was it. Yeah.
You need someone Japanese to help you out for sure.
You definitely want someone Japanese, yes.
Good.
Or Paul, because he did it on his own.
But you said through the Chamber of Commerce, people will help you out there. My wife did it all. And
Yeah.
It was, with the accountant and stuff. But I mean, it is a battle. Japan loves paperwork and crossing those I's and dotting those T's, but it's worth it in the long run. I mean, we failed the first time as well, and we had to go back and redo a bunch of stuff. And then if you can get someone through the Chamber of Commerce to help you, would be great. Our Chamber of Commerce, fortunately, isn't as good as yours.
Well, yeah, because they learn a lot of stuff because they're so rural. We had all these new situations that they never heard of, right? So they put a lot of effort in it. Sorry.
Another option is a gyosei shoshi, who they will do it for you. That's their job, is to write out things like that. And sometimes you can have like an accountant and gyosei shoshi are like, sometimes they're the same person or the same company. So whoever accountant you're working with, you might be able to get that. And they do everything for you, and they do that for a living. So they will get it right and do it on the first time, and you don't have to worry about anything. Or they, we had ours as part of our monthly fee. So they did our accounting and stuff as well. So they didn't cost us anything.
We found that you basically like similar. They are accountants. It's just whether you take this test or that test. My understanding. We did use one, yes, and that was the specialist through the Chamber of Commerce. That was their guy. We still had to write the application, and they kind of did the check for us. We paid, was it 90,000 yen, but got that through the subsidy. So we ended up paying, no, I'm sorry. No, our town paid for that. So we paid 3万 yen. It was 9万 yen. Our town paid for it. So we have a very nice town. Yes.
Digital subsidy that I applied for was way easier than that.
Yeah.
It was about 3 times I'd say, well, this is what it's going to cost. This is how much subsidy I'm applying for. This is how much I'll pay. I just submit that a few times. Other than that, it was a paragraph of how will this benefit your business, and afterwards, how did it benefit your business? But it was like a tweet.
So I guess it just depends on your town. Like your town, how, yeah.
That was different subsidies the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Since you bought your TV from, sorry. Feel like this is Pee-wee's Playhouse again. But since you bought it in China, you had to pay taxes, tariffs, and fees.
Yes.
Were they those kind of fees and tariffs? Were you allowed to include them to the application, or did you have to say no? Okay. So if we want to buy stuff over things overseas, we can't use the tariffs.
Any taxes. So I would think, because
the taxes are going to the government anyway. They're not going to subsidize that. So they'll take whatever taxes they can.
That subsidy for overseas, we were denied. I guess it depends, whatever, but we had trouble. They wanted to keep the money. We got before we got the same one we have. During the pandemic, we applied for one to get different. We got different interactive whiteboards and some technology stuff. And then we couldn't buy anything from overseas. We had to keep it in Japan.
I find living in a rural area helps because they don't know what they're doing.
It's all different.
Yeah. Because I mean, example, the Americans can't open bank accounts. You have to fill out your social security number, give it to the bank, and they send it to America, or they keep it on file. Except my town didn't know that, right? Because when we were applying for the bank for our house loan, I told them, hey, we need I have to fill out this form. They said, no, you don't. They called people. There was like 5 people gathered on their phone. They came back, and he's like, no, I don't think you do. Right?
Was it a national bank or a small bank?
No, it's a small bank. I mean,
that's why they don't deal in international currency.
It's not international currency. This is just for American citizens. Yeah, but they called me back a couple of days later saying, yeah, so being in a small town, they don't know. They don't have the experience. So we may have got that because they did the paperwork. Yeah, they did the paperwork. And then at the end, they're like, oh, had we known that, we probably wouldn't have done it. Right? Because I think somebody, Sean, you mentioned your teacher couldn't get a bank account because of that. So just go to the rural branch and they'll do it for you.
It's probably different if you apply on a Monday and a Friday.
So yeah. Yes.
I have a question. Earlier you mentioned that if you can put 18 million yen in NASA. In NISA, sorry, not the NASA. In NISA, and then you can double it, triple it. That's what I heard, right? Really?
So the double thing, the double thing is basically, so if you invest in, say, the world stock market, so historically over the last 30 years or so, the return on the world stock market is an average of 8% a year. Average, right? So some years it's much more, some years it's much less, but on average, it averages out to 8%. So if you got an 8% return for 10 years, your money would roughly double. Right? So based on what's happened in the past, if that continues, anything you invest now, in 10 years' time would probably be worth twice as much. And in 20 years' time, it'd be worth roughly 4 times as much, and so on, which is why it's so important for kids to start early, right? So start at age 20, and then, 40 years later, it's 16 times worth as much, right? So
you can't invest more than 3.5.
3.6 million yen a year into NISA, yeah.
So if someone has 3.6, just put them.
Yep. Next year. Yeah, exactly. So each adult in Japan can open a NISA account. So it's really exciting. It's what we've been asking for.
It stays there.
Oh, Big Bad Eric is shutting us down.
All right, everyone, I have a little surprise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at your screen, you'll see a very cool-looking dude up there. This is Rich, and when I first started talking with Adam about presentations and stuff like that for the event, I really wanted someone who could speak about AI because it is kind of a topic of discussion for a lot of us and stuff. And Rich does some video work for us, and he's been fascinated with AI, and he's been using it to do some cool things. And so I just reached out to him not too long. I'm like, hey, Rich, maybe when we're done, you could just jump on and do something quick about what you're doing with AI. And he said, yeah, no problem. So this is a bit of a late edition, but 15, 20 minutes, just kind of what he's doing with AI, because it's pretty interesting, and I hope you think so too. Rich.
Thank you. Okay, I'm on. I'm gonna switch from my face to my screen, to my presentation now. Oh, where is it? Here it is. Okay, sorry, y'all. So I'm just gonna touch a little bit on my history with AI and focus a lot on how I use AI as a teacher. So to start off, let me just briefly give you a overview of how I started with AI. It was AI and I go way back to June 2021, back when nobody knew that AI could generate anything other than gibberish. The first large language model that was available to people was it was an open source language model. It was before ChatGPT, and it was called GPT J6B. It had 6 billion parameters. And you compare that to now, ChatGPT has 1.76 trillion parameters. So it went from 6 billion parameters in 2021 to 1.76 trillion parameters. Think of a parameter as a neuron in a brain. So you went from this little pea brain to this enormous brain. And as I was making this presentation this morning, I asked ChatGPT to give me a visualization. And I said, visualize the difference between ChatGPT 4's 1.76 trillion parameters and Luther's GPT 6 billion parameters. And it gave me this image. And this is off. This is completely off. 6 billion is not half of 1.76 trillion. So the problem was, I didn't give it I didn't give it a good enough prompt. And what I should have said was use Python to visualize the difference between. So this is a programming language. So this is using a programming language to calculate the difference in an image. This was using DALL-E, which is this is an image generator. Like if you want to make some sort of silly image, this is what you would use. But this is what you would use when you want to use mathematics. So my first point about using AI is you kind of got to know what you're doing and you'll get better results. You don't have to be an expert to get good results. But if you kind of know what you're doing, the results are going to be better. Now also, so this is what it gave me when I said, use Python, don't use DALL-E. But it still wasn't what I wanted. And what I really wanted is I wanted to put the old model on the left and GPT-4 on the right. And I said, do that. And it fixed it, right? So my second point is, when you're using a large language model like ChatGPT-3 or ChatGPT, and there are other ones too that you can use. There are other people on the block. You got to refine, and you have to iterate your prompts. If it doesn't work the first time, change it up a little bit. Change the wording a little bit. Be a little more specific. Now, back in 2021, 2021, the first language model, it was just predicting what the next word might be, and it was wonky, it was silly, it was harmless. It took a lot of wrangling to get anything done, and it didn't really understand. All it was doing was finishing your sentence, right? And it was kind of like Gremlin. It was kind of like the cute little Gremlin. It was fun. It was harmless. Nobody was worried about it. You know it's coming. October 2021, AI art came along. It looked like this. Right? This was, I went into my phone and I looked up what was the first image I ever generated with AI art, and it was this one. And I was trying to make something about Elvis because I had written an AI story about Elvis's history. So I thought this was really cool, and I wanted to know how can I share this with people? So I got the idea of creating a podcast of AI generated stories. So I generated the stories. My partner and I narrated them. We added sound effects and sound design because we do other podcasts too. And at the time, when I was trying to promote this new podcast, most people at the time before ChatGPT thought that AI can only spout gibberish. And it was hard to get people to listen. But when they got to listen, we got some really good reviews. This is my new favorite podcast. Some of these stories are so hilarious. I'm literally falling over laughing. This is priceless. One of the most clever, entertaining podcasts to come along in a long time. But nobody knew what was coming next. In 2021, in November 2022, ChatGPT came along. And the difference is that ChatGPT could understand what we were telling it. It wasn't just finishing your sentences. It was actually understanding. So the first thing I did was something that the old language model couldn't do. Create a story about something using Dan Harmon's story circle. And I didn't expect what would happen next. If you don't know what Dan Harmon's story circle is, what really shocked me was that ChatGPT knew what it was, and it generated a story from start to finish. And I thought it was like, this is amazing, but I also thought, this is terrible. No, really, writers, artists, musicians, the voiceover community all hate ChatGPT. They all hate AI. So we stopped doing the podcast because the people who really hate AI are rabidly, violently opposed to it. And it just wasn't going to work. And the other thing is, my partner is a real writer. I mean, she writes books. And as a writer, you don't want anybody to think that you're using AI to write your books, or you're going to get blackballed. So we had to stop the podcast. But I still want to share this. I'm still amazed at what it can do, and I'm still curious about how it can actually be used, and how can I use it instead of storytelling? How can I use it in teaching? So as a teacher, I want to give you some practical tips on what you can do with it, or how to use it, and some practical tips on how to use it and what you can do with it. So first of all, the one thing I use it the most for is planning lessons. And let me give a little rundown here. First of all, I really recommend that you use something called Professor Synapse. And basically all Professor Synapse is a bunch of commands that you copy from the internet and you paste it into ChatGPT. When you go into ChatGPT, let me change my which thing I'm sharing right now. Am I sharing this?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So I made a fresh ChatGPT account a couple minutes ago. So this is what it looks like when you first start.
Oh yeah, I know.
Are you seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you want to go to custom instructions, and you've got two things here. You want to put Professor Synapse down here. So Professor Synapse is just some text. We're going to go to GitHub, find the prompt, copy it, go into here, paste it, and you're all ready to go. If you want, let me go back to my thing here. If you want to learn about Professor Synapse, just Google it, search for a tutorial on YouTube. Basically what it does is it's like training wheels for ChatGPT. You ask it what you want it to do, and what it's going to do is kind of like repeat back to you what you asked it to do, but in a better way. And it's gonna have better results. So anyway, you do that. So when I'm making a lesson plan, I want to tell ChatGPT, what is it? Who are my students? Give them some background. Give it an idea of what you want the lesson to be about, and give it just a bit of a framework. So let me try to share this just a minute. Okay. So am I sharing?
Yes, we can read it.
Okay, so here's my prompt, and it's in a couple of parts because I can't put it all on one screen. I'm going to teach a CEFR B1, B2 level conversation class consisting of 5 Japanese adults between the ages of 50 and 70. They want to spend as much time in class as possible, talking to each other in English. And this is the next part of it. It's all, I put this all into ChatGPT all at once. The teacher should talk as little as possible. I want you to suggest 20 topics that relate to manners or etiquette or politeness. Lesson topics they've enjoyed previously were traveling, happiness, making up stories together. Something with an international flavor would be good. Use this format. Topic, give your idea. ChatGPT, give your idea for a topic. Learning outcome, by the end of this lesson, students will be able to, and ChatGPT fill in the blank, learning outcome, okay? So ChatGPT gives this back to me with, I'm using Professor Synapse. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna give you 5 topics. It gave me 5 topics. I liked the first one, but if you want to use ChatGPT for brainstorming, the best thing to do is to ask for way more than you're going to use. So if you need one idea for a lesson plan, ask it for 20, and 5, 10 of them are going to be absolute garbage, but 1 or 2 of them are going to give you kind of like something you didn't think of, maybe. So etiquette around the world. By the end of this lesson, students will be able to compare and contrast dining manners in different cultures and express their preferences and experiences. This isn't what I actually ended up using. What I ended up doing was figuring out, well, I'm going to show them a video about dining manners in just Western countries. And then what I'm going to do is to have them at the end of the lesson say, if you were going to make this video yourselves, and it was going to be about Japanese dining manners, and the audience was going to be foreigners, what would you do? So the way that I usually make a lesson plan is I use the PPP method. So it's got a warm up, it's got a presentation, it's got practice, it's got production, it's got a cool down reflection section. So I have this scaffold that I have saved, and that's one of the other points is when you want ChatGPT to do something, the best way to get it to do what you want it to do is to show it an example. This is the kind of lesson plan that I want you to make. Here's an example of it. Fill it in, right? So this is just a scaffold. I got this previously from Chat. I got ChatGPT to make this scaffold for me previously. I saved it, and now I use it all the time. So
we freeze. Connection troubles. Oh, airdrop.
I'll show you. What I'm doing is I'm getting ChatGPT to give me ideas. I'm putting these ideas into another document. Like I use Obsidian, but you can use whatever you like. You can use Google document or anything like that. And I'm making it aside from ChatGPT. I'm getting the ideas from ChatGPT and I'm putting them into a document. When I'm done that document, I give it back to ChatGPT and I say, hey, pretend you're Jeremy Harmer. If you were Jeremy Harmer, what would you think of this lesson plan? And it gives me some feedback and it gives me some ideas. And if they're good ideas, then I implement them. And at the end, I end up with a better lesson plan than I would have been able to make myself. Much, much better. It's not saving me. I don't know if it's saving me any time, but the quality of what I end up with is so much better than what I would have come up with myself. And there might be in the future, I might not need ChatGPT to make a really, really good lesson plan anymore because I've gotten so much practice with it that I'll be able to do it myself, and maybe I'll be able to do it faster. I don't know. So the other point is show an example of what you want. So when ChatGPT gives you something that you like, save it somewhere so that you can give it back to it later the next time you want it to do something. Okay, the other thing I do with ChatGPT a lot is to create handouts. And one of the things that I like to do is I like to use YouTube videos in class. And I want to have a handout that is based on the video, that comprehension questions that they can fill in while they're watching the video. So what I do is I get a transcript of the video and I give it to ChatGPT and I say, let's see if I did it. I'd like you to create a worksheet with comprehension questions that students can fill out while they watch the video. Mix up the types of questions, fill in the blank, true, false, etc. So it's got the transcript, it's got the subtitles of the video, and here's what it makes for me.
Wow.
Right?
That's time saving.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, the thing is, they're not going to be perfect questions. So if you want 10 questions, ask it for 20, right? And throw away the ones that aren't good. And you're probably going to have to tweak it a little because it's not going to be perfect, but it saves a lot of time. It's not doing the work for you. It's kind of like having an assistant, right? So here's the final lesson plan that I had after I asked ChatGPT to help me out with it. It had the warm up, the presentation, the practice, and the production. And it actually suggested that I give the students a rubric at the end on a scale of 1 to 5. How much did you participate? How much did you understand? How much were you interested in the topic? Whatever. I hadn't thought of it. I learned about rubrics when I was in my TESOL class. I totally forgot about them, and ChatGPT reminded me about it, and now I'm starting to use them again. Now the other project, is everybody still here? I can't tell. Okay,
yes,
good.
You're good.
Good. I feel like I'm all by myself.
You're not.
Good. The next project that I had in my head that was kind of percolating and I didn't know how to do it was I wanted to make silly Anki cards. Now there are these books of these just totally turgid example sentences that show how to use vocabulary words in context. But these sentences are so forgettable because they're so boring, right? I read this book called Moonwalking with Einstein, and it's about how people, there are people who compete about how much can they memorize, like these people who compete, like who can memorize the Manhattan phone book and things like that. And it's all about the techniques they use. And one of the techniques that they talked about was using absurd imagery that is more memorable than just mundane or ordinary information. For example, those books where you're supposed to be memorizing these example sentences. Using absurd imagery is an effective way to enhance memory because the brain tends to remember unusual or unexpected things more readily than mundane or ordinary information. By leveraging the power of imagination and humor, you can create associations that stick in your mind and aid recall. So I thought about this. What if I had ChatGPT, I give it a vocabulary word, and then I tell ChatGPT, make 20 funny sentences with this vocabulary word. I'm going to pick the best one, right? So I pick the best one, and then I give it to DALL-E that generates images. I say, here's a silly sentence. Make a silly picture for it, right? And then, so I got the silly sentence. I got the silly picture that's going to go on the flashcard. I also want to be able. I also want the sentence to be read out loud, and I also want the sentence to have two versions, one that has the blank spoken out loud and one that has the whole sentence read. And I also want an audio of just the word, right? And I want all these put together, and I want them to be put together in an Anki card, because Anki is the spaced repetition deck system that is used all over the world. You teach kids how to use Anki when they're in elementary school or junior high school. They can use it when they're in high school and university. And even if they go up and they study to be doctors, they're going to use Anki throughout their whole education career. So here's what I come up with. This is the final product. And I'm not a very good Python programmer, but ChatGPT taught me how to use Python to put all this stuff together so I can put all of this information into a spreadsheet, and I can run it through a Python script, and out the other end comes a deck of flashcards. So here are the flashcards I make. They've got the example sentence. It's a silly sentence. It's got the Japanese translation. I had ChatGPT do the translation. And I made the I made the audio in using the Mac voices. So let me do a new share and let me share what this looks like in real life. Hopefully I can find it. Here it is. Are you seeing it? Okay, everybody still there? Uh-oh, I can't hear anybody.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Okay, I couldn't hear anybody. Okay, so here's the front of the deck. The movie is blank, a giant octopus that attacks a city. The word is about. Let's say they spell it wrong. And you can hear it.
The movie is blank, a giant octopus that attacks a city.
Right. Okay. So show the answer. Well, it was spelled wrong. Here's the correct answer. Here's the definition in Japanese. Here's the full sentence in Japanese and English. Here's this awesome picture that hopefully they're going to attach this memory to the word about, right? And you've got
about
the word, you've got
the movie is about a giant octopus that attacks a city.
Right. So basically, I'm having ChatGPT make most of this information for me. All I do is I give it the vocabulary word, makes the silly sentence, makes the silly image. I put them all together in a spreadsheet. I run it through Python, and at the other end, I've got this deck of cards. Right. So the other thing is, in class, I review these cards in class with the kids, and these images are conversation topics. So some of these images are a little bit silly. Some of the things are wrong. Sometimes the people have, 7 fingers instead of 5 on one hand. And these become conversation topics. So we're actually getting speaking practice out of this too. There. Next thing. These Anki cards, they're memorable, they're motivating, and the images are conversation topics. So this is how I put it together. Yeah, I already explained that. The other thing I do with ChatGPT is I give it the lyrics of a song. I get them off genius.com in English. And then I search for a good translation of the same song in Japanese. And I feed it both sets of lyrics, English lyrics, Japanese lyrics, and I give it some instructions. I'd like to create an educational handout featuring the lyrics below, complete with the Japanese translation, line by line explanation, elucidation of complex expressions. My target audience is an adult at CFR level A1, A2 level in English proficiency. Please create this handout in Obsidian Markdown. Obsidian is a note-taking application. So, and this is what I get. So what this is the All of Me by John Legend. It's got line by line the lyrics. It's got the Japanese translation of the lyric. It's got the literal meaning. What does this mean? What's the deeper meaning? And it's all in Japanese and English. So this is something that students can take home. They can listen to the song and they can read this and they can hopefully eventually listen to the song and actually understand the lyrics. I started learning languages. I started learning Spanish when I was in high school. I was an exchange student to South America for a year, and I learned a heck of a lot of Spanish through songs, even though I didn't understand a lot of them. Even if you understand half, the lyrics, you learn a lot. But I hope that with these worksheets that I'm making through ChatGPT, that students will be able to listen to the lyrics and actually understand 100% of them, because it's got all the information they need to understand it. My secret weapon when using ChatGPT to make material is to use Bloom's taxonomy. And Bloom's taxonomy is it's an explanation of what are lower level thinking skills and what are higher level thinking skills. The way these apply to language learning, when kids are learning a language in high school, they're basically learning to remember things and they're basically learning to understand them and maybe to apply them, but they're not really in class. When it's one teacher and 40 kids in a class, they're not learning to analyze, evaluate, or create. So one thing I'm doing is I have a 13-year-old junior high school student who does nothing pretty much other than go to school and go to swimming practice. There's not a whole lot to talk about with her because she doesn't have very many experiences. So what I'm doing is I'm having her create a story. So I taught her how to create a story using Dan Harmon's story circle. So she has ideas, and I ask her questions to flesh out the story, and then we write them down. But one thing I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm asking her questions that are using higher order thinking skills. So here's the prompt that I use for ChatGPT to get a list of questions about her story that I can ask her to help her develop the story. I'm teaching a private lesson with beginner level 13-year-old girl. I'm having her write a story using Dan Harmon's story circle. She tells me her ideas, and I ask her questions to flesh out more details. So far, here's the story. I give ChatGPT the story, and I say, I want to ask her questions to flesh out the story more. Give me 100 questions using Bloom's taxonomy and Dan Harmon's story circle. You could do 50, you could do 20, whatever. I asked for 100 just to see what it would do, right? So let me switch, see if I can do this. The other way that I use ChatGPT is to take something that's written at too high of a level for the student and to make it more easy to understand. So I can take a passage from a book and I can say, please rewrite this in level 1 graded English, and it'll rewrite it to their level. Aside from ChatGPT, there's Bing.com. Bing is, it uses GPT-4, that is the paid version you have to pay for in ChatGPT, but it's free. It's a little bit moody. You have to be very polite with it or it'll cut you off. And I suggest using the Edge browser instead of any other browser, because if you use a Chrome browser with Bing, you can only ask it 5 questions and it stops the conversation. If you use the Edge browser, you can have 20 volleys of back and forth with it. There's also Cloud AI, which is actually pretty good. Give it a try and see if you like it. Bard is not very useful. If this was a classroom, Bard is the student in the corner eating paste out of a jar. Right? It's not very useful. Your mileage may vary. You might find it useful. I don't. So I don't go to it very much. So in summary, kind of knowing what you're doing with ChatGPT helps. For example, when it gives you the wrong, like in my case, it gave me an image that I didn't use because it was something mathematical. So I said use Python to make the image instead. Refine and reiterate your prompts. If it doesn't give you what you want, think of another way to ask. Use Professor Synapse. It's like training wheels. It's going to help you get better results. Keep notes. Every time you get ChatGPT to do something that you appreciate, that's useful, save it somewhere so that you can give it back to it and say, this is what I want you to do. And use Bloom's taxonomy at every opportunity, because it'll help you create higher quality material, because you're going to be using higher order thinking skills. And that's basically it. I could put this stuff online because I went through it as quickly as possible. If you want me to, I'll do it. I haven't done it yet.
Actually, if you don't mind, if there's a way for you to send it to me directly, I actually have a folder with all of the presenters' presentations in it, so I'd like to include it in there if that's okay.
Okay.
And you can also put it there if you want to.
Okay. Yes.
All right.
Wow. I'm so sorry that I got mixed up. I'm not used to using Zoom.
Yay! All right. I have one request. All the presenters, please come to the front, please. All right, everyone, a round of applause for all of our presenters. Thank you all so much for your contributions. I think it's time to